Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. Navigation. Comprehension Heaven-Defying, Understanding 8-Gate Escape at the Beginning. Chapter 31. The Sea Restaurant Barate is a giant carp-shaped boat. Because of its excellent taste and reputation, tourists, whether they are Marines, pirates, or wealthy businessmen, come here to visit. In addition, the owner of this offshore restaurant, Redfoot, Tetsuo, was once a powerful pirate, and his chefs are also very capable. So almost no one dares to cause trouble in this restaurant. On the way to Barate, Johnny explained to Luffy and others about this sea restaurant. Oh, here we are. That's the sea restaurant, Barate. After several days of sailing, Johnny suddenly pointed at a giant carp-shaped ship in the distance and said. As the melee gradually approached, everyone gradually saw the whole picture of the ship clearly. The two ends of the ship are in the shape of fish heads and are 3 stories high. The hull is extremely huge, dozens of times the size of the melee. What a huge ship. It really looks like a fish. The wine inside should taste good. Just when everyone was sighing, a warship suddenly sailed slowly beside the melee. That's a marine warship. Everyone was lying on the side of the boat, looking at the warship opposite. This was the first time for all of them to see a marine warship, so they all looked curious. At the same time, on the warship, a marine captain with a scar on his face, dark clothes, and pink hair looked at the Mary and Luffy and others with contempt. Have you never seen this pirate flag? Is it a new unknown little character pirate? After muttering something, the captain said in a flirtatious tone. Hey, I am captain of Naval Headquarters, Iron Fist Fudy. Which of you is the captain? Please tell me your name. Luffy stood up after hearing this, but he did not answer Fudy's question, but said with a cold expression. Iron Fist, don't insult this title. The only one who deserves this title is the Vice Admiral of your Naval Headquarters. As for you, you don't deserve to know our names. Luffy was already unhappy that Fudy used the name Garp. Coupled with the other party's contemptuous tone and attitude, Luffy was not polite to him at all. After finishing speaking, he said to Usopp, Usopp, get that buggy from our ship. This buggy bullet was taken from Buggy in Orangetown to prevent the design from being falsified. Now that the buggy bullet technology has been mastered and improved by Usopp, there is no need to retain it. Usopp was shocked when he heard that Luffy was going to take the buggy bullet. Luffy, although that buggy bomb is a defective product, it is powerful enough to blow this warship into pieces. Do you really want to use it now? Usopp felt it was a bit of a waste. But Luffy didn't think so. Now he just wants to blow Fudy and his warships into pieces. Cool, that's it. Use. Seeing Luffy's determination, Usopp obeyed the order and moved the cannonball. On Fudy's side, after hearing Luffy's words, he was instantly irritated. Trash pirate, how dare you insult me and be so arrogant? You guys go to hell. Fire me and sink them. Soon, both sides pointed their guns at each other and loaded the shells. More than a dozen cannons on the warship were all aimed at each other, but there was only one cannon on the melee. Seeing this stark contrast, Fudy burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, trash pirate, just one cannon. With such strength, you dared to follow me, Naval Headquarters Captain, Iron Fist Fudy. You just wait to be blown to pieces by my warships. ... This side of the Mary. Except for Luffy and Usopp who know the power of buggy bullets, everyone else has no idea. Zoro and Yuta are not worried at all because of their strength. But Nami and Johnny are different. Everyone was trembling with fear. Brother, are we going to die here today? It's okay, Joseph. Brother Zoro is here and he will definitely save us. With that said, the two of them hid behind Zoro. When Nami saw this, she followed suit and ran to Luffy's side. Ah, Luffy, you have to protect me. Luffy didn't respond, but Yuta comforted her because she got along well with Nami. After both sides' cannonballs were loaded, Luffy and Fudy stared at each other fiercely at the same time, and then fire. X2. Boom 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 boom. The sound of more than a dozen artillery shells exploding simultaneously was deafening and frightening to hear. However, at this moment, boom, a roar comparable to the roar of thunder suddenly exploded. The huge sound was like the anger of the god of thunder, which made people tremble when listening to it. The people on the melee felt as if they had experienced an earthquake, shaking on the deck, and a few of the weaker ones could not even stand firmly. However, when they saw the formation in front of them that was comparable to a laser cannon, everyone's eyes were shocked, their chins dropped to the ground, and they were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. Even Zoro and Usopp, who knew the power of the cannonballs, were shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. They joined several others and dragged their chins to the ground. As for Fudy, the moment he ordered the cannon to fire, he saw an extremely exaggerated rail gun suddenly ejected from the opposite ship. Follow a track and destroy everything. That range was wider than his warship. Fudy was shocked. This artillery piece. Not only him, but all the Marines on the warship were also dumbfounded. Such powerful cannonballs were completely beyond their knowledge. Each one of them opened their mouths wide and froze in place as if they had seen a ghost. They could only make continuous sounds in fear. The next second, they had no time to react, and they were destroyed in the gunfire along with the warship. One shot, 1 second, the battle is settled. Barate. The violin played melodiously, and the customers toasted and drank, it was so pleasant. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud rumbling sound outside. Immediately afterwards, the entire Barate began to shake violently. What happens? Is it an earthquake? Panic suddenly fell into the restaurant, and customers kept talking. At this time, a man wearing a suit, with blonde hair and curly eyebrows was delivering food to the guests. Hearing this movement, he couldn't help but feel frightened and confused. That was a cannonball just now. It's too exaggerated. Hey, Sanji, go check out the situation and don't let those fools cause trouble near my restaurant. At this moment, an old man with a braided beard suddenly popped out of the kitchen door and yelled at Sanji. After hearing this, Sanji put down his plate, opened the restaurant door and walked out. At this time, he happened to see a pirate ship with a goat prow parked near their restaurant. Then the next moment, a man wearing a straw hat suddenly extended his arms and jumped from the boat. Devil fruit. Sanji couldn't help but be startled when he saw this. Demon fruit power in East Blue is really rare. Did you make that movement just now? Sanji asked as he looked at the man wearing a straw hat flying next to him. At this moment, there were burning wreckage of the ship's hull on the sea in the distance. I really don't know how these guys made such a big fuss. Luffy didn't deny it and nodded. Yeah, it's us. Sanji didn't pay attention when he heard this, he just reminded him. I don't care how you cause trouble outside, but you'd better not cause trouble for me in this restaurant, otherwise I won't let you go. Luffy smiled, thinking that Sanji's affection for this restaurant was really deep. Asked, are you the chef at this restaurant? Sanji lit a cigarette, took a puff and said, I'm the sous chef at this restaurant, just call me Sanji. I'm Luffy. After introducing himself, Luffy continued. We are short of a cook on board, and I would like to invite you to join us. Sanji gave Luffy a confused look, did he invite others so casually? But he still remained a gentleman and was polite. Sorry, I'm not interested in being a pirate. At this moment, the rest of the people also landed. When he saw Yuta and Nami, Sanji's eyes suddenly turned into hearts and he was about to rush over. Ah, beautiful. Boom. With one punch, Luffy knocked Sanji to the ground. Hiss. Sanji painfully touched the left side of his face that was hit by Luffy, got up from the ground, and roared angrily. What are you doing, you fool? You want to fight? Sanji looked like he was going to fight. Oh, Captain, does this perverted cook want to fight? Let me do it. Zoro suddenly rushed forward and stood in front of Sanji. What did you call me? You green algae head. Sanji was furious and stared at Zoro angrily. Hearing that he was called green algae head, Zoro also became angry and put his hand on the knife. Nani, do you want to fight? You idiot. Seeing the two people grinning and refusing to give in to each other, Luffy stretched out his hand to force the two people to separate. These two people are really incompatible, and they will fight whenever they meet. After they separated, Luffy looked at Sanji and said seriously. Don't be rude to my crew like you just did. He didn't want to see Sanji acting like a pig to Yuta and others in the future, and he had to get rid of this problem for Sanji. At least not to the people on his ship. Then he looked at Zoro. This guy is the chef I found, and he will be our partner from now on. Upon hearing this, Zoro immediately took back his hand on the knife and looked at Sanji and said, cut, disdainfully. Sanji ignored Zoro and looked at Luffy. Hey, you guy, I didn't promise to join you, did I? Luffy smiled. You'll join. I can see that your ambition is not here at all. You must have some bigger ambitions, right? Sanji was stunned when he heard this sentence. He didn't understand how Luffy could see it. But he still answered truthfully. I have a reason why I have to stay here, you should find someone else. Luffy knew that Sanji stayed here because of Zefu. Because when he was very young, Zefu lost a foot in order to save him. So he always wanted to repay Zefu. And the way he chose to repay was to stay here and guard the restaurant run by Zefu. Luffy didn't say anything more to Sanji, but led the others to the restaurant. Sanji, what are your signature dishes here? Please recommend them to us. Sanji put out the cigarette butt in his mouth and followed Luffy in. While Sanji was introducing the dishes to everyone, Luffy came to the kitchen of this restaurant alone. To convince Sanji, we have to start with Tetsuo. Pushing open the kitchen door, Luffy immediately heard an angry roar. You guy, who let you in? Get out quickly. This is not a place for guests. Patty, who looked like a gorilla, screamed at Luffy and raised his thick arms, trying to grab Luffy and drive him out. Luffy just waved his hand, and Patty spun around a few times uncontrollably, then hit the wall beside him and fell to the ground. Zefu frowned when he saw this scene. Is this kid in a straw hat looking for trouble? His strength seems to be much stronger than those of them. Just when Zefu was thinking about how to deal with this trouble, he saw Luffy apologize to Patty. Sorry, orangutan, I couldn't control my strength. If Patty was called a gorilla, he would definitely get angry on the spot and fight with the other person. But after just one contact, he knew that he was no match for Luffy. Zefu also knew at this time that Luffy was probably not looking for trouble, so he asked. What's the matter with you? Luffy came to Zefu and explained. It's like this. I found a good chef in your restaurant and want to invite him to become a pirate with us. But he said there was some reason why he had to stay here, so I wanted to ask if there was anything you could do. After hearing what Luffy said, Zefu immediately guessed who Luffy was talking about. The chef you're talking about is Sanji, right? Luffy nodded. That fool. Zefu cursed inwardly, but he still maintained his seriousness when facing Luffy. If you want to invite him, you should go talk to him. There's nothing we can do to help. Of course Tetsuo hopes that Sanji will become a pirate and pursue his dream. But he doesn't know Luffy now and can't hand Sanji over to them easily. And Luffy can probably guess what Zeph is thinking. He came to Zefu mainly to tell the latter about this matter. Once Tetsuo comes to understand what kind of group they are, he will go to Sanji. Then I'll excuse you. Luffy kept smiling and said goodbye politely. Inside the restaurant, this meatloaf is so delicious. This sashimi is not bad. The wine isn't bad either. Tasty. The people at Luffy's table were crazy about the delicious food in this restaurant, and their mouths were not idle for a moment. Now your food is ready, please use it slowly. Sanji brought a plate of food, put it on the table, and said with a polite smile. Sanji, the food you cook is really delicious. Luffy had a piece of meat stuffed in his mouth and managed to utter something unclearly. Sanji smiled knowingly and said, then don't waste it. I hate people who waste food. Don't worry, we won't waste it. Boom. While everyone was communicating, a gunshot suddenly sounded at the door of the restaurant. When everyone heard the news, they saw a haggard-looking man wearing a hairband holding a gun, walking into the seat nearest the door and sitting down. As long as it's food, it doesn't matter what it is. Bring it to me quickly, do you hear me? The man spoke feebly toward the restaurant. There was silence in the restaurant. Everyone was attracted by this sudden scene and stared at the man quietly. Luffy was searching the memories in his mind at this time, and quickly determined the identity of the person. Ajin is a member of East Blue's first pirate group, the Creek Pirates. At this time, a figure quietly approached Ajin. They saw Patty, who looked like a gorilla, rubbing his hands, squeezing his face together, showing an ugly smile, and said with a smile. Welcome, guest. Do you have any money? Akin sneered, raised his gun and put it against Patty's head, and said. Do you think this is okay? Patty still kept a smile on his face, but the next moment. Boom. Patty suddenly raised his arms as thick as a gorilla, and then smashed them down hard. Ajin, who was already weak, was beaten until he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Then, Jin was thrown out of the door like garbage. If you don't pay, I won't be polite. Patty bumped his fist and returned to the restaurant again. Oh, Patty's great. So handsome. The patrons in the restaurant cheered and applauded Patty excitedly. At this moment, Sanji, who was staying at Luffy's table, suddenly left and walked to the kitchen. Outside the restaurant, Jin lay on the ground like a dying wild dog, his body trembling uncontrollably and his stomach rumbling. At this moment, an oncoming aroma suddenly came. Then, he heard someone say, "Eat it." Jin looked up and saw a man with blonde hair and curly eyebrows placing a plate of fragrant seafood fried rice and a glass of water in front of him. Smelling the suffocating delicious food, Jin picked up the plate and ate it like a wild dog pouncing on food. While eating, I couldn't stop crying. It's delicious, it's really delicious. Sanji couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth when he heard Jin's praise. If it tastes good, eat more. After eating and drinking, Jin gratefully thanked Sanji and said goodbye. Sanji looked at Jin, who was once again full of life and was smiling and in a happy mood. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. He is a member of the Krieg pirates. If you let him go like this, he will come back with the entire Krieg pirates. Sanji looked back and saw Luffy sitting on the fence on the second floor of the restaurant looking at him. Sanji lit a cigarette for himself and said leisurely, "All I know is that he's hungry and I'm a chef. It is my duty to feed the hungry. I have experienced the feeling of hunger, so when I see hungry people, I will feed them. As for the rest, I can't control it." Luffy had already expected Sanji's answer, so he asked instead, "What if they come back and threaten the restaurant? Do you want to see this restaurant destroyed?" Sanji fell silent after hearing this, took a deep breath of cigarette and said, "If they are going to destroy this restaurant, I will give my life to stop them." As soon as Sanji finished speaking, a roar suddenly came from the door of the restaurant. "You idiot, who cares if you risk your life for my restaurant? If you care about my restaurant, get out of here quickly, lest customers complain about you harassing female customers every day. Do you know how many customers we have lost because of you?" Sanji heard the sound and looked over, and saw Tetsuo with a braided beard looking at him with disgust. Suddenly, anger appeared on Sanji's face, and he shot back unceremoniously. "Smelly old man, don't even think about driving me out. I will stay here for the rest of my life." Tetsuo ignored Sanji and looked up at Luffy. "Hey, kid, don't you want to find that guy as a chef?" "I agree, take that guy away quickly." There was helplessness in Zafu's eyes. He was also worried that Krieg and his gang would come back. As the first pirate group in East Blue, they, a chef who had retired from several pirates, were certainly no match. Especially because he broke a foot, his strength declined significantly. He didn't want Sanji to die here with them. So I thought about letting Luffy take Sanji away quickly, and didn't bother to investigate Luffy in depth. "Old man, don't make decisions for me without permission." Sanji looked angry and stared at Zefu fiercely. Luffy looked at the two people who seemed to dislike each other but actually cared about each other, suddenly smiled and said, "I will definitely take Sanji away, but only after I help you drive away the Krieg pirates." Tetsuo looked at Luffy, his eyes twinkling. "You." He didn't expect that Luffy would be willing to help them protect the restaurant. He was even more determined to hand Sanji over to Luffy. Sanji, on the other hand, is full of contradictions. He was grateful to Luffy for making such a decision, but he couldn't bear to leave Zefu like this. "Hey, come back and cook soon, Sanji. Did you goof off again, you fool?" Patty's call came from the dining room. The conversation between several people came to an abrupt end. Because Luffy made a promise to Tetsuo and Sanji to protect this restaurant, the group of them temporarily stayed near the restaurant, waiting for the arrival of the Krieg pirates. Until one early morning 2 days later. Luffy and others were eating breakfast in the Barate restaurant when they suddenly heard the sound of a glass breaking. Then they heard the guest sitting by the window suddenly scream in panic. "Hey, look at that! On both sides of the skull, there are hourglasses painted to threaten the enemy. That symbol is the pirate ship of leader Krieg." "That's right, that's the pirate group led by Krieg, the leader of the East Blue Overlord, with a bounty of 17 million Baileys, 5,000 troops, and a fleet of more than 50 ships." "No way, Didn't you hear that they went to conquer the Grand Line? Why are they here? Look at their ship. It's in tatters. It looks like it's about to be destroyed. It doesn't look like it's man-made. How did it become like that? Then you still have to ask. That's the Grand Line. Hearing the comments from the surrounding guests, Usopp and Johnny Joseph were instantly frightened. 5,000 troops. East Blue Overlord. Is Grand Line that scary? Crap, let's run away, Luffy. Usopp and the others were screaming in panic, but what Luffy was concerned about was Nami, who used to panic, but now she looked worried. It seems that the reward sheet is a great stimulus to Nami. Luffy was thinking in his mind, and couldn't help but recall Arlong's reward list, which was accidentally exposed when Johnny and Joseph were looking for Krieg's reward list to introduce to everyone after Arkin left that day. Nami, if anything happens, just tell me. Don't forget, I'm your captain. I said, I will never let anything happen to my crew. Luffy looked at Nami and said, wanting her to tell her what was on her mind. But Nami seemed to have struggled internally before forcing a stiff smile. Ha, ha ha, what can happen to me, Luffy? I just didn't sleep well. Luffy, I'm going to go back to sleep for a while. With that said, Nami stood up and left. Luffy heard this and said nothing more. He knew that Nami didn't want to involve them. Then let's wait until Nami makes a decision. Single quote. Luffy thought so in his mind. At this moment, two figures suddenly appeared at the door of the restaurant. Jin appeared in front of everyone, supporting a tall man. Is that Krieg, the leader? Why does he look like he's about to faint? There was a lot of chatter in the restaurant. Krieg spoke at this time, his tone sounding extremely weak. I'm sorry, please give us water and food if you can. If you want money, we have it. After saying that, Krieg suddenly fell to the ground. Chief Krieg, Jin exclaimed and then looked at everyone in the restaurant. Please give us water and food, please, please save the captain. If it drags on any longer, he will die. Seeing this scene, no one else in the restaurant moved, and Sanji walked into the kitchen again. Luffy was not in a hurry to take action, he had to let Sanji see the true face of this group of people. Soon, Sanji brought a piece of seafood fried rice and placed it in front of Krieg. Seeing this, Akin looked at Sanji gratefully, with tears in his eyes. Mr. Sanji, after you finish eating, take him and leave quickly. Sanji responded. He hoped that what Luffy said that day wouldn't happen. Hey, Sanji, do you know who that guy is? He is the leader of the Krieg pirates who dominate East Blue. I heard that he was originally a marine. He killed the captain when he went to sea, took the warship, and then raised the pirate flag. Sometimes, he would raise the marine flag again, then sail into the port, and then attack towns and passenger ships. He would also pretend to surrender to the enemy, and then attack the enemy unprepared. He will do anything for his own benefit. This guy will never go back after eating. In the restaurant, other chefs introduced Krieg's deeds to Sanji. Suddenly, Sanji, who had just finished listening, felt a heavy blow to his head. When he reacted, he had been knocked to the ground by Krieg. Jin exclaimed when he saw this. Chief Krieg, didn't you promise me not to take action against this store? Krieg ignored Jin, but couldn't help but sigh. I feel like I'm alive again. Immediately, he looked at the ship Barate with great interest, and the corners of his mouth curled up. This ship is good, I want it. Then he looked at the panic-looking chefs over there and said in a commanding tone. Hey, please prepare 100 portions of food and water for me quickly. There are still people on our ship who are hungry. The chefs immediately refused and said angrily. You want us to save a group of pirates who we know will attack us? Don't even think about it. Get out of here quickly. Krieg suddenly looked cold and said in a deep voice. I'm not begging you, I'm ordering you. No one can resist me. As soon as he finished speaking, Krieg suddenly raised his arm, and the golden armor on his shoulders suddenly revealed several gun muzzles, and the two pistols in his hand were simultaneously aimed at the chef present. At this moment, Sanji suddenly got up from the ground and stopped Krieg. 100 portions of food and water, right. I'll prepare them right away. The chefs were about to turn against Sanji, but were stopped by Tetsuo. Stop arguing and come to the kitchen to help me. Tetsuo gave the order, and the other chefs all walked into the kitchen even if they didn't want to. They still obeyed Zafu's orders very much. Seeing how obedient these chefs were, Krieg smiled with satisfaction. After a while, Sanji came to Krieg carrying a large bag of food. Here are 100 portions of food. Send it to the ship quickly. Krieg smiled strangely, turned around and left with the food. After Krieg left, Sanji came to Akin and asked curiously. Ajin, why are you like this? Aren't you the pirate group that dominates East Blue? Ajin seemed to have remembered something terrible, and his eyes suddenly became desperate, without any light. He said fearfully, I can't tell if it's true, even I can't believe it. On the 7th day after entering the Grand Line, I suddenly found that the ships around me were sinking one after another. At that time, if there hadn't been a storm, I'm afraid we would have sunk with it. That man has a pair of sharp eyes that can kill, just like the eyes of an eagle. Upon hearing this, Zoro suddenly trembled and his breathing became rapid. What did you say? Luffy also realized instantly that the man Ajin was talking about was Hawkeye. Seeing Ajin's expression of disbelief and fear, his eyes turned white and his pupils shrank to the extreme, he said. A man can destroy 50 pirate ships easily. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was shocked. No. Impossible. Just one person. Isn't that a monster? Is this the Grand Line? How scary. A man with eyes like an eagle, who is he? Usopp asked with fear and curiosity, thinking that he would walk around this man whenever he saw him in the future. He's the man I've been looking for. Zoro looked excited and his body was shaking slightly with excitement. You're talking about Hawkeye. At this time, Yuta suddenly said something. Everyone looked at her curiously after hearing this. Luffy suddenly realized at this time that in the original book, Hawkeye was before Shanks broke his arm, and the two would often spar. At that time, Yuta was probably on Shanks' ship. It seems that Yuta and Hawkeye still know each other. Luffy was thinking in his mind when he heard Usopp ask again. Who is that? Yuta then replied. Hawkeye's full name is Dracul Mihawk, and he is the best swordsman in the world. Hearing Yuta say this, Zoro unconsciously tightened his grip on the knife. Yuta continued, when I was with Shanks and the others, Hawkeye would often compete with Shanks. Speaking of which, Hawkeye is as strong as a monster. Now when I think about the scene where he competed with Shanks, I feel horrible. Just as Yuta was telling everyone about Hawkeye, there was a loud noise outside the restaurant. Everyone heard the sound and came outside the restaurant, and their mouths opened wide in shock. On the sea ahead, Krieg's huge battleship suddenly split neatly into two from the middle and began to sink slowly. And in the middle of the crack in the huge battleship, a raft like a coffin board floated on the sea. On the coffin board stood a man of extraordinary temperament. The man's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Am I dreaming? Krieg's main ship was cut off in the middle. How is this possible that such a huge battleship was actually destroyed? On the outer deck of Barate, people looked at the extremely shocking scene in front of them, and they all exclaimed in disbelief. But Zoro's eyes were fixed on the man standing on the coffin board. The moment he saw Eagle Eye, his pupils and body couldn't stop trembling, and there was only that figure in his eyes. Luffy's attention is also on Hawkeye at this time. After all, this is the greatest swordsman in the world today. At this moment, Luffy suddenly heard someone calling his name. Brother Luffy. Brother Luffy. Luffy looked around and saw Joseph and Johnny running over from the deck of the docked passenger ship, saying anxiously. Brother Luffy, Sister Nami left in the boat alone. What? Usopp was the first to scream. Yuta was also very surprised. Nami, why? Why? Luffy looked calm on the outside, but sighed secretly on the inside. Nami, you still haven't chosen to rely on me as the captain. Johnny handed Luffy a folded note and said, Brother Luffy, Sister Nami asked us to give this note to you. Luffy took the note and opened it. Luffy, I will accept your treasure, hehehehe. When he knew I was a treasure thief, he invited me on board the ship. Luffy, you are really an idiot. Luffy looked at the note and his heart trembled slightly. Where his hand touched, there were a few marks that were wet with something. Touching the still wet area, Luffy could even imagine Nami crying. Luffy, we have to hurry up and chase Nami. She just left not long ago, and you can still see the shadow of the Mary. Usopp said anxiously at this time, what Nami sailed away was the boat given to them by Kaya. Luffy, I'll come as soon as I go. At this time, Zoro, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. Luffy nodded in agreement upon hearing this. For Zoro, this is the most critical moment in his life, and he cannot stop it. Then, Luffy said to the others, "Nami, let's go after her later. She is my navigator and no one can take her away." Aboard the Mary, Nami looked at Barate, who was gradually moving away, tears streaming down her face. "Luffy, everyone, I'm sorry. I really can't involve you in this. When I buy Kokoa village back, maybe we will meet again. At that time, will you still invite me to be your partner?" Nami shed tears and lay on the stern of the boat crying bitterly. Barate here, on the huge Krieg ship that was split open. The pirate stood on the slowly sinking ship and looked at Hawkeye and asked angrily. "Asshole, do you have any grudge against us? Why are you chasing us?" Hawkeye raised his head and looked sideways at the sky, his eyes empty. "Because it's boring." Upon hearing this answer, the pirates were immediately frightened and angry. "What? Oh my god, what's the reason? You, go to hell." One pirate couldn't suppress his anger, took out 2 guns and shot Hawkeye continuously. Hawkeye suddenly pulled out a huge black knife from his back and waved it seemingly casually. All the bullets fired by the pirates were deflected. The pirate was suddenly startled and exclaimed in disbelief. "No, missed." At this moment, a voice sounded beside him. He used the knife to change the trajectory. As long as he doesn't want you to hit him, it doesn't matter how many rounds you fire. When the pirate heard this, he immediately looked at the man with green hair next to him. "And who are you?" Zoro ignored the pirates and looked at Hawkeye and said, "I've never seen such a sharp knife." Hawkeye's expression didn't change, he still looked bored. "If the sword is weak, it will not be strong. I use this knife to cut off this ship, how about it?" Zoro smiled when he heard this, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. "Sure enough, it's not simple." He took off the headscarf tied to his arms and said while tying it, "I came to this sea just to see you." Hawkeye's tone was cold. "Your purpose is..." Zoro tied up his turban, raised the corners of his mouth with a fighting spirit. "Become the strongest swordsman." At this time, suddenly some pirates around noticed the 3 knives on Zoro's waist and suddenly exclaimed. Three knives. Could this guy be? You can't be wrong, this guy is Pirate Hunter Zoro, Roronoa Zoro of the 3-sword style." As soon as these words came out, the whole place was in an uproar. What? He is a pirate hunter? That guy actually? A pirate hunter versus the world's strongest swordsman? Krieg Sanji, including Jefu, and others were shocked by Zoro's identity. Pirate Hunter Zoro is very famous in East Blue. At this time, Zoro looked at Hawkeye and continued. "You're bored, right? How about I come and play with you?" The hawk looked at Zoro like an ant. "You are so sad. Not all swordsmen have to draw their swords to prove that they are strong. The disparity in power between you and me can be seen even by a layman. And you still dare to challenge me with a sword. Should I say that I admire you? Or should I say that you are ignorant?" Zoro pulled out the 3 sabers on his waist and said, "This is my dream, and it is also to fulfill the promise I made with my friends. Honestly, I didn't expect to meet you so early." Hawkeye looked impatient. Without further ado, Zoro's eyes suddenly froze when he heard this, and he said in a deep voice, "Hey, pull out your sword quickly." Hawkeye took off the cross pendant around his neck and pulled it out. Inside was a palm-sized knife. Then, he looked at Zoro and said contemptuously, "To deal with a small character like you, there is no need to draw a sword, just a small knife is enough. Because I am the strongest swordsman in the world. Among the 4 equal parts of the sea divided by the Red Line and the Grand Line, the East Blue is the weakest sea. And you, just like the weakest East Blue, are the weakest." When Zoro heard this, he frowned and looked angry. "How dare you underestimate me? I want you to die in peace." Roaring angrily, Zoro suddenly exerted his strength. A strong momentum suddenly broke out all over his body. The next second, a flash of black appeared on his hands. Black extends along the hands, and the airflow like black ghost energy wraps around the 3 sabers. The blades of the 3 knives were also covered in black. When Hawkeye saw this scene, his pupils trembled and he looked surprised. On Barate's deck, Luffy had been silently paying attention to Zoro and Hawkeye. And as early as the moment Zoro confronted Hawkeye, he bestowed heaven-defying understanding on Zoro. This battle is a good opportunity for Zoro to learn powerful sword skills. Perhaps, his strength will be able to complete a qualitative change after this battle. Hawkeye and Zoro's side. Hawkeye suddenly looked shocked when he saw Zoro's hands and blades suddenly covered in black. What? You actually know how to Haki? Zoro's mouth curved, with confidence in his eyes. Don't underestimate me. Hawkeye looked at the confident Zoro, but shook his head slightly. It is rare to see a swordsman who can use Haki in the weakest East Blue, but your Haki is still too young and completely useless. Zoro immediately showed anger when he heard this, stepped back with his left foot, bent forward, and held two knives crossed on both sides of his body. Ghost Slayer! Zoro shouted angrily. His figure also seemed to teleport, and in an instant he was in front of Hawkeye, and slashed at the latter with his two knives crossed. However, dang, there was a clang of weapons clashing. Hawkeye easily used the toy-like knife to block Zoro's ghost slash. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Johnny and Joseph's pupils were shaking, and they screamed in shock. He actually blocked Big Brother's ghost slash. That's a unique technique that can hit the enemy 100% of the time. Jefu frowned slightly. That pirate hunter is much stronger than the rumors say. He is enough to make a name for himself even in the Grand Line. But, facing the world's best swordsman, is the difference in strength so huge? Sanji sighed secretly. I didn't expect that the green algae head would have such strength. If I had fought with him at that time, I would be no match for him. Usopp hugged his head and exclaimed, no way, that Hawkeye blocked Zoro so easily. That man is too scary. Luffy, after we go to the Grand Line, we must avoid this man. But Luffy and Yuta had expected this. Zoro is very strong in this East Blue, but as he moves towards the Grand Line, especially when facing characters from the New World, he is not worth mentioning now. On Zoro's side, he was extremely shocked to see that he was blocked so casually. I can't move. What did this guy do? Just using that toy can block my moves. How? How is it possible? No. Impossible. No matter what, my dream can never be so far away from me. My dream world shouldn't be this far away. Zoro roared unwillingly, then waved three knives crazily and fought with Hawkeye. In the eyes of others, they could only see a dazzling flash of swords and swords between the two of them. The sword energy that flew out from time to time actually left traces on the hull under their feet. The onlookers present were stunned when they saw this scene. So strong. Is that the pirate hunter and the world's best swordsman? They are simply monsters. Joseph, by the way, is brother Zoro much stronger than when he left us? I feel the same way, Johnny. Brother Zoro is now several times stronger than before. It's really scary. The onlookers were shocked by the battle between the two, and Hawkeye was also shocked by Zoro in his heart. He could clearly feel Zoro's progress. It seems that every time he swings the sword, he will make progress. Hawkeye was shocked. What kind of terrifying speed of improvement is this? He swung the knife sharply and flicked Zoro away. I admit that I misjudged you. Maybe one day in the future, you will grow into a truly strong person. But now, I don't care what mission you have, or how much you want to become stronger. Since you draw your sword against me, your failure is already doomed. Zoro did not hesitate when he heard this, stood up suddenly, and changed his fighting stance again. Place the two knives in your hands side by side behind your left back, forming a 10, with the knife on your mouth. Tiger hunt. Zoro roared angrily and rushed out again. Phew. With a splash of blood, Zoro's chest was easily pierced by Hawkeye's knife. The scene was once again shocked by this scene. Joseph and Johnny burst into tears and screamed in worry. Brother. There was a hint of disdain in Krieg's eyes. The rumored pirate hunter is nothing more than that. From the looks of it, I should be able to crush him easily. There was regret in Zeph's eyes. After all, the gap is still too big. Sanji didn't know why he started to worry about Zoro. That guy, give up quickly. But here, Hawkeye has doubts in his eyes. Why don't you step back or dodge? He clearly felt that Zoro could retreat and avoid it, but the other party just rushed over and was stabbed by him. Suo looked firm and said in a deep voice, I have no idea. But what is certain is that if I step back, all the oaths and promises I once valued will disappear. Then, they will never come back again. Zoro suddenly gritted his teeth, fighting spirit erupting in his eyes again. I would rather die in battle than live in idleness. At this moment, Hawkeye was shocked. This was the first time he encountered such a strong competitive spirit. At the same time, a prompt came in Luffy's mind. Your understanding is heaven-defying. Through personal visualization and perception of transmission, your courage as a conductor will be improved. Your conductor spirit has been improved, and the awakening of Conqueror's Haki has been accelerated. Hawkeye's eyes became serious as he pulled out the knife stuck in Zoro's chest. Boy, tell me your name. Zoro switched to fighting form again, with his hands together, and the two knives in his hands and the knife in his mouth formed a pinwheel shape. Roronoa Zoro. Hawkeye put away the knife in his hand and pulled out the black knife from his back. Roronoa Zoro. I remember you. You are a rare strong person for me. I will treat a swordsman with the etiquette of a swordsman. Use the world's most powerful black knife to end your life. After finishing speaking, Hawkeye bent forward and held the black knife at his side. This was the first time he took Zoro's challenge seriously. Seeing this, Zoro also exploded with all his strength, and the two knives in his hands began to spin, like forming a whirlwind. The secret of 3 sword styles, 3,000 worlds. The two of them broke out at the same time, and with a flash of swords and swords, their figures had already intertwined. Dang! The sound of weapons breaking sounded, and the two knives in Zoro's hands broke. With one blow, the victory is decided. Is this the most powerful force in the world? Zoro sighed in his heart and silently put away the word, Hidao. Then he turned around, faced Hawkeye, and opened his arms, ready to face death. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Hawkeye was confused when he saw this scene and asked, Boy, what do you want to do? Zoro's mouth curved and he smiled lightly. The scar on the back is a swordsman's disgrace. For a moment, Hawkeye was shocked. Then the corners of his mouth rose, and there was excitement and appreciation in his eyes. Have the guts. At the same time, another prompt came in Luffy's mind. Your understanding is heaven-defying. Through personal visualization and perception of transmission, your courage as a conductor will be improved. Your conductor spirit has been improved, and the awakening of Conqueror's Haki has been accelerated. Facing Zoro's realization, Hawkeye slowly raised his knife. A sudden slash. Suddenly, blood splattered. Zoro fell to the ground. Brother! Zoro! Green algae head. There were worried exclamations all around. Even though Luffy had expected it, he still felt emotional when he saw this scene. In any case, Zoro was also a member of his crew, and he would be somewhat moved when he saw his men being tortured. However, due to his knowledge and perception, he knew that Zoro was still alive, so Hawkeye did not kill him. But he needs to be treated quickly. Jumping to Zoro's side, Luffy was ready to take him for treatment. Who are you to him? Hawkeye noticed the sudden arrival of Luffy and wondered. I am his captain, and he is the swordsman of my pirate group. Luffy responded. Hawkeye nodded and said, You have found a good swordsman. Suddenly, Hawkeye noticed the straw hat on Luffy's head and was stunned for a moment. Just when he was about to ask, a dissatisfied voice suddenly came from nearby. Hawkeye, you have gone too far. There is such a big gap between the opponent and you, but you still attack so harshly. Everyone looked around after hearing this and saw a beautiful girl with half red and half white hair, angry and fierce eyes. Suddenly, everyone in the audience was stunned. Usopp was so frightened that his legs began to shake, and he said tremblingly. Hey, Yuta, don't anger that guy, he will kill us. Joseph and Johnny, on the other hand, hugged each other and cried for Yuta. Sister Yuta, please apologize to him quickly, we don't want to die yet. The people in the Krieg Pirates looked at Yuta with a look of gloating. That woman who dared to speak to Hawkeye like that will definitely be dead now. Sanji, Jefu and others looked at Yuta in shock. They had only heard Yuta say that she had seen Hawkeye duel with people, but they didn't know Yuta's identity, so they thought she was just an ordinary pirate. But now it seems that this woman must be extraordinary. When he heard someone angrily accusing him, Hawkeye felt that the voice sounded familiar. At this glance, he saw the man with half red and half white hair. Yuta. With just one look, Hawkeye recognized Yuta. Even though we haven't seen each other for 10 years, Yuta's hair and dress are really easy to recognize. At this time, Yuta also jumped to Luffy's side and angrily accused Hawkeye. You Hawkeye, if you dare to bully the swordsman on our ship like this, I will tell Shanks later and he will teach you a lesson. Eagle Eye was unmoved when he heard the words and said calmly. He was the one who challenged me, and I did it out of respect for him. And he's not dead yet. With that said, Hawkeye looked at Zoro who was lying motionless on the ground and said. My name is Dracul Mahawk. You're not going to die that quickly. As long as you can beat me, you are the strongest in the world. No matter how many years it takes, I will wait for you on the most powerful throne in the world. So you have to be strong and fight Shinigami. I'm waiting for you to challenge again. Beyond me, Roronoa Zoro. At this moment, Zoro, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly pulled out Wado Yaman, pointed it straight at the sky, and said weakly. Luffy, Luffy, do you hear me? Luffy looked at Zoro. I heard it, Zoro said with bloodline on his face and gritted his teeth. I made you worry. If I can't, become the strongest swordsman in the world. It will only increase your burden, right? Ahem. Zoro coughed up some blood, but didn't mind. He held his forehead with one hand, tears streaming down his face, his eyes firmer than ever before. He used all his strength, gritted his teeth, and swore heartbreakingly. So I won't lose again. Zoro finished. The next second, Hawkeye's pupils suddenly shrank. Luffy also trembled. An unparalleled momentum suddenly burst out from Zoro. Purple-black lightning crackled and spread from the tip of his sword pointing toward the sky, like a roaring beast. With Zoro as the center, purple-black lightning pierced the air and spread thousands of meters away. In just a moment, all the pirates in the Creek pirate group and everyone on Barate rolled their eyes and fainted. The only ones still standing on the field now were Hawkeye, Luffy, and Yuta. With East Blue at its weakest, the rest of them were not strong enough to withstand the power of Conquerors. It's Conquerors. Hawkeye was deeply shocked by Zoro. Unexpectedly, the weakest East Blue could actually meet such a swordsman. If he can grow up one day, he will definitely leave his name in this world. Luffy was also deeply happy for Zoro. This battle has allowed Zoro's strength to reach another level again, and I believe his growth rate will only be faster in the future. Yuta, let's take Zoro to treatment quickly. Zoro spent all his energy due to awakening Conquerors and is now unconscious. Wait a moment. Just then, Hawkeye suddenly spoke up and stopped Luffy. Luffy looked at him confused, then heard Hawkeye continue. Speaking of which, you should be the man the red hair mentioned to me. That, born king. Yuta, you take Zoro for treatment first. Luffy told Yuta, and then answered Hawkeye. If Shanks only ever met one person who was born to be a king, it would be me. Hawkeye's eyes flickered and he looked a little excited as he said. The redhead told me about you, masterfully mastering the Conquerors at just 7 years old. You are indeed a rare genius. His high opinion of you made me interested in you too. Boy, your name is. Luffy replied. Monkey D. Luffy. D. Hawkeye muttered. Suddenly, the black knife from behind was pulled out again. Looking at Luffy seriously, he said. Monkey D. Luffy, come on. Let me see what kind of genius can the red-haired man appreciate so much. Seeing Hawkeye suddenly draw a knife on Luffy, Yuta suddenly panicked. Hawkeye, what are you going to do? Luffy, he is mine, my captain. If you dare to hurt him, I will not let you go. Hawkeye's eyes were still fixed on Luffy and he said calmly. I'm just testing the level of the man the red-haired man likes. I won't kill him. Yuta wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Luffy. Okay, Yuta, I'm fine. Take Zoro for treatment quickly. In fact, Luffy really wants to fight Hawkeye. Hawkeye is the most powerful being in the world. If you can fight with such a person with all your strength once, the improvement you get will definitely be huge. And since Luffy has become stronger and stronger, and his physique has become stronger and stronger, he has not used his extreme strengthening ability for a long time. Extreme strengthening. When your body function reaches its limit, after adequate rest, your physical fitness will achieve a breakthrough and be greatly improved. Because he could not meet a suitable opponent, and because his current strength could no longer reach its limit through practice alone, Luffy had not used this skill for many years. If this ability is used now, the improvement obtained may allow Luffy to break through and cross a level of strength in one fell swoop. Seeing that Luffy had said this, Yuta couldn't stop him anymore and just warned him. Then you have to be careful, this guy is very strong. In fact, even Yuta doesn't know how strong Luffy is at full strength, but she was so impressed by Hawkeye during their sparring session with Shanks that she is still worried about Luffy. After Yuta brought Zoro back to Barate, he searched for medicine and bandages on the ship and simply treated him. As for Luffy and Hawkeye, Hawkeye raised the black knife, pointed it at Luffy, and said, "Come on, Straw Hat." Luffy didn't talk nonsense after hearing this. He just fought with the mentality of using Hawkeye as a sparring partner. Therefore, in addition to training and improving armament Haki and observation Haki, you must also develop your own limits and completely drain all your physical strength and Haki. In this way, when he recovers again, his strength will make a qualitative leap. Then Luffy raised his right hand, and a touch of black appeared on it. Then, he raised his armored arm to his mouth. Fourth gear. Luffy's deep voice sounded. Immediately afterwards, Luffy's arm, reinforced by the weapon color, quickly expanded in a twisted shape like a balloon. Like air flowing through his body, the twisted state of expansion spread throughout his body, and his entire body also expanded. The next second, a fourth gear Luffy with an upper body as huge as a giant, legs as slender as springs, and an evil face appeared in front of Hawkeye. His arms were as black as a red-hot iron body, and the sweat evaporated like white auspicious clouds, lingering around his body like ribbons. Fourth gear is the result of extreme development and application of armament Haki. In this state, Luffy can improve and strengthen armament Haki most quickly through heaven-defying comprehension. Looking at Luffy, whose momentum suddenly exploded, Hawkeye's eyes brightened significantly. Not bad Haki, your weapon color can already be listed as a strong one. As soon as he finished speaking, Hawkeye suddenly burst out with a strong aura. His sword seemed to be floating with wisps of green energy, and his aura suddenly rose to an unparalleled height. Rubber, Luffy shouted softly. Retract the huge fist into the body like a spring, and use the strong elasticity to double the attack power generated by the fist. Next, use your slender legs to compress and spray the air. The whole body suddenly surged forward with the help of the jet, and the distance between him and Hawkeye was covered in an instant. Ape King Spear. As Luffy shouted loudly, a huge fist accelerated by elasticity suddenly shot out and hit Hawkeye. It was like a cannon being ejected from the barrel, making a roaring sound. Hawkeye's gaze was focused, holding the knife in both hands, and his body shape changed rapidly at a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. The attack, which was launched only a few meters away, was easily blocked by Hawkeye. Boom! With a roar, Luffy was knocked back by Hawkeye's powerful sword energy. Is that all? Hawkeye frowned slightly, looking dissatisfied. Luffy, on the other hand, grinned with a happy expression. Because in his mind, your understanding is heaven-defying, and through combat realization, your armament Haki is strengthened. When fighting against such a strong person, the more powerful the attack, the more improvements you will get. And he came to fight with the mentality of letting Hawkeye be a free sparring partner, so he naturally wanted to squeeze Hawkeye. If after using his strongest moves at once, Hawkeye is no longer interested in playing with him, then it will be a wasted opportunity. It's not over yet, Luffy responded. Then he retracted both fists towards his body at the same time. His legs spurted air and he leapt into the air. Then aim for the eagle eye. Rubber Ape King Crow Cannon. Luffy dived and launched the machine gun version of the Ape King gun at Hawkeye. In midair, there seemed to be the phantom of Six Paths giant fists that were continuously sprayed out, accompanied by roaring sounds, and continued to hit Hawkeye. Eagle eyes. A pair of sharp eagle eyes rotated rapidly, capturing the huge group attacking Ape King Spear in the air with intensive attacks and extremely fast attack speed. The black knife in his hand also suddenly increased in speed and swung out phantoms. The powerful armament Haki collision, coupled with Luffy's pouring attacks, soon shattered half of the giant ship under his feet. Hawkeye immediately jumped to the remaining half of the giant ship. After a continuous combo, Luffy's armament Haki was upgraded and strengthened again. Hawkeye couldn't help but sigh at this time and said, "What a random attack." Luffy didn't stop and attacked again. Maintaining fourth gear would consume Haki, and he didn't want to waste Haki on maintaining this state. Rubber Rhino Howitzer. Rubber Lion Rocket Launcher. Rubber Great Ape King Gun. Luffy threw various attack skills at Hawkeye one after another. And his armament Haki is strengthened again and again. Hawkeye is indeed the world's top powerhouse, and Luffy has almost raised the strength of his weapon color to another level through him, which is enough to reach the top level. Rubber Lion King Bazooka. Luffy shouted. On the basis of enlargement, blow into the arms again. Soon, a super giant form with 2 arms comparable to a giant ship appeared. Luffy held his hands in the shape of tiger claws and compressed them into his body. Then blasted out with all its strength, and the huge roar is comparable to thunder. With unparalleled momentum, Luffy's arms the size of a giant ship rushed towards Hawkeye like super rocket launchers. Hawkeye frowned at this time, with a solemn look on his face, and strong confusion in his eyes. He always had a strange feeling. Luffy seemed to be getting stronger and stronger as he fought with him. So much so that even he finds it difficult when Luffy uses this move. As expected of the red-haired man, Hawkeye sighed from the bottom of his heart. At this time, he already recognized Luffy. Then, let me show you the world's best slash. After saying this, Hawkeye held Black Blade's hand tightly and tightened it again. An astonishing momentum burst out from him. The next moment, he saw green energy filling his black knife, spreading outward like ripples. He suddenly swung in the direction of Luffy, and a slash that seemed to cut through the sea flew towards Luffy. Boom! The moment when slash collides with Luffy's Lion King Bazooka. The heaven and earth roared, and the sea surged. The powerful energy collision set off gusts of wind. The sea area with a radius of tens of kilometers suddenly became rough and there were many turbulent waves. The huge sea restaurant Barate seemed to be overturned and torn to pieces. Under this violent shaking, many people with relatively good strength gradually woke up at this moment. Tetsuo, Sanji, Usopp, Krieg, Ajin and dozens of others, as well as Zoro who had just woken up from Conqueror's dizziness, also woke up. Before they had time to wonder why they suddenly fainted just now, everyone seemed to have seen a ghost, looking at the huge slash rising into the sky in the distance, and the shocking scene of the collision with Luffy, who was as huge as a warship. Krieg's eyes widened, his pupils shrank to a point, and his mouth stretched out as if out of joint. Then, what kind of monster is that? Is that kind of slash that splits the sea possible for a human to do? There is another one that is bigger than my giant ship. Big Fist, are they really human? The cold sweat on Ayan's head was as thick as rain, his pupils were trembling and his body was shaking. Is this the real strength of that Hawkeye man? Then he chopped down 50 of our ships just for fun. Is that the real strength of the Grand Line? Then what about us? What? Jin held his head in fear and doubted his life. Usopp's eyes popped out like springs, his chin dropped directly to the ground, his thighs, body, and even his tongue were trembling. What a terrifying battle. I seem to have suddenly contracted a disease that will kill me if I go to the Grand Line. Seeing this scene, Sanji was so frightened that the cigarette butt in his mouth dropped when he fainted, and his curly eyebrows kept jumping up and down. Luffy, is he so strong? He can actually hold a stalemate with the eagle-eyed man who is known as the best swordsman in the world. Zoro was deeply shocked as he looked at the sea split open by Hawkeye's slash. Is there still such a big gap between me and the world's number one? The next second, he clenched his fists tightly and his eyes became more determined. Yuta's eyes have been focused on Luffy, and now she is full of worry. Luffy, don't force yourself. She could see that this was not all of Hawkeye's strength. When Hawkeye was sparring with Shanks, their slashes collided and could even split the sky. But it hasn't reached that level yet, but Luffy seems to have tried his best. After Zefu fell into a moment of shock like everyone else, he was the first to react and exclaimed loudly to the chefs who woke up next to him. Hurry up and lift the anchor. If we don't stay away, our ship will be affected and destroyed. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately started to act in panic. Soon he started the Barate and drove away. On Luffy's side, after colliding with Hawkeye's slash for a while, he suddenly raised his hand and threw his weakened slash into the sky. Your understanding is heaven-defying. Through personal combat experience, your armament Haki has been strengthened. This time, Luffy's weapon color was greatly strengthened, and he could clearly feel that his weapon color had been improved again. But right now, he doesn't plan to continue using this form. The content of armament Haki in the body is almost exhausted. Next, it's time to improve your visibility. Although Luffy was tired, he was in a very happy mood. Hawkeye was confused when he saw this scene. He didn't understand why Luffy was so happy, even though it didn't cause him any harm. At this time, Luffy's body shape suddenly began to change rapidly. At the same time, a large amount of auspicious cloud-shaped mist evaporating from sweat filled the air, completely burying his figure. After a moment of transformation, the white, auspicious cloud seemed to transform into the head of a king snake, revealing 2 sharp fangs. And as the auspicious clouds drifted away, Luffy's figure also appeared. The figure is taller than the normal form, but the arms and legs are like giant fourth gears, completely covered in black and red, and the face still has a trace of evil. His hair stood up like a Saiyan's, swaying and dancing. Fourth gear snake form. Hawkeye couldn't help but feel a little curious when he saw Luffy changing his fighting posture. What's this time? Hawkeye secretly admired the convenience of devil fruit for Luffy's various strange fighting postures and fighting methods. But what impressed him most was Luffy's constantly improving strength during the battle with him. He had never seen anyone with this kind of talent, getting stronger and stronger. Just like Zoro, who made him feel strange before, but Zoro's strength was too different from his, so this feeling was not obvious. But when it came to Luffy, the visible speed of strengthening made him worry. If Luffy had enough physical strength and enough Haki in this battle, it is very likely that Hawkeye would be defeated. Just as he was thinking so, he suddenly heard Luffy speak. Rubber King Cobra. The next moment, Luffy's fist retracted into his body like a compressed spring, and then suddenly exploded and shot out like a bullet. What surprised Hawkeye was that this attack method, which was similar to the previous Jauntization, was surprisingly fast. Even he could hardly catch it with his naked eyes. Hawkeye immediately activated Observation Haki and predicted Luffy's attack route. The next moment, he turned around and swung his sword in a certain direction. However, what surprised him again was that the attack he predicted suddenly changed its route and switched to another direction. Hawkeye relied on his Observation Haki to predict again and swung his sword in a certain direction. But the expected attack route changed again. So that's it, Armament Haki can't hurt me, so you plan to rely on Observation Haki to attack me. Hawkeye thought so in his heart. In fact, Luffy was just secretly happy at this time. Your understanding is heaven-defying. Through personal combat experience, your Observation Haki has been strengthened. Every confrontation with Hawkeye's Observation Haki can improve Luffy's Observation Haki. And with the continuous improvement of Observation Haki, Luffy's attack frequency is getting faster and faster. The black and red arm turned rapidly in the air, constantly attacking Hawkeye. From the perspective of the people on Barate who were already some distance away at this moment, they saw a black and red arm like a black snake, constantly changing and twisting in the air at a dazzling attack speed. It seemed to surround Hawkeye and weave an extremely huge and intricate giant net. Sanji was stunned and couldn't help but sigh. Such a fast attack, and Hawkeye was only able to defend. Zeph stared at the dazzling battle dully, but was thinking in his heart. That straw hat boy must let him take Sanji away. If Sanji follows him, he will not be buried. Usopp was surprised and cheered for Luffy. Skokuichi, Luffy, defeat that Hawkeye. Zoro shook his head when he heard what Usopp said. You can't defeat Hawkeye with just such an attack. Hawkeye is now only able to defend himself against the extremely fast and changing attacks. But if he wants to break through, he only needs to take Luffy's punch and then swing his sword at Luffy, and the situation will soon be reversed. That man doesn't want to defeat Luffy at all now, he just doesn't want to be attacked by Luffy. Yuta also nodded silently, agreeing with Zoro's judgment. But she continued with Zoro's words. But when Luffy's Observation Haki is improved to be one step ahead of Hawkeye, the scene you mentioned will happen. If Luffy's Observation Haki predicts Hawkeye's movements first and attacks in advance, so that Hawkeye has no time to predict and defend, then the latter will have to break this situation by attacking. On Luffy and Hawkeye's side, their offense and defense continued. Because he was constantly competing with each other, Luffy Haki was consumed very quickly. But at the same time, the speed of improvement is also very fast. At this moment, Luffy suddenly saw something in his mind. Hawkeye, who had been dodging defenses, suddenly stopped, clenched the black knife, and swung a slash at him. The moment Hawkeye struck, his fist finally hit Hawkeye and knocked him away. But he himself was struck by Hawkeye and was seriously injured. See the future, Luffy thought to himself and realized what was going on in an instant. At the same time, he immediately stopped chasing Hawkeye and retracted his fist. Although it was nice to be able to punch Hawkeye, he didn't want to be stabbed, especially by Hawkeye. Not a good deal. It just so happened that his observation Haki was almost exhausted, and he had reached the state of foreseeing the future, so there was no need to hurt each other with Hawkeye. Meanwhile, Hawkeye is here. He had clearly noticed that Luffy's attack route was becoming more and more difficult for him to predict. Just when he was unsure about it and was about to hurt each other with Luffy, he found that Luffy actually stopped attacking. Hawkeye suddenly frowned and murmured in confusion. "Are you out of energy?" Or, Hawkeye had an idea that shocked him. Could it be that he could foresee the future? At this moment, Luffy released his fourth gear form. The consumption caused by the armed color and observation Haki made him feel exhausted instantly. He lay weakly on the deck, breathing heavily. Seeing this scene, Hawkeye secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Luffy has run out of energy, rather than reaching the state of foreseeing the future. Otherwise, this terrifying rate of progress would make him doubt himself. Even though he is the world's greatest swordsman, he doesn't have Luffy's preferred speed of progress. "You are so cruel. You actually plan to do such a heavy hand to me." Suddenly, Luffy, who was lying on the ground, complained. When Eagle Eye heard this, his pupils suddenly trembled, his heart seemed to be stabbed, and he was secretly shocked. Is it really foreseeing the future? However, on the surface, Hawkeye remained as cold as ever and said calmly, "I only intend to make you incapable of fighting. I don't intend to kill you." With that said, Hawkeye began to put the black knife back on his back. "The redhead is right, you did give me a lot of surprises. With your talent, you will surely grow into a top powerhouse one day. You no longer have the ability to fight. Let this fight end here. I'll tell the redhead about your growth. I hope that when we meet again next time, you have grown enough to challenge me, the world's best swordsman, to my best." After saying this, Hawkeye turned to leave. But at this moment, he suddenly heard Luffy lying on the ground say, "Wait, who said I don't have the ability to fight?" Chapter 41. Wait, who said I don't have the ability to fight? Suddenly I heard Luffy say this from behind. Hawkeye suddenly turned around in confusion and looked at Luffy in confusion. "Your Haki is almost exhausted and your body is almost at its limit. How can you fight like this?" Luffy suddenly grinned and said, "As for Haki, didn't you already say that I am a born king? I haven't used it yet. Conqueror's Haki." When Eagle Eye heard this, his body suddenly trembled and his pupils trembled. Then he focused his gaze and said with a little disbelief in his eyes, "Does it mean that you have mastered Conqueror's Haki? Conqueror's intimidation alone will certainly not affect him at all. So since Luffy said he hasn't used Conquerors yet, he is undoubtedly haunted by Conquerors." But this is what shocked Hawkeye. Conqueror's Haki is the most powerful power in the world. There are only a handful of people who can master it, and each one of them is undoubtedly a world-famous big shot. But now, he is in the small East Blue, and the opponent is still a figure who has just left the sea and has not even entered the Grand Line, but he has already mastered the top power in the world. How could Hawkeye not be shocked by this? Luffy suddenly grinned and said calmly, "I learned that ability when I was 7 years old." Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Boom. Hawkeye felt as if he was struck by lightning. 7-year-old. At the age of 7, he has mastered the most powerful power in the world. Such a talent, so terrifying. At this moment, even though he was arrogant, Hawkeye, the world's best swordsman, was shocked by Luffy. If Luffy is given some more time to grow, his future will be immeasurable. However, Hawkeye still felt a little confused in his heart. He asked, looking at Luffy strangely, "Since you know how to use Conqueror's Haki, why didn't you use it just now? Now your body can no longer support you to continue fighting. You said you still have the ability to fight, what do you mean?" As soon as Hawkeye finished speaking, his pupils suddenly trembled and he looked at Luffy in disbelief. Suddenly, Luffy, who seemed to have lost his strength, suddenly burst out with a powerful energy. It was as if some kind of restriction had been broken, causing his potential to burst out like a volcano in an instant. Hawkeye watched this scene in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. What kind of ability is this? He has been sailing on the sea for many years and has seen a lot, but he has never seen or even heard of this strange ability that can break restrictions and release potential. Luffy just opened the first door of 8 inner gates and opened it. Open the door. Release the restriction of the brain area, exert 100% of the physical ability, and consume energy overload to increase the attack and speed. Then, using all his remaining physical strength, he climbed up from the deck. Immediately afterwards, the second door is closed, open. Opening the door lifts physical fatigue restrictions, overloads the body's energy to restore physical strength, and at the same time offsets the fatigue caused by the energy consumption rate of opening the door. In short, Luffy can now use the released energy, known as Haki, to restore full physical energy and relieve fatigue. In just a moment, Eagle Eye was extremely shocked to discover that Luffy, who had almost lost the ability to move, was resurrected with full health in an instant, as if he had returned to his peak condition. However, before Hawkeye could recover from the shock, his pupils suddenly dilated, and his heart felt like an earthquake. The third door to life, open. Shungmin. The attack and speed are further increased, the body begins to become congested and red, and the body begins to emit green energy, steam generated by the evaporation of sweat. Luffy's skin began to turn blood red, and a green mist seemed to spurt out from his body. The mist surged upwards, like sharp needles, enveloping Luffy's entire body. However, what shocked Hawkeye the most, like an earthquake in his heart, was that after Luffy entered this state, the power he showed had exceeded the peak he had shown before. Do you actually have such incredible abilities? Although Hawkeye didn't understand how Luffy did it, he was shocked. When the people far away on Barate saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Krieg originally fell into the sea after Hawkeye split the giant ship apart, and he didn't know when he secretly climbed onto Barate with a kin. Seeing the strength shown by Luffy at this time, his jaw stretched longer and longer as if it was dislocated, and his pupils that shrank to a point continued to tremble. Then, is that kind of monster really a human being? Even though he has been defeated, he can still stand up and even looks stronger. Ajin also changed from being shocked by Hawkeye to being deeply shocked by Luffy. I remember that Straw Hat Boy was a pirate who just went to sea. Is a newbie pirate already as strong as a monster? Then what on earth is our pirate group, known as the Overlord of the East Blue, what? Jin once again doubted his life. Tetsuo, who had always been calm, was deeply shocked by Luffy at this moment. This Straw Hat Boy gave him too many surprises. Straw Hat Boy, I will definitely drive Sanji away and make him follow you. Sanji's eyebrows trembled up and down so fast that he almost shook his head, and uttered a shocking murmur in a trembling voice. Luffy, hasn't he used all his strength yet? Isn't that exaggerated power just now not at its peak? Usopp's inner fear of Hawkeye has gradually been dissipated by the power shown by Luffy, and now he is completely immersed in the shock of Luffy. Luffy, is he already so strong? Even so, he can still invite me to be his sniper. That guy. Usopp silently clenched his fists, secretly determined to become stronger and worthy of Luffy's expectations. Zoro was determined to become stronger. After seeing Luffy's power, he became more determined to become stronger. Luffy, I will definitely grow up to be the swordsman of your pirate group. Among these people, only Yuta has seen Luffy's 8 inner gates, but only Yuta knows how much damage Luffy will cause to the body after using 8 inner gates, so she did not show much shock at this moment, but was more worried. Lee whispered Luffy's name. Luffy and Hawkeye here. Luffy's consecutive opening of the third gate already shocked Hawkeye. However, his shock continued to be raised to unprecedented heights one after another. The 4th injury gate, the 5th door, and the 6th scene gate opened one after another. Immediately afterwards, Luffy suddenly became angry and shouted loudly. The 7th shocking door, open. The 7th shocking door, open. Luffy shouted loudly. In an instant, he saw that his originally vigorous green mist was covered and swallowed up by an even more surging blue. The blue mist surged like a blue beast, tearing apart the ship under Luffy's feet. Countless pieces of wood were blown away by the steaming mist surrounding Luffy, and then were torn apart by the blue beast, turning into powder and disappearing. And Luffy, who lost his footing, did not fall into the sea. Instead, the surging energy dispersed the sea water, as if forming an airtight energy shield, isolating him from the sea water, as if he were standing on the sea. The dispersed and isolated seawater became turbulent under the surging energy. It was as if there was an invisible terrifying beast in the sea, constantly stirring the sea. In an instant, the sea within a few kilometers became like countless sea beasts roaring into chaos, turning the entire sea upside down, and the scene was extremely terrifying. And Luffy, the initiator of this change, has reached an unparalleled peak in momentum at this moment. The energy bursting out of him even made Hawkeye fearful. At this moment, Hawkeye finally became nervous. What a surprise! Hawkeye sighed from the bottom of his heart and then asked Luffy. What ability is this? Luffy didn't try to hide it and replied. 8 inner gates. Anyway, it is impossible for anyone else to master the 8 inner gates except him, and no one knows what it is, so it has no impact. But when Hawkeye heard Luffy's words, he captured a key piece of information. 8 gate, Hawkeye muttered, then continued. I remember the last time you mentioned it was the 7th gate. In other words, you are not at your peak now. Once again, Hawkeye felt as if his heart was shaken. Facing the current Luffy, he already found it particularly difficult. If Luffy were to open the 8th gate, he believed that he would most likely be defeated. Well, I can't open the 8th gate yet, so I'm at the peak now. Luffy didn't hide Hawkeye either. In fact, there is no need to hide it. Hawkeye will be able to judge it by himself when the two of them fight later. Even so, Hawkeye was deeply shocked. Even though Luffy has not opened the 8th gate now, it means that there is still room for further improvement in his strength. And Luffy also has Devil Fruit ability. If Devil Fruit awakens again in the future and Haki gets improved again, Hawkeye could no longer imagine what kind of monster would be born in this world at that time. Monkey D. Luffy, you have the power to change the world. Hawkeye admired sincerely. Luffy did not deny this and said instead, come on, let's decide the outcome with one move. Maintaining this state consumes a lot of energy, so Luffy doesn't want to waste time. Hawkeye heard this and said no more, and drew out the black knife again. Monkey D. Luffy, let me see you. All your power now. Hawkeye finished speaking, and saw Luffy's arms covered in black in an instant. The next second, the terrifying purple-black lightning suddenly shot out from Luffy's arms like a laser, and spread rapidly around. In the blink of an eye, it seemed that the sky and the earth changed color. With Luffy as the center, the area within a few kilometers became dark. At this time, a translucent purple-black ball of light seemed to form on Luffy's arms. The ball of light exuded unparalleled amazing energy, like a prehistoric beast, and seemed to have the power to devour everything. Then, Luffy gathered the ball of light wrapped in surging energy in front of his abdomen. The two energies came into contact and began to merge into one, turning into a round ball of light. After the fusion, the light ball seemed to have really turned into a prehistoric beast, and it began to absorb and fuse the black lightning between heaven and earth. Moreover, all the energy gathered together was constantly compressed, and the light ball became smaller and darker, and finally turned into an extremely dark ball, only slightly larger than a single fist, covering Luffy's right fist. This is a new skill that Luffy derived from the skill Day Tiger that he could master after opening the 7th gate using his heaven-defying comprehension, Hegemony Day Tiger. Day Tiger is an air cannon that compresses the air and then releases it in one breath. It is shaped like a tiger and has amazing power. Because Conqueror's entanglement cannot be released like an air cannon, Luffy derived Hegemony Day Tiger. The principle is to fuse and compress Conqueror's Haki released by Luffy, just like Day Tiger compresses the air. At the moment of release, all the energy can be burst out in one breath, greatly enhancing the power. Moreover, this skill has a key point. While compressing Conqueror's Haki, the air is also compressed. After Luffy fully explodes the compressed Conqueror's Haki, the air cannon Daytime Tiger will be released next, causing the second round of damage. At the moment when Luffy completed the charging of Daytime Tiger, the sky and the earth regained light again, and the blue mist around Luffy became much weaker, and everything seemed to return to calm. Except for the right fist covered by pure black on Luffy's abdomen. Hawkeye's eyes were fixed on Luffy's right fist at this moment. He felt a great crisis from it. At this moment, Hawkeye no longer held back. He didn't dare to hold back. Standing sideways, holding the black knife horizontally, in front of his chest. At the same time, a shocking energy suddenly gushed out of his body. On his black knife, streams of green air formed like air rings, floating from the hands holding the knife to the tip of the knife. As the air ring spread out, the entire atmosphere seemed to be twisted and vibrated, making a series of buzzing sounds. Seeing this tense scene, the people on Barate held their breath unconsciously and concentrated their attention. "Come on," Hawkeye shouted fiercely, and his body shape changed accordingly, making a chopping posture. At this moment, Luffy also shouted loudly, raised his right fist, jumped up, and rushed towards Hawkeye. Boom! With a roar, the sky was dark. Boom! When Luffy and Hawkeye fought, the world seemed to be shaken. The huge roar was like thunder, resounding across the sky. And Luffy's Conqueror's Haki, which was concentrated on his right fist, suddenly exploded in an instant. The terrifying purple-black lightning was like several winding dragons, crackling and spreading in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the world was once again shrouded in darkness. On Hawkeye's side, he saw that the blade of his black sword seemed to be enveloped in a layer of green energy that was like a will-o'-the-wisp. Circle after circle of gas rings continued to spread and expand outward from the blade, causing the space to become distorted. One of the two people was enveloped by the terrifying purple-black lightning, and the other was enveloped by the surging green energy like a will-o'-the-wisp. Seen from a distance, it looks like a purple-black ball of light as huge as a mountain, wrapped in lightning, and a will-o'-the-wisp green ball of light that is constantly spreading out from a ring of aura, making an earth-shattering collision. Surging and astonishing energy burst out from the collision. The air currents stirred up spread all the way to the invisible sea, shaking the entire sea upside down. What is even more terrifying is the gap between the two light balls colliding. Along that line, the sea actually begins to cut. It was as if there were two invisible forces tearing the entire sea apart from different directions on both sides, splitting it into two. A bottomless black abyss was formed in the middle. The abyss was so endless that no end could be seen at a glance. The water above the two seas fell into the abyss like a torrent from a dike. At the same time, above the corresponding sky, the black clouds were billowing like a sea of steaming clouds, split into two by two invisible forces, and slowly spreading to both sides. And the rushing and steaming sea of clouds, like the sea water below, rushed crazily towards the crack. Seeing this earth-shattering scene, everyone on Barate was dumbfounded. Krieg's eyeballs were about to explode after coming to Barate, and they were even more bloodshot at the moment, looking like they were on the verge of exploding. He spoke with shocking words in a voice that was trembling to the point of being hoarse. The sky and the big sea are all are separated. What kind of monsters are they? Am I with humans? Fight. After being hit by both Hawkeye and Luffy to the point of doubting his life, Ajin was once again hit into the bottomless abyss. Is this really a newbie pirate? Is this really the strength of a pirate? Are we really considered pirates? Sanji's brows were so fast that he was about to twitch, and his mouth had not been closed since the beginning. With the power that can even separate heaven and earth, compared to them, I'm nothing but a waste. Usopp was once again deeply shocked, his tongue and whole body were trembling. The sky and the sea have been separated. Can that be considered a true sea warrior? I won't have to fight such monsters in the future, right? I seem to have a disease and a disease that kills people at sea. Zoro was so shocked that he kept making sounds in his throat, and said tremblingly with excitement. That guy can actually do this. Are still far away. This was the first time Yuta saw Luffy going all out, and she didn't expect Luffy to be so strong, she murmured to herself. Cut the sky and the sea, it's just like when Hawkeye and Shanks fought. Luffy, are you so strong already? Just when everyone was shocked and sighing, Zefu's exclamation suddenly sounded. Hurry up and furl the sails, we're going to fall into the crack with the ship at this rate. Quote, Zefu's exclamation immediately brought everyone back from their thoughts. Then everyone saw that the Barate was flowing towards the bottomless abyss cut by Luffy and Hawkeye with the wildly rushing water. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Oops, I'm going to fall into that crack. It's over, you're dead now. Help, I don't want to die yet. Just as some people started crying for help, Tetsuo shouted again. There are fixed paddles by the fence, everyone please hurry up and paddle together. Although it is a drop in the bucket, it can last for a while. All those who could move immediately ran to the side of the boat and started rowing in the opposite direction with huge oars. As for Luffy and Hawkeye, after the fierce collision, the sky and sea were torn apart. Hawkeye also marveled at Luffy's power from the bottom of his heart. Monkey D. Luffy, you really surprise me again and again. You were originally much weaker than me in strength, but now you are able to explode with power that rivals mine. Your ability is to release Haki at once, so that it can explode with maximum power instantly. This also means that you will not have the continuous power to maintain this explosion in the future. What a shame, Straw Hat. If your Conqueror's Haki is more domineering and more powerful, I may lose this competition. But now, the outcome has been decided. As soon as Hawkeye finished speaking, he suddenly saw Luffy smile strangely. The next moment, his expression suddenly changed. Suddenly, Luffy's right fist, which was wrapped in purple and black lightning, suddenly shot out a ball of white air like a cannon from its chamber. The white airflow contains extremely powerful and domineering power. The moment it erupted, it suddenly transformed into a huge and domineering tiger. The roar of the tiger tearing at the air was like a roar of tigers, shocking the earth and the earth. The huge energy contained in it is intertwined with purple and black lightning. It was as if the two merged into one, forming a more domineering purple-black electric tiger. Roar! The air exploded like a tiger's roar, and the purple-black electric tiger suddenly burst out with unparalleled astonishing power. Hawkeye was shocked, but by the time he reacted, it was already too late. In just an instant, the green ball of light, as huge as a mountain, was shattered by the impact. The white tiger galloped out from the purple-black lightning, running wildly like a wild horse, leaving behind crackling purple-black lightning that cut through the air. Luffy versus Hawkeye, Luffy wins. Enter Barate. Everyone was shocked when they saw the will-o'-the-wisp green aerosol-like curtain on the side of Hawkeye being torn and shattered. Krieg's eyeballs were red due to congestion, beating like a heartbeat, and were on the verge of bursting. He was so shaken and shocked that he couldn't even speak. Then, that Hawkeye man was actually defeated by that Straw Hat Kid. Ah Jin looked at the huge tiger gradually disappearing in the air in disbelief. His eyes were filled with disbelief and his heart was extremely shocked. That rookie pirate defeated the Hawkeye man who hacked down 50 of our ships. Is that really a rookie pirate? Are all the newcomers this perverted now? Or isn't it time to retire? Sanji was shocked beyond measure and murmured, Luffy. Did he really defeat the world's best swordsman? Is that kind of strength just coming out of the sea? Although Zefu was shocked when he saw Luffy break through Hawkeye, he was more concerned about the previous crisis of Barate. After the battle between the two ended, the dark scene began to become brighter. The separated sky and ocean gradually began to move closer to each other, and the originally agitated sea gradually became calm. Zefu couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the ship and our lives have been saved. Usopp raised his arms and shouted, his original fear disappearing in an instant. Yoshi, well done Luffy. If you were here, the Grand Line wouldn't be so scary. Even the best swordsman in the world lost to you. Sure enough, I thought you were extraordinary at first glance, but now it seems that I really have something. What about vision? As soon as Usopp finished speaking, Zoro shook his head. No, Hawkeye is not defeated. Usopp, use your sense of perception to see that Hawkeye's aura is still there. He should be just injured, not defeated. Upon hearing this, Usopp immediately activated his sense of sight, and indeed noticed the Hawkeye who was flying into the sea and was currently climbing onto a coffin board. Suddenly, Usopp returned to his autistic self. Sure enough, I have the kind of disease that will kill you at sea. The world's best swordsman is too scary, the Grand Line is too scary. Yuta is naturally aware of the current war situation, but she is more concerned about Luffy's safety. Because after Luffy finished this attack, the blue mist on his body completely dissipated, and his whole body suddenly lost all strength. And since there was no place to stand under his feet, he began to fall into the sea below. Luffy, Yuta exclaimed worriedly, jumped up, and walked in the air. Moonwalk. This is a skill that Luffy used his heaven-defying understanding to help Yuta learn from the marine brought by Garp, and with the help of Luffy's heaven-defying understanding, Yuta practiced it to the point of perfection. The speed is so fast that it can even be compared to teleportation. In a few blinks, she was on top of Luffy. He pulled up Luffy, who had already sunk more than half of his body into the water, and carried him back to Barate. Luffy, are you okay? Yuta looked worriedly at Luffy lying in her arms and asked softly. Luffy forced a forced smile tiredly. I'm fine, I'm just too tired. I just need to rest. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. After the 8 inner gates were lifted, Luffy's skin turned red as if it was being burned. And due to the exertion on his body, even the slightest touch to his body would cause severe pain. Fortunately, he is physically strong and has the ability of rubber fruit to make him thicker, so it is not that unbearable. Sanji, can you make me something to eat? I'm so hungry. Luffy said weakly. This consumption almost drained him dry, and he immediately felt extremely hungry after returning to normal. Upon hearing this, Sanji immediately turned around and walked towards Barate's restaurant. Hold on. At this time, Hawkeye, who had been knocked away before, stood on the board of his coffin and floated over. Luffy turned his head hard. At this moment, he saw blood at the corner of Hawkeye's mouth, his complexion was slightly worse than before, and his clothes were torn on his chest. It looked like it left a big scar on his chest. Luffy was not surprised to see Hawkeye appear. If this battle was a life and death battle, he would definitely be defeated. Indeed, just as Hawkeye said, his attack only exploded in an instant, with insufficient stamina to sustain it. So once the opponent holds on for that moment, it is equivalent to breaking the move. But what Hawkeye didn't expect was that there was something hidden in Luffy's move, triggering a second stage attack. This prevented Hawkeye from reacting and Luffy suffered a loss. If he had known the information about Luffy's move in advance, Hawkeye might have adopted other countermeasures. But even though something unexpected happened to Hawkeye, his strength was there after all. Even though his resistance was instantly defeated by Luffy, he still protected his body with strong armor and would not be defeated by a single blow. Looking at Luffy lying there, exhausted, Hawkeye had mixed emotions in his eyes. Suffering a loss from a young boy who just went to sea will make him, the world's best swordsman, somewhat embarrassed. So there was a trace of embarrassment and anger in his eyes. But more than anything, I still appreciate and admire Luffy. He had already stumbled when he first went to sea. Once he grows up, his future is limitless. Monkey D. Luffy, I remember you. I will always keep an eye on you. I'm looking forward to seeing what changes you will bring to this world. With these words, Hawkeye turned the direction of the coffin board and gradually drove away. After Hawkeye's figure gradually disappeared, a clown suddenly jumped out. Ha 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 ha, that monster is gone, and it can't move anymore. This ship belongs to me. You all must die. Krieg suddenly jumped in front of everyone, and the clothes he was wearing suddenly exploded, revealing the golden armor underneath. He laughed and pointed his gun at everyone. Suddenly, everyone present felt a strong killing intent. Then, a low and angry voice was heard. You idiot, please be quiet for a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuta gently put down Luffy, then suddenly dodged and kicked Krieg on the golden armor on his chest. Boom! In an instant, the armor shattered and exploded, and Krieg's figure flew several hundred meters away and fell into the sea. Everyone present was stunned when they saw this scene. Krieg, the overlord of East Blue, was solved so easily. At this moment, everyone has only one thought in mind. This Straw Hat pirates are so scary. Ah. Luffy was lying in Yuta's arms, eating the food Yuta fed him, feeling happy. While he was eating, his rapid digestion ability was activated. The nutrients in the food he eats are absorbed instantly, and his physical strength and physique are gradually restored and strengthened. And his skin, which looked like it was being burned, was also beginning to heal itself. After a delicious meal, Luffy and others asked Zefu for a small boat. They still have to bring Nami back. Before leaving, Luffy looked at Sanji standing on the deck of Barate and said, Sanji, come with us. Sanji couldn't help being stunned when he heard this and fell into hesitation. After seeing the power displayed by Luffy, he once felt like a frog in a well, with an extremely poor understanding of the world. He really wants to go to sea with Luffy and find the legendary All Blue. But, he couldn't help but look back at Zefu. What else are you thinking about, you brat? Get out of here, lousy. Tetsuo kicked Sanji into the boat of Luffy's group, and was caught by Usopp, who then threw the luggage he had packed for Sanji over. Smelly old man. Sanji gritted his teeth and groaned angrily. Suddenly, he fell to his knees, tears pouring out of his eyes instantly. Old man Jefu, Sanji cried and shouted, then knocked his head down hard. Thank you for taking care of me for so long. I will never forget this kindness for the rest of my life. Come on Barate. Jefu, Patty and other chefs had tears in their eyes. Asshole, I will be very lonely if you leave. Me too. I'm so sad. On the boat, Sanji cried and looked up at the familiar people opposite and said, "Goodbye, everyone." Meanwhile, Luffy shouted loudly, "Sail." When Luffy and his gang were chasing Nami in the direction he left, Luffy finally relaxed and began to rest. Only after adequate rest will the ability of extreme strengthening be activated. Luffy is full of expectations for how far he will grow in time. Your understanding is heaven-defying. Through extreme strengthening, your physique has been strengthened. Your understanding is heaven-defying. Through extreme strengthening, your observation Haki has been strengthened. Your understanding is heaven-defying. Through extreme strengthening, your armament Haki has been strengthened. Your understanding is heaven-defying. Your exclusive skill, 8 inner gates, has been broken through, and you can open the 8th gate, the door of death. Your comprehensive strength has achieved a breakthrough. After waking up again, a large amount of information flooded into Luffy's mind. When he sorted out the improvements he had received, Luffy was immediately overjoyed. This extreme battle brought him a huge improvement. Not only did he successfully break through the 8th gate of the 8 inner gates, it also allowed him to advance to another level of strength. Now Luffy, without opening 8 inner gates, has reached the height of Admiral Candidate. And Luffy can strongly feel that this advancement in strength is not just about reaching the advancement threshold, but it spans a long distance. The gap from Admiral is very small. Luffy is confident that if his Conqueror's Haki can be improved again and his top fighting method can be strengthened, he can reach the strength of Admiral even if the fruit is not awakened. But now, with 8 inner gates activated, he is strong enough to fight Admiral. As for the ultimate move, there is Batang Dehu, which is the strongest attack that can surpass the top powerhouse like Hawkeye. The normal attack has the enhanced emission of the weapon color when the 8 inner gates are open, which is enough to surpass anyone's weapon color today. In addition to its rapid consumption and limited maintenance time, his other combat abilities are above those of Admiral. P.S. A brother in the comment area mentioned the problem of the 8 inner gates setting. I later saw the official explanation on the encyclopedia, saying that this ability is mainly to relieve the body's restrictions on chakra and release the excess chakra in the body. What I understand means is that, for example, if there are 100 points of chakra in the body, a maximum of 30 points can be released at a time. Then when the restriction is lifted, more can be released, and the combat power will be increased accordingly based on the 30 points. If you move to One Piece, there are 3 types of Haki, and the 3 types of Haki cannot be mixed together. So the setting I gave is that after turning on 8 inner gates, the sight color, weapon color, and conquerors will be improved accordingly. I won't say that all attack methods will be improved 10 times or dozens of times at once, otherwise everyone will die in one move, and there will be no need to write about it. I hope everyone can understand. Then the ultimate move, Night Guy, will be set to condense all Haki and explode. After sorting out his current abilities and strength, Luffy slowly opened his eyes. Luffy, you wake up. As soon as he opened his eyes, Yuta's voice of surprise reached Luffy's ears. Before Luffy had time to react, he was suddenly hugged tightly by Yuta, and huge tears kept falling on Luffy's face. Then, he heard Yuta whimper. "Ah, you've been sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights. You're worried about me." Luffy smiled, patted Yuta on the head, and said softly, "I'm just a little tired. I just slept a little longer. It's okay." Yuta's cries gradually faded after hearing this, and she suddenly remembered something. She picked up a bag of dry food that they had prepared when they left Barate and brought it to Luffy. "Luffy, you haven't eaten in 3 days, you must be hungry." After Yuta said this, Luffy realized that his stomach was empty, and a strong sense of hunger came over him instantly. After taking the dry food, he ate it with big mouthfuls, squeezing out a sentence from his overflowing mouth. "Thanks, Yuta's eyes were smiling and curved into crescent moons. She nodded slightly and watched Luffy eating quietly. Speaking of which, Luffy, have you become stronger? At this time, Zoro, who had not fully recovered from his injury, suddenly asked. He vaguely felt that Luffy's aura seemed to have improved to a higher level. Luffy answered casually while eating. Yeah, we can almost fight Marine Admiral. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. As soon as these words came out, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp were all shocked. Their pupils flickered and their mouths opened wide in shock. Hi, Marine Admiral, that's Marine's highest combat power. Are you already so strong? After sighing, the three of them fell into silence, and secretly made up their minds to work harder, otherwise they would not be worthy of being Luffy's partner. Luffy asked after finishing the dry food and scanning the boundless sea around him. Speaking of which, where are we now? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a small island in the distance in a certain direction. At this time, Yuta also answered him. We have been sailing in the direction Nami left. She should have reached the island in front of her. Zoro also said at this time. Joseph and Johnny told me when they left us that the direction Nami was walking leads to a village called Kokoa village. However, it is said that there is a group of fishman pirates entrenched near this village. Luffy looked at the island that was getting closer, fisted his hands, and said. Let's go bring that stupid navigator back. Kokoa village, on the coast. I'm finally back. Nami stretched his arms to his forehead, wiped some sweat, and exhaled. Then he picked up a large bag of packed treasures and jumped off the golden melee and walked towards the village. The roads in the village are dilapidated, the houses on both sides are crooked, and they are covered with wooden patches everywhere. There was no one on the road in the whole village, and it looked empty and desolate. Nami walked on the road full of signs of destruction, gritting her teeth tighter and tighter. We must buy this village back from Arlong. Nami was extremely determined. At this time, she noticed the villagers hiding in the house and secretly observing her, and she couldn't help but feel depressed. Everyone still hates me as a member of Arlong's group. They all avoid me. But it doesn't matter, I can buy this village back soon. There is a small independent house on the outskirts of Kokoa village. The outside of the house is filled with vigorous orange trees. Nami walked through the village and came all the way here. At this time, a woman with blue hair and slightly dark skin who was tending the orange tree near the house suddenly heard footsteps. When he walked out of the orange tree, he saw Nami and immediately rushed towards her while shouting in surprise. Nami, you're back. Nami smiled and hugged the woman tightly. Nojiko, I'm back. Under an orange tree near the cabin. Nami squatted on the ground and dug up the ground, revealing a pile of shiny gold and silver treasures. Nami opened the package she brought back and poured it in. I gained a lot this time. Nojiko, who was standing aside, looked at the large bag of treasures that Nami poured in and said. Nami replied while covering the treasure again. Yeah, about 7 million belly. There are still 7 million belly left. If I go out again, I will be able to save 100 million belly to buy the village. Nami's eyes were full of hope, and her little face stained by mud showed a happy smile. Seeing this scene, Nojiko felt sad for a while, and the eyes he looked at Nami were full of heartache. Go back, Nami, I'll cook for you. Nojiko said something, then turned and walked towards the wooden house. Nami also followed closely with happiness and satisfaction. Near Kokoa village, there is a territory occupied by fishmen, the Arlong Empire. At this moment, in the Arlong Empire, under a towering building like a pagoda, Arlong, the sawtooth shark Murloc, was sitting with Colonel Marine, the mouse-like colonel, who had an adulterous look on his face. Arlong took out a handful of bills and handed them over. This is this month's money, take it. Colonel Mouse glanced at the handful of banknotes, smiled immediately, and said while reaching out to take it. You really know how to deal with the world, so I won't be polite. Arlong laughed. Ha. Why are you so polite now? The beautiful world is a world of money. Money is a good thing and the most reliable thing, right? Colonel Mouse also echoed. Squeak, 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 that's right. At this time, a kissing fish man suddenly walked up to Arlong and whispered. Brother Arlong, a fishman reported that Nami is back and brought back a big bag of things. I guess it should be the treasure she harvested this time. Arlong stopped laughing when he heard this, with thoughts in his eyes as he recalled. Speaking of which, Nami has been with our Arlong gang for 8 years. She must have accumulated a lot of treasure in the past 8 years, right? It shouldn't be much different from the 100 million Baileys I promised her. As he spoke, Arlong suddenly showed a strange smile and looked at Colonel Mouse, who was sitting opposite and counting money. Colonel Mouse, I'm afraid I have to trouble you with something. On the outskirts of Kokoa village, inside a wooden house, Nami and Nojiko were sitting on a wooden table, eating happily. Nami, you look different this time when you come back. Nojiko was holding a bowl in his hand, but his eyes kept falling on Nami, who was eating opposite him, and he suddenly spoke. Nami raised his head in confusion and asked, is there any difference? Nojiko nodded slightly and talked about his feelings. You used to always feel tired and depressed when you came back. But this time he looks very relaxed. Did you encounter something happy? Nami couldn't help but be startled when she heard this. After Nojiko reminded her, she realized that she was indeed surprisingly relaxed this time, and her mood was not as heavy as before. She couldn't help but think of Luffy, Yuta and the others. Suddenly the corners of his mouth raised and he smiled slightly. When I went out this time, I met a group of strange guys. Seeing Nami's appearance, Nojiko's eyes couldn't help but light up. This was the first time she saw Nami look genuinely happy after Nami joined Arlong's group. He put down the bowls and chopsticks, supported his chin with his hands, and said, "Nah," I said, "Nami, tell me what happened to you this time. I'm very curious. Those strange guys you met." Nami thought for a while, and it seemed like a good idea to tell Nojiko these interesting things, so she thought about where to start. Suddenly thinking of something, Nami's eyes suddenly lit up and she said excitedly, "That's right, let's start with that idiot captain. I'm telling you, that stupid captain. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha." In the wooden house, laughter continued, and I don't know how long it lasted. Nuochi said with a high laugh like a silver bell. Ha 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 ha, is that captain such an idiot? Knowing that you are a treasure thief, he invited you to be his navigator. Nami nodded repeatedly. Yes, he is really a huge idiot. At that time in Menka's office, I felt that my secret was about to be exposed. But the idiot captain didn't realize that I was lying. I was so scared that my heart was beating so fast. Ha 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 ha. Pleasant laughter echoed in the room again. After a long time, Nuochigao took a long breath to relieve the fatigue after being tired from laughing. Nami, you like them very much. At this time, Nuochigao suddenly said something. Nami was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then a happy smile appeared on his face and he nodded heavily. Like it very much. When I'm with them, I always seem to be so happy. There were memories in Nami's eyes, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously raised, looking very happy. Seeing Nami's longing and happy look, Nojiko felt sad in his heart and said, "Nami, you don't have to live so tiringly. As long as we don't care." Boom. Nami slammed the table, stood up holding the table, looked at Nojiko angrily, and said seriously, "Nojiko, I won't allow you to say such things again. I will definitely liberate you and liberate this village from Arlong." Absolute. Nojiko was extremely moved, her eyes were slightly moist, and she murmured Nami's name. Nami. At this moment, they suddenly heard footsteps coming from outside the door, and a somewhat obscene voice sounded at the same time. "Jurjurjurji, is anyone here? Jurjurjurji, is anyone here?" Suddenly hearing a voice coming from outside the door, Nami and Nojiko looked at each other, both full of doubts. The two opened the door and walked out, and saw a Colonel Marine dressed like a mouse and a group of Marine soldiers standing outside their wooden house. Nami frowned, anger and disgust in his eyes. Arlong and his gang were wreaking havoc and making money in Kokoa village and dozens of nearby villages, but Colonel Marine, who was responsible for the jurisdiction of this area, never stopped them. So Nami's dislike for Colonel Rat is no worse than Arlong's. Nami whispered in a deep voice, "What's wrong with you?" Colonel Mouse smiled obscenely, then revealed a strange smile and said, "Squeak, squeak, squeak. We received reports from the masses that there are thieves here. He stole a lot of other people's treasures and hid them in this orange grove. Now we must take back all these ill-gotten gains in accordance with the law. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Colonel Mouse smiled obscenely again, and then gave orders to the Marines behind him. Search for me. Turn this orange grove upside down and find the treasure. When his subordinate Marine heard this, he immediately planned to take action. At this moment, Nami took out 2 iron rods from the middle of his chest and combined them together, blocking them in front of everyone. At this time, her face was extremely gloomy, and the anger in her eyes seemed to tear everyone in front of her into pieces. Shen Sheng shouted angrily, "No one is allowed to come near." Seeing this scene, Colonel Mouse narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a slight threat, "Miss, are you going against our Marine?" As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of guns were aimed at Nami. Nami, Nojiko, whose eyes were full of worry, called Nami's name. Nami didn't retreat at all at this moment and said in a deep voice, "Arlong asked you to come, right?" Colonel Mouse did nothing against Arlong's evil deeds. Even if Nami had not seen their transaction, she could guess what was going on. Colonel Mouse pretended to be confused in the face of questioning and said, "Arlong, what Arlong? I came here after receiving reports from the masses. Miss, please get out of the way quickly, otherwise don't blame us for being rude." As soon as he finished speaking, Colonel Mouse raised his hand, and all the Marines loaded their bullets. At this time, Nojiko panicked and immediately rushed over and pulled the lost Nami aside. He apologized to Colonel Mouse with a smile on his face. "I'm sorry, Colonel, my sister is ignorant, so don't argue with her. You can go ahead and search. But we have nothing to do with the thieves you mentioned. We don't know if any thieves have hidden the treasure here." Colonel Mouse saw this and smiled arrogantly, with pride in his eyes. Then he waved to Marine behind him, and everyone rushed into the orange grove. After a while, treasure found, Colonel Mouse. A rough estimate would be close to 100 million Baileys. A report from a Marine soldier suddenly came from the orange grove. Colonel Mouse's eyes widened when he heard the words 100 million Baileys. Arlong promised him a 50-50 share of these treasures, which meant that he could get 50 million Bailey this time. Thinking of this number, Colonel Mouse's breathing became heavier. After suppressing the excitement in his heart, Colonel Mouse gave the order loudly. "Take all the treasures and we retreat." Squeak, squeak, squeak. Now I'm rich. The latter sentence was said secretly by Colonel Mouse, but it was still heard by Nami and Nojiko. Suddenly, the frustrated Nami broke away from Nojiko's arms and rushed out. A few tears she shed while running were also sprinkled in the air. "Nami," Nojiko called Nami worriedly, but the other party didn't look back and quickly disappeared from Nojiko's sight. Kokoa village. Hundreds of angry villagers, holding shovels, hoes, wooden sticks and other weapons in their hands, followed a man wearing a guard uniform with a windmill on top of his hat and a scar on his face, Aegean. Under the leadership of Aegean, these people all came to the wooden house surrounded by orange trees. Looking at Nojiko, who was sitting on the ground with a worried and sad look on his face, Aegean frowned and asked, "Did those guys take away the money Nami saved to buy the village?" Just now, they saw a group of Marines appearing in the village inexplicably, and when they left, they were carrying large and small bags with a golden light inside. So, everyone followed Aegean in anger to inquire about the situation. Nojiko's eyes were blank, he just sat on the ground and nodded silently. Suddenly, all the villagers became angry and said angrily, "Those fools Marine are so disgusting, they actually took away the money that Nami had worked so hard to save to buy the village. That must have been the instigation of Arlong. They had no intention of letting Nami go. Nami has suffered for 8 years for our village. We cannot let Nami continue to suffer. We went to fight those nasty fishmen to free Nami. Fight them, for Nami." For a moment, all the villagers held weapons and raised their arms and shouted, full of momentum. They watched helplessly as Nami lived in pain for them in this village for so many years. They usually don't even dare to see Nami for fear of putting pressure on her. But now, the group of fishmen went back on their word and designed to take away Nami's hope. They just couldn't stand it anymore. Nojiko gritted his teeth as he looked at the angry villagers. After listening to the happy things Nami said, she no longer wanted to see Nami continue to suffer. She wanted to see Nami happy. Fight with Arlong and his gang. Nojiko angrily got up from the ground and joined the villagers. Kokoa village, close to the sea on the shore. Oh, I saw it, it's the Mary. Usopp stood on the bow of the ship, looking at the golden merly anchored on the coast in front of him, and shouted in surprise. It's finally here. Luffy looked at the island he was about to arrive at, the corners of his mouth raised. Wait, my stupid navigator. Kokoa village, on the coast, on the Melly. Great, it looks like the Mary didn't suffer any damage. As soon as Usopp got close, he carefully inspected the Mary captain. After finding that it was intact, he let out a sigh of relief. It seems that woman took all our treasures away. Although Zoro has not recovered from his injuries, he can still move normally. When he checked the things on the Mary, he found that only the treasure was missing. Luffy nodded after hearing the two men's reports. Just when he was about to lead everyone to find Nami, he suddenly noticed a group of people coming out of the village, holding hoes, shovels, wooden sticks and other tools in their hands. All of them looked very angry. What happened to these villagers? Yuta asked in question. At this time, other people also noticed the group of angry villagers, and everyone came to the boat and looked at them. Luffy recognized the two people taking the lead at first sight. It was Aegean and Nojiko. He already guessed something without seeing Nami's figure. Let's go ask. Luffy said something, then jumped off the Mary, followed by the others. The villagers sighed. They also noted Luffy et al. When they saw the 5 Luffy people standing in a row, blocking their way, everyone became wary. Who are they? Pirates. They got off the ship that Nami drove back. Could it be that Nami stole their ship and they came to hunt her down? That would be bad. Let's help Nami drive away these pirates. While the villagers were talking about it, Nojiko suddenly noticed the straw hat on Luffy's head. Think carefully about the idiot captain Nami mentioned wearing a straw hat. Look at the people standing next to the straw hat man. A beautiful girl who is stylishly dressed and cute. A green algae head holding 3 knives. Why is there only 1 knife? A long nose. There is also a curly eyebrow that Nami has not mentioned before. Although there are some small differences, it seems that this group of people is the strange pirate group that Nami mentioned. After figuring out the identity of the person, Nojiko suddenly greeted Luffy in surprise. You are Nami's stupid captain, right? When Luffy was still thinking about how to speak to convince the villagers that they were not bad people, he heard Nojiko on the opposite side suddenly shout in surprise. He was stunned for a moment, and then smiled again. Captain Stupid, is that what that stupid navigator said about me? When Nojiko heard this, he immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. He just got excited and said the name Nami complained about, and immediately waved his hands nervously and panicked and said, No. Nami didn't say that. It was me just now. When Nojiko was thinking about how to explain, he saw Luffy smile slightly and said without any concern. It's fine. Nojiko was stunned for a moment. The pirates in her impression were all evil and cruel. But the pirate in front of me seems to be very easygoing. She couldn't help but recall what Nami told her about Luffy and others. Suddenly I smiled and sighed in my heart. Nami, you are right. They are really a strange group of guys. At this time, Aegean, who had been watching from the side, suddenly asked. Nojiko, do you know them? Nokia's thoughts were brought back by Aegean, then she shook her head and replied. No, it's my first time meeting them too. I heard about them from Nami. With that said, Nojiko turned around to face everyone and said seriously. Jien, everyone, they are a good group of pirates. Nami, she likes this group of people very much. After hearing what Nojiko said, Aegean and the villagers immediately put down their guard. They will never hurt anyone Nami likes. Is your name Nojiko? Luffy said suddenly. Nojiko turned around after hearing this and listened to Luffy continue. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, captain of Nami. That stupid navigator left us alone and ran away without my consent. As long as I don't agree, she will always be my navigator. Now we have to get her back. Nojiko, do you know where she is? After hearing Luffy's words, Nojiko couldn't help but feel moved and happy, secretly thinking. Nami, you have met a group of good friends. After withdrawing his thoughts, Nojiko's eyes suddenly became angry, and he told Luffy and the others what happened to Nami. After a long time. That fishman fool, how dare you bully my navigator like this? Luffy's voice was deep and his expression was angry. He lowered the brim of his hat, and the shadow covered his eyes, making it difficult for people to see clearly, and said in a deep voice. Let's go. Go and beat those fishman fools away and bring back my stupid navigator. Yuta, Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji all looked gloomy and whispered at the same time. Oh, X4. Seeing this scene, Nuo Chigao, Aegean and other villagers were all panicked, their eyes full of worry, and they persuaded. No, Arlong and the others are fishmen. The strength of fishmen is naturally 10 times that of us humans. It's too dangerous for you to go like this. That's right, there are only 5 of you, and there are dozens of murlocs on the other side. The difference in strength is too huge. We know that you are kind to Nami, but Nami is in such pain because of us. Just let us go and save Nami with all our strength. There is no need for you to follow and die. Yes, Luffy, I thank you on behalf of Nami. But this time is really too dangerous, so you should not get involved. If Nami sees you whom she likes being killed by Arlong and his gang, she will be very sad. Quote. Nokigao cried and pulled Luffy's arm, trying to prevent the tragedy in her mind from happening. Unexpectedly, Luffy pulled his arm out of her hand and said angrily. I can solve this kind of stuff with just a snap of my fingers. Nojiko, lead the way. On a forest path. Arlong, 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 Arlong. A beautiful figure ran wildly along the forest path, repeating the word, Arlong, in a deep voice with an extremely angry and resentful tone. She clenched her teeth, and there were 2 long tear tracks on her face. The tears that kept flowing out of the corners of her eyes were blown behind her by the wind as she galloped. The middle of her pupils had turned pale because of the extreme anger, as if they had lost focus. Do you want me to give the village back so badly, little girl? Okay, save up 100 million belly and bring it to me. In this case, I will liberate the village and give you your freedom, really. It doesn't matter how many years it takes, I will keep my promise. In his mind, he kept recalling the scene when Arlong made a promise to him. Just when he was about to achieve this goal, the money he had saved for 8 years was taken away so casually. That promise is as worthless as toilet paper. And she herself looked so naive and stupid. Thinking all these things in his mind, Nami's anger was ignited to the extreme. When he saw the entrance of a building as tall as a pagoda appearing in front of him, the suppressed anger in Nami's heart completely broke out at this moment, and he let out a hysterical roar that echoed through the sky. Arlong. Within the Arlong Empire, Arlong is sitting by the swimming pool, enjoying wine and sunbathing. Suddenly he heard a scream that shook the sky, and turned around to look, and saw the woman with clenched fists and a terrifyingly gloomy face walking towards him step by step with extremely heavy steps. The corner of Arlong's mouth curled up, with a playful look in his eyes, and he pretended to be confused. Oh, what's wrong, my excellent surveyor? His face has changed. Nami lowered his head, walked to Arlong step by step, and murmured in a low voice. It's you. Suddenly, Nami suddenly raised his head, stared at Arlong with eyes that were so angry that they lost focus, and said angrily. Quote. Did you instruct those Marines to steal my money? Looking at the fish man in front of him with a smile on his face and a delicate expression, Nami burst out suddenly, tears rushing out of his eyes like a fountain. She grabbed Arlong's collar with both hands, pulled and shook it wildly, crying and questioning angrily. What exactly is going on? Didn't you say that you would swear to abide by the agreement based on money? Arlong looked sideways at Nami beside him, showing a confused and innocent look, and said doubtfully. Comply. When did I break our agreement? Nami continued to tear at Arlong's collar and responded angrily. Stop pretending, you let those Marines take my money. Quote. Well, halfway through her words, Nami's face was suddenly pinched tightly by Arlong's huge fishman palm, making her speechless. At this time, she saw Arlong suddenly frown, his eyes instantly filled with bloodshot eyes due to anger, and he opened his mouth with fangs as sharp as sawtooths and asked in a deep voice. When did I break the promise? Tell me. Nami's eyes were full of fear and anger, but she was pinched by Arlong's powerful hands like iron pincers, unable to resist or respond. Ha. Arlong looked up to the sky and laughed, and changed his hands from Nami's face, which was controlled at will like a quail, to strangle her neck. The agreement between him and Nami was to purchase the village with 100 million belly. Nami gives him money and he liberates the village. This is the agreement. He doesn't recognize anything else. Arlong continued to act innocent and said, "Did you say Marine took your money? That's really unlucky. But a deal is a deal. If you can't prepare 100 million belly in front of me, I can't return the village." Ha 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 ha. Arlong looked up to the sky and laughed again. But Nami, who was strangled by Arlong, was unable to resist at all, and the tears on her face had not stopped since just now. Looking at Arlong, who looked up to the sky and laughed as if he was in charge of everything, Nami could only curse weakly and sadly. Despicable, shameless. Arlong didn't mind Nami's weak abuse and laughed. Ha 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 ha, it's just 100 million Baileys. Why don't you save it again? Suddenly, Arlong stopped smiling, turned to look at Nami, grabbed her collar and lifted her up, with an angry expression and a threatening tone. You want to escape from here? But don't forget, by that time, all the villagers in Kokoa village will all die because of you. When she heard Arlong mentioning the villagers of Kokoa village, Nami suddenly thought of something. When she was having dinner with Nojiko, she mentioned that the villagers still hated her and did not want to get close to her. At that time, Nojiko looked very conflicted. In the end, he couldn't bear to see her misunderstanding all the time, so he told her that the villagers had long known about her saving money to buy the village. People don't want to get close to her just because they don't want her to know and bring pressure to her. And now, the villagers must have known that she came to the Arlong Empire alone to find Arlong. In this case, will everyone do impulsive things in a moment of excitement? The more Nami thought about it, the more worried she became. The villagers were no match for Arlong and his gang. She had to go back quickly to stop everyone. Nami forcefully pushed away Arlong's hand holding her collar, and then ran outside Arlong's empire without looking back. Nojiko, Aegean, everyone, please don't be impulsive. You must not die, otherwise everything will be over. Isn't it just 100 million Baileys? I'll just save more. If everyone dies, it's really all over. Nami cried and shouted in her heart, praying that the villagers would not be impulsive. However, what made her heart suddenly sink like a stone was when she saw a large group of villagers holding shovels and clubs at the entrance of the Arlong Empire. Nami suddenly panicked. If the villagers broke in, everything would be over. She immediately raised her arms, wiped the tears from her eyes, and then squeezed out a sunny and happy smile. He quickly came to the group of people and said in a relaxed tone, "Everyone wait a minute, wait a little longer and I'll try again. Hoo-hoo, it's actually not difficult to save 100 million belly. I'm already very experienced. This time, I will definitely be able to save enough soon." At that time, the village and everyone will. Before the word, liberation, could be uttered, Nami was suddenly startled and saw the familiar straw hat behind Nojiko. "Nami." I heard a sound so low that it seemed to be suffocating. Then, Nami saw the straw hat behind Nojiko slowly move and come to her. Nami stared blankly at the familiar man in front of her, and then she saw him raising his hand and wiping away the tears that had not been wiped from the corners of her eyes. For a moment, the grievance in Nami's heart seemed to be suddenly unable to be suppressed, and tears burst out of her eyes crazily. Her body, which was pretending to be strong, seemed to have completely lost its strength at this moment. Her whole body went limp and she squatted on the ground. She looked up and stood under the sun, but her face was obscured by the straw hat, and choked with sobs in a voice of extreme helplessness and begging. Luffy, help me." As soon as Nami finished speaking, he felt a shadow coming towards him. The next moment, she felt someone press on her head and put a straw hat on. Nami felt the slightly rough hat on her head, and couldn't help but feel startled. She remembered that when she was with Luffy, she heard Luffy say that this hat was very important and no one else was allowed to touch it easily. But now, Luffy has given his most important straw hat to himself. At this moment, Nami felt extremely warm and moved in her heart. Genin couldn't help but shed tears again. She bit her lip, her body trembled slightly, and she put the hat tightly on her head. And at the same time, after handing the straw hat to Nami, Luffy walked towards the Arlong Empire. Behind him, Yuta, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp followed. The Murlocs in the Arlong Empire all stopped what they were doing after seeing 5 strangers suddenly intruding. They gathered spontaneously and gradually formed a circle, surrounding the 5 people. Arlong, the leader of the Murloc group, was sitting on his chair as still as a clock, with a smile on his face and eyes full of fun as he looked at Luffy and the others. Behind him, the entrance to the Arlong Empire. Seeing the 5 Luffy people being surrounded by dozens of Murlocs in the blink of an eye, the villagers were suddenly filled with worry. Are they really okay? The other party has close to 50 fishmen. Sure enough, we shouldn't have brought them here just now. The other Murlocs are all okay, only 10 times more powerful than us ordinary people. But those cadres under Arlong are all elites among the Murlocs. Especially Arlong, he is a big pirate with a bounty of 20 million belly. In this East Blue, no one can defeat him, right? Luffy, you really didn't lie to me when you said you could defeat Arlong. Nuauchi looked at Luffy's back in front of her with worry in her eyes and murmured. Meanwhile, Luffy's sighed. The rest are left to you. Luffy said in a deep voice. The 4 people behind him nodded after hearing this. Then, Luffy walked to Arlong step by step with heavy steps. Arlong sat leisurely on the chair, with a smile on his lips and disdain and amusement in his eyes, looking at Luffy and said. Who are you? Are you here to stand up for Nami? Didn't Nami tell you the horrors of us fishmen? Or, are you an idiot who came here specifically to die? Arlong raised his eyebrows, the disdain and contempt in his eyes were clear, and he looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Faced with Arlong's provocation and insult, Luffy did not respond for a long time. He just had a gloomy look on his face and it was suffocating to watch. Arlong suddenly lost interest when he saw that Luffy looked like a piece of wood. Cut. Just when he was about to take action casually and crush the weak-looking human in front of him to death, he suddenly saw Luffy's mouth begin to open. The next second, Luffy roared angrily, and the sound could be heard throughout the Arlong Empire. Nami. Hearing this roar, everyone immediately turned their attention to Luffy. Nami, who was crying with her head under her straw hat, bit her lip at this moment, looked up at Luffy while crying, and murmured Luffy's name. Luffy. Then, the sound echoed throughout the audience again. You can see clearly. Nami listened to Luffy's roar and stared at him without blinking. Then, Luffy slowly clenched his fist and slowly raised it. He continued to speak to Nami in a voice that echoed throughout the audience. Stuff like this. Hearing Luffy insulting him like this, Arlong's eyes were immediately filled with anger. Dozens of fishmen in the audience were also irritated by Luffy and stared at him fiercely. But Luffy didn't care, as if he was arrogant. I solved it with the snap of a finger. With a roar, Luffy's fist suddenly shot out like a bullet. No one in the audience even saw Luffy's movements clearly. The next second, everyone was extremely shocked to find that the extremely tall and strong Arlong was easily crushed to the ground like an ant. The jagged nose was retracted directly from the beating, and the entire face was sunken, completely deformed, and bloody, with no trace of human appearance. Even the ground he was lying on was deeply cracked in large areas, like a meteorite falling to the ground and creating a deep crater. Suddenly, the whole audience was stunned. The eyes of Arlong's Murlocs were filled with disbelief and horror, and their hearts shook as they looked at Arlong lying there motionless. Brother Arlong. That guy took Brother Arlong. Impossible. That's Brother Arlong, the strongest fish man. The villagers at the door were all stunned at this moment, looking at Luffy in disbelief. He actually knocked down Arlong. It only took one punch. That guy is so strong. Luffy. You really gave Arlong to. Nojiko looked at Luffy's back, tears welling up in her eyes uncontrollably. Nami, who was sitting on the ground, was looking at Luffy blankly at this moment, with mixed feelings in her heart. Various emotions such as happiness, relaxation, surprise, and regret suddenly flooded into Nami's heart. In the end, she was just like Nojiko, mumbling Luffy's name. Luffy. After defeating Arlong, Luffy did not give up. Instead, he turned around and faced the building that was as tall as a pagoda and was known as the symbol of the Arlong Empire. Luffy called out to Nami again. Nami. Nami looked at Luffy without blinking after hearing this. From now on, you must be good. Luffy said as he raised his right foot. The fruit ability is activated, and Luffy's legs stretch all the way to the top of the Arlong Empire. Quote. Rely on me as captain. As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy slashed down suddenly. His right foot was like a huge battle axe, slashing down from the top. The Arlong Empire also collapsed and turned into ruins with Luffy's rapidly falling tomahawk. The Arlong Empire collapsed. Chapter 51. The whole audience was shocked again when they saw the Arlong Empire collapsed and shattered under Luffy's feet. The fishmen all looked at Luffy with frightened eyes and murmured subconsciously. That guy, what's going on? How did you do that just now? The legendary demon fruit power. Crushing the Arlong Empire with one kick, isn't this really a dream? It's terrible, it's terrible, it's terrible. For a time, most of the fishmen were in fear and shock of Luffy. The villagers did not have the same panic as the fish people, but the shock was no less than theirs. That Straw Hat Boy is really too strong. Destroy Arlong with one punch and crush the Arlong Empire with one kick. What that Straw Hat Boy said is true. He really solved it with just a move of his fingers. Hey, everyone, does it mean that we will be liberated from now on? Suddenly someone mentioned something. Suddenly, all the villagers in the audience fell into a moment of sluggishness. Boom. After a brief daze, all the villagers suddenly burst into excitement and cheered in celebration. Great, finally liberated. We no longer have to pay for our lives to Arlong and his gang. We are finally free. Hurry up, I want to tell the news to other people on the island quickly, so that everyone can celebrate. Nami, you can finally live for yourself. Nojiko looked at the figure of Nami who was squatting and trembling slightly, and said happily. Just when she was about to comfort Nami and share the joy with her, she suddenly saw Nami suddenly stand up and rush out in the direction of Luffy. Luffy here, looking at the completely collapsed Arlong Empire in front of him, he was a little angry. Thinking that there was still an unresolved goal, Luffy planned to take Nami with him to find the mouse colonel who stole Nami's money. At this moment, he suddenly felt a breath rushing toward him quickly. When he turned around to look, he saw a figure suddenly rushing toward him and hugging him tightly. Luffy, thank you for saving me. You saved Nojiko. You saved this village. Really, thank you. Nami hugged Luffy tightly and lay on his shoulder, crying and thanking her, her voice choked and hoarse. Luffy smiled, and a lot of the anger in his heart was instantly dissipated. Touching Nami's hair, she said softly, "Didn't I say it? I will never let anything happen to my crew." This was what Luffy told Nami when she first invited her to join. Now hearing Luffy say these words, Nami burst into tears and cried even harder. Even though she drove away Luffy's ship and stole Luffy's treasure, Luffy still regarded her as a crew member. Hey, Nami, did you hear what I just said? From now on, you must rely on me as the captain. Your captain, am very strong. Luffy said seriously to Nami who was lying on his shoulder. Nami sniffed after hearing this, temporarily stopped crying, and then nodded heavily. Yeah, I understand. As soon as Nami finished speaking, Luffy suddenly said in an extremely exaggerated and disgusting tone. Hey, let me tell you, Nami, you're not going to drip all the snot on my clothes, are you? It's very dirty. When Nami heard this, she pushed Luffy away angrily and cursed angrily. You idiot, a huge idiot. A hopeless idiot. Nami kept scolding Luffy, angry that he still cared about such things at this time. He was really hopeless. But at this moment, she suddenly saw Luffy grinning and saying, Hey, aren't you sad? Let's go, Nami. Let's go beat that guy who stole your money away. Luffy said and turned around and walked towards the exit. Nami looked at Luffy's back blankly and muttered in her heart. Did that idiot say that on purpose just now, because he didn't want me to continue to be sad? That idiot, is he really that smart? Nami was skeptical, but quickly followed Luffy. When he came to the door, Luffy saw Nojiko, Aegean, and some villagers still guarding here, and said to them. You guys go back to the village first. I'll take Nami to get her money back, and then I'll give that rat colonel a good beating. At this time, a voice came from behind Luffy. I'll go with you. Without looking back, Luffy knew it was Yuta. The fishmen here are all miscellaneous soldiers, and the few cadres are not at the same level as Yuta. Rather than wasting time with these fools, Yuta still wanted to watch Luffy beat up that rat colonel. More importantly, she also wanted to add 2 more punches to avenge Nami. Luffy nodded in agreement. Jien glanced at the Zoro trio who were surrounded by dozens of fishmen behind Luffy, then looked at Luffy and asked worriedly. The 3 of them. Are they okay? They had seen Luffy Chang with their own eyes, but they didn't know the strength of his crew. Facing about 50 fishmen, with only 3 of them, he was still a little worried. Especially the swordsman, whose body was covered with bandages and looked seriously injured. Is this really okay? Luffy smiled and said. The 3 of them are eager to have more opponents now. There's enough here for 3 of them. Under Luffy's stimulation, these 3 people are increasingly eager to become stronger. They wish that the more opponents the better, so that they can grow up quickly and match Luffy's strength. After Luffy finished speaking, he took Nami Yuta and left here. Aegean and Nokigao glanced at them, then looked back at Zoro and the others. Now that Luffy said so, they didn't have to worry about it. So, he led the team back to Kokoa village. Inside the shattered Arlong Empire, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp stood in a row, surrounded by about 50 fishmen and 3 fishmen cadres. At this moment, the Murlocs were still immersed in the shock and fear of Luffy killing Arlong instantly and destroying the Arlong Empire. At this time, the leader of the Kissing Fishman suddenly spoke. The man in the straw hat is gone, there's no need for us to be afraid. There are only 3 people left. They underestimate us fishmen too much. We, the fishmen race, are a great race, and humans are just rubbish, no match for us at all. Compatriots, these people killed Brother Arlong, we are going to kill them and avenge Brother Arlong. As soon as these words came out, all the fishmen suddenly thought of Arlong's tragic situation, and they were all filled with anger. There are only 3 people on the opposite side. There are more than 50 fishmen and 3 cadres. What is there to be afraid of? Just when the fishmen were furious and their momentum was rising, Zoro and the other 3 seemed not to notice at all. The 3 of them were talking among themselves. Leave that octopus swordsman to me. Zoro hugged Wado Ikimonji and stared at the cadre, octopus swordsman Hachi. Leave that big guy to me. Sanji lit a cigarette and looked at the mermaid leader, Kruby. Then the one who is talking now is my prey. Usopp adjusted his glasses and locked his eyes on the leader of the Kissing Fishmen, Akio. Where are the remaining trash fish? Whoever grabs it gets it. Agree. Got it. Near Kokoa village, a hidden coast. The location here is remote and difficult to be discovered. There is a warship parked at this moment, marked with 16. It is Colonel Marine of the 16th Marine Branch, Captain Mouse's ship. Moxie. This is the naval headquarters. In the cabin, a voice came from a phone bug. Next to the phone bug, Colonel Mouse looked frightened and said to the phone bug in a panic, almost roaring. Is this the headquarters? I am Colonel Mouse of the 16th Marine Branch, Marine number 00733. I want to make a request to headquarters. I can hear you without yelling. A voice came from the other end of the phone. Colonel Mouse was completely unfazed and continued to speak loudly in a panicked voice. Listen up. There is a pirate wearing a straw hat named Luffy, and his men are the enemies of our world's government. That straw hat Luffy. As Colonel Mouse spoke, he recalled the unforgettable scene he had just seen while hiding near the Arlong Empire. After dividing the money he took from Nami, he planned to bring Arlong's share to him. But he happened to meet Luffy leading a group of people into the Arlong Empire. Then he saw with his own eyes the scene where Luffy killed Arlong with one punch and shattered Arlong's empire with one kick. This terrifying strength immediately made him run back in fear, planning to leave here quickly after the headquarters put a reward on Luffy. Hearing Colonel Mouse repeating a name, there was some impatience on the other end of the phone. What happened to that straw hat Luffy? Please tell me in detail. Colonel Mouse exclaimed. That straw hat Luffy, he killed Arlong, the captain of the Fishman Pirates, with a bounty of 20 million Baileys, with one punch. His strength is very terrifying. He has the strength to smash a small fortress with one kick. On the other end of the phone, after hearing Colonel Mouse's description, Marine, who was in charge of recording, opened his mouth in shock and asked. Did I hear you correctly? You said a newcomer killed a pirate with a bounty of 20 million Baileys with one punch. If I remember correctly, Marine Branch 16 is located in East Blue. Can such a strong new pirate be born in the weakest sea area of East Blue? Faced with doubts, Colonel Mouse said in a voice that was almost a growl. You heard that right. That Straw Hat Luffy is very dangerous and a vicious pirate. Please list him as a wanted criminal with a reward on his head. Capture him alive or kill him. I will transfer his photos to you now. After Colonel Mouse finished speaking, he put the photo of Luffy that his men had secretly taken while lying on a wall just now under the eyes of Phone Bug. It was the look when Luffy led a group of people into the Arlong Empire and Nami cried for help. In the photo, he lowered the brim of his hat with one hand and looked gloomy. The shadow covered one eye, revealing the other eye filled with anger. It looks very dangerous and terrifying. After receiving the photo, the recorder immediately believed Colonel Mouse's statement. It was indeed extremely evil. We have received the photos, and we will. Halfway through, the recorder suddenly heard the screams of Colonel Mouse coming from the other end of the phone, and asked in panic. What happens? Hey, can you hear me? Are you okay over there? After the recorder finished speaking, he heard a strange voice coming from the other side that was so low that it made people feel cold. I'm Monkey D. Luffy. Hearing this name, the recorder was shocked and suddenly stood up from his seat, causing all the Marines around him to look over. The recorder asked in panic. What you up to? What did you do to Colonel Mouse? I'm warning you, Colonel Mouse is Colonel Marine. You are provoking our Marine by doing this, and you will face our Marine's wrath. On the other side of the phone, Luffy looked gloomy, and at his feet was Colonel Mouse, who was paralyzed with fear. His eyes were frightened and he could only tremble. Luffy smiled dismissively at Naval Headquarters' warning. It's Marine's misfortune to have such scum among you Marines. If you, Marine, don't take care of it yourself, then let me take care of it. I will help you clean up this scum before he ruins the reputation of Marine that some old man is proud of. If you Marines are angry, go ahead. Clip. After saying that, Luffy hung up the phone. Meanwhile, on the other end of the phone Bug. Hello. 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 Quote. The recorder kept yelling at the phone Bug, but no reply could be heard. What's going on? There's so much movement. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. The recorder turned around when he heard the sound and saw Naval Headquarters Major Branu with green curly hair and sunglasses. Seeing the person coming, the recorder immediately bowed in panic. Major Branu. Sorry, I was so excited. Branu waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind, and then asked about the business. Who were you talking to just now? Why are you so panicked? The recorder became flustered again when he heard this, with panic in his eyes as he replied. The other party is a vicious rookie pirate. He killed Arlong, the captain of the Fishman Pirates with a bounty of 20 million Baileys, with one punch. Kill the colonel of the 16th Marine Branch, Colonel Rat, in front of our naval headquarters. He also provoked our Marine and threatened. The recorder couldn't say anything, so he played the recording of the phone Bug just now. Quote. If you Marines are angry, go ahead. Clip. The recording ended, and the entire hall fell silent. All the Marines in the room were dumbfounded and frightened. Can a newbie pirate kill a pirate worth 20 million Baileys in an instant? How strong is this? Moreover, he faced the provocation of Naval Headquarters and ignored the anger of Naval Headquarters. How terrible will this new person be when he grows up in the future? Branu also frowned at this moment, realizing the seriousness of the problem. It would be really bad if such a terrifying rookie pirate really appeared. In the future, there will definitely be an extremely vicious person on the sea. A meeting must be held quickly to discuss this matter with all the officers in charge of new recruits in the department. On Luffy's side, after hanging up the phone, he turned his attention to the Mouse Colonel at his feet. He was aware of the existence of Colonel Mouse and other Marines in the Arlong Empire at that time. But thinking that these people would definitely not be able to carry the money they took from Nami all the time, I wanted to follow them secretly and find where the money was hidden. Then, they discovered this hidden warship right here. Where's Nami's money? Luffy asked in a deep voice. He felt furious when he thought that this man had taken away the treasure that Nami had saved for 8 years. Colonel Mouse pointed tremblingly at a large box leaning against the wall and said, In that box. After hearing this, Nami immediately walked over and opened the box. Suddenly, the golden treasure came into her eyes. Great, my treasure is back. Nami grabbed a handful of treasures and said happily. At this time, Luffy looked at Colonel Mouse and asked Nami. Nami, do you want to vent your anger? Use this guy. Vent out all the hurt and grievances you have suffered from Arlong and his gang over the past 8 years. Nami's face suddenly darkened when he heard this. He put down the treasure in his hand, stood up slowly, and walked over step by step. Looking at the terrified Colonel Mouse, waving his hands to beg for mercy, he said in a deep voice. 8 years. I was deceived by you and Arlong as a money-making tool for 8 years. I went through life and death and risked my life to get this money from other pirates and robbers. They are my hope, the hope of Kokoa village. As a result, our hopes were trampled and toyed with so easily by you and Arlong. Quote. Those were all Arlong's ideas. He asked me to do it. It's none of my business. Colonel Mouse yelled in panic, trying to put all the blame on Arlong. If you, Colonel Marine, took some responsibility, would we have been bullied by Arlong and his gang for 8 years? You worked with Arlong to collect life money from dozens of villages near us. What's the difference between you and Arlong? Nami asked angrily. Colonel Mouse wanted to defend himself, but he saw Nami took out 2 iron rods and formed a stick. Just listen to her continue to talk angrily. You and Arlong are both unforgivable sinners. As soon as he finished speaking, Nami's iron rod hit Colonel Mouse with all his strength. Ah! Along with the screams, Luffy and Yuta also joined in. The brutal 3-man fight began. Suddenly, the screams became more intense. Naval headquarters, a conference room. Branu stood at the top, with a whiteboard behind him with a photo on it. It was Luffy who was photographed and transmitted by Colonel Mouse. With a serious look on his face, Branu looked at the 24 Marine officers with strong auras and solemn expressions attending the meeting below. Said in a serious and heavy tone. Then, let me explain to everyone here the situation of Monkey D. Luffy, the most evil newcomer in history. Kokoa village at night. A huge fire was lit in the square in the middle of the village. In a circle around the fire, people were laughing, singing, dancing, and toasting in celebration. It was so lively. The entire village was liberated, so many villagers were freed, the Arlong Empire was crushed, and Colonel Rat was killed. There are so many things to be happy about, so of course we have to hold a banquet. On a high platform, Yuta sang happily. Below are a group of villagers with their faces flushed from drinking, giggling constantly, and showing their drunkenness. Usopp got into the mix, took 2 chopsticks, inserted them into his nostrils, and pressed them against his lower lip, acting ugly. It made the villagers laugh. Zoro was lying on the side, drinking heavily and sighing with pleasure from time to time. Sanji's eyes turned into hearts, he raised his hands in the air, and happily danced like seaweed around the girls in the village. Luffy is still doing his favorite thing, eating meat in big mouthfuls, and his mouth is bulging, just like a guinea pig's 2 huge cheeks when its mouth is stuffed. Nami, we are finally liberated. On one side of the fire, Nuochigao looked at this joyful scene, and raised his glass to Nami with joy from the bottom of his heart. Nami sat next to her, also smiling happily. She didn't know how many times she had dreamed of this scene. Today, I finally saw it. Yes, we are finally liberated. Nami breathed a sigh of relief and drank happily with Nokigao. Nami, you have met a good group of friends. Nokia finished a sip of wine and stared in a certain direction at Luffy, who was eating a lot. That stupid captain. No, Mr. Luffy, he really did it, just like he said. Hearing Nokigao's voice, Nami followed her gaze and looked at Luffy. When I saw Luffy's crazy eating look, I couldn't help but complain. That idiot, no one is trying to rob him, he's still eating in such a hurry, really. Listening to Nami's angry voice, Nokigao couldn't help but chuckle. KKK. After the laughter, Nuochigao took a deep breath and sighed. That's great, Nami. Nami looked at Nokigao doubtfully and asked. What? I saw Nuochi looking up at the sky, her eyes shining like stars in the sky, full of expectations, her face filled with a happy expression, and she said words. It's great that you met Mr. Luffy. From now on, you can finally live for yourself and do what you like. Don't you dream of drawing a map of the entire world? Next, you can work with Mr. Luffy to realize your dream. Nami heard Nokigao's words and looked at her blankly. Nokigao always supported her silently behind her back, feeling happy for her happiness and sad for her sadness. For a moment, she looked at this person who had been silently supporting her from childhood to adulthood, like a real sister. The reluctance in Nami's heart suddenly burst out, and she hugged Nokigao tightly. Hey, Nuo Chigao, come with me. I would be very happy if you were here. In this case, you can join me and experience for yourself the happiness I feel. After hearing Nami's words, Nokigao's eyes were filled with yearning. If this is the case, she will definitely feel happy every day. But, Nokigao's eyes dimmed a bit, he patted Nami's back gently and said. No way, Nami, I'm not as talented at sailing as you are. If I go with you, I will only cause trouble for Mr. Luffy. I'm still left to look after the orange trees at Belmere. Belmere would be very sad if those orange trees were left alone. Listening to Nokigao's words, Nami could only sob reluctantly, her body trembling slightly. Nojiko, are you willing to join us and go to sea with us? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded next to the two of them. They looked up and saw Luffy holding a large piece of meat in his hand, and he didn't know when he came to them. Faced with Luffy's question, Nuo Chigao was stunned. Mr. Luffy, just listen to Luffy continue. It's a pleasure to go sailing with us. Didn't you also hear from Nami? Nokigao still looked at Luffy blankly and said with some unconfidence. But, I won't do anything. Going will only cause trouble for Mr. Luffy and everyone, right? Besides, the orange trees in Belmere still need my care. As Nuo Chigao spoke, her voice became smaller and smaller. Of course she wanted to go to sea with Luffy and Nami, but she felt that everyone on the ship had their own unique abilities and could stand alone in a certain field, but she herself seemed to have nothing to help everyone. And the orange trees in Belmere cannot be left unattended. Just when Nokigao was in a low mood, he heard Luffy continue to speak. Didn't you take good care of those orange trees? I'm going to move some orange trees from the orange grove to the Mary. This way you and Nami will be very happy. And everyone can eat fresh oranges. Nojiko, please join us and take care of those orange trees. Be the botanist on our ship and I will help you learn about botany. And you don't have to worry about causing us trouble, I will train each of you to be very strong. As for the remaining orange trees in the garden, I think the windmill uncle is quite good. Let him take care of them. Also, don't you want to sail the world map drawn by Nami yourself? After Luffy said something, he solved all the problems that Nokigao was worried about. Especially when I heard the last sentence, I personally sailed the map drawn by Nami. That kind of thing must be very happy. Nuo Chigao's tears welled up in excitement. Quote. Nami also looked at Nokigao very excitedly, with stars in her eyes. Nojiko, come with us, go to sea. Nokigao shed tears and looked at Nami and Luffy respectively, then bit her lip and nodded heavily. Early the next morning, Kokoa village, on the coast, on the Golden Melly. Luffy and others stood on the deck, and below were a group of villagers who were planning to say goodbye. They were all looking at the top of the central street of the village, waiting for something. Nami and Noki are so slow. Haven't you come yet after so long? Usopp looked up at the street and wondered. Nami said she wants to remove the Arlong gang tattoo on her arm, so it will be later. Yuta replied, then looked at Luffy again. Speaking of which, is Nojiko really going to come with us, Luffy? There was surprise in Yuta's eyes. In this way, she had another little sister. Well, she promised me last night, and I moved the orange trees from Belmere to our ship. She will definitely not leave these trees alone. Luffy looked at the orange trees that had been planted on the top of the cabin and replied. Oh, it's coming. At this time, Usopp suddenly screamed in surprise. Strange, why is Noki taller than the only one? Seeing that only one figure appeared, Usopp added strangely. Isn't that woman not coming? Zoro leaned against the outer wall of the cabin and said leisurely. You green algae head, shut your crow mouth. If Miss Nami doesn't come, I will throw you out of here. Sanji grinned angrily at Zoro. Zoro also lost his temper when he heard this, with an angry look on his face. Do you want to fight? Come on, who's afraid of whom? In the blink of an eye, the two of them faced each other with bared teeth. Everyone else turned a blind eye to this accustomed scene. When Nojiko came near the melee, Luffy asked curiously, "Nojiko, where is Nami?" Nojiko said breathlessly. Nami said, "Let me get on the boat first, and she will come back later." After hearing this, Luffy pulled Nojiko onto the boat. At this moment, people once again saw a figure appearing on the street in the distance. "Set the boat quickly," Nami said loudly to Luffy and the others from a distance. As soon as he finished speaking, Nami made a running gesture and rushed towards the melee. What is she going to do? Usopp looked confused. Well, just listen to Nami and start the boat first. Luffy has already thought of something. In the original book, this is how Nami boarded the ship and stole all the villagers' wallets. Luffy looked at the worried villagers below and couldn't help but mourn for them. Does that girl want to leave without saying goodbye, without waiting for us to thank her? You left all 100 million belly to us, at least take some away too. Stop it, Nami, at least let us thank you properly. Someone turned around and suddenly found that the melee had begun to set sail. Ah, they have sailed, please wait a moment, we have to thank you very much. Yes, Straw Hat, don't leave without saying goodbye. But at this moment, Nami's figure had already arrived beside the villagers. The villagers immediately raised their hands to stop him, with serious expressions on their faces and ready to stand ready. We won't let you pass, May. However, a strong and flying figure was seen rushing through the crowd like a nimble kitten, easily avoiding the interception, and jumped to the Mary, which had already started sailing. The villagers were filled with sadness and tears in their eyes. Nami, why, that's too much. Nami, you just left without saying goodbye to us. Woohoo. Just when the villagers were crying sadly, they suddenly saw Nami standing on the deck and shook her clothes. The next second, countless wallets fell like rain. Seeing this scene, all the villagers were shocked. They all started to fumble in their pockets. Tet. Ah, ha, my wallet is missing. Mine is gone too. Mine too. Me too. At this time, Nami turned his head and picked up a banknote, showing a proud smile and said, "Everyone, take care of yourself." The villagers had long since lost their sadness and all turned into anger. That stinky girl is so brave. You little thieving cat. Come back quickly and give me my wallet. As the melee gradually moved away, Nami and Nojiko lay on the side of the boat at the same time, waving to the villagers on the shore. Goodbye everyone. GN, I leave the orange trees in Belmere to you. Everyone, we're leaving. X2. On the coast, all the villagers cried collectively. Clear skies and gentle breeze. On the vast sea, the melee was driving slowly. On the deck, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp worked hard to train the extreme strengthening method taught to them by Luffy, in order to catch up with Luffy as soon as possible. The three girls, Nami, Yuta, and Nojiko, gathered together to study and plan various logistical matters on the ship. Naturally, Nami and Nojiko were taught the training methods by Luffy, but because they were born with weaker physiques than Zoro and the others, their bodies could no longer hold up after training for several hours every day. I had to rest and adjust. Now, they have completed their training and are free to study other things. In fact, Luffy didn't intend for them to rely on physical skills to become top warriors. Everyone's talents are different, and you can't become stronger by training hard. So Luffy's plan is to find a suitable devil fruit for them if they encounter the right opportunity in the future, and let them develop the fruit's abilities. As for Luffy himself, he was sitting on the side of the boat fishing for a while, giving guidance to Zoro and the other three, and then he was sitting in front of Yuta and the others, chatting with them. In short, his main focus is that is free and undisciplined, doing nothing. Of course, he will still participate in any important matters or decisions on the ship. Goo. At this time, a bird song suddenly came from above everyone's heads. Everyone looked up and saw the seagull with a newspaper backpack hanging around its neck. Ah, it's News Bird. Nami screamed in surprise, then hurried to the place where the news bird landed and bought a newspaper from it. Why did the price increase again? Seeing the price marked on the newsbird backpack, Nami couldn't help but complained angrily. But I still took out 100 belly and bought a newspaper. Let me see, what's the news today? Nami muttered as she walked to the chair where Luffy was lying on the sunbathing chair and sat down. There's a coup in Vera. Why is this kind of news again? There are so many such news in the world recently. Nami muttered as he opened the newspaper and prepared to read the other side. Suddenly, something flew out when she opened the newspaper and landed on the deck. For a moment, everyone on the boat was attracted by something that suddenly appeared. When looking in the direction of landing, suddenly, everyone's pupils trembled. He saw a reward order lying on the ground, and the information in the reward order was Monkey D. Luffy, with a bounty of 60 million Baileys, life or death. At the same time, Naval Headquarters. Inside an office. Marine Marshal Sengoku was sitting at his desk, his face gloomy and his expression ferocious and angry. In front of him, there was a reward order, and the person in it was Luffy. Next to his desk, sitting on several chairs, were Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, also holding Luffy's reward order in their hands. How terrifying. This newbie pirate. The first bounty was as high as 60 million Baileys. He deserves to be called the worst newbie. Kizaru looked at Luffy's gloomy expression on the reward notice and showed an exaggerated look of fear. HMPH. All pirates deserve to die. No matter what kind of evil they are, I will eradicate them all. Akainu had a fierce face, a firm tone, and a strong murderous intent in his eyes. Monkey D. Luffy, Mr. Garp's grandson. Aokiji murmured. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the door. Sengoku, I heard you were looking for me. What's the matter? After the voice fell, Garp walked in slowly, holding senbei in his hand. Seeing the person coming, Sengoku suddenly looked fierce. Boom! He slammed the table and said loudly, Garp, look at the great-grandson you taught. Luffy, Garp muttered, came to Sengoku's desk, and saw the reward notice at a glance. At the same time, Sengoku said angrily from the side. The initial reward was as high as 60 million Baileys. Do you know what this means, right? He also killed Colonel Marine in front of the naval headquarters and provoked Marine. Tell me, how did you teach this grandson? The initial reward of 60 million means that he will definitely be a big pirate in the future. But Garp already knew this when Luffy said he wanted to be a pirate. After all, Luffy is a born king. As for killing Colonel Marine, provoking Marine. Garp clasped his nose with his little finger and said casually, I know that kid Luffy. He won't kill innocent people indiscriminately. Don't you know that too, Sengoku? Our marine internal affairs are not exactly the same as the justice written behind our backs. After hearing what Garp said, Sengoku stood up and shouted in fright. Garp, even if Sengoku knew this, he couldn't say it in public. In the entire marine, Garp is probably the only one who dares to say this. Sengoku, I advise you not to treat Luffy as a pirate with a bounty of 60 million belly. Garp added casually, Luffy is his grandson, but he's also a marine. He couldn't expose Luffy's information, so reminding him was the best he could do. Sengoku suddenly looked confused when he heard this and asked, Garp, what do you mean? Garp pretended to be stupid at this time, took out his nose-picking hand, took out a senbei and handed it to Sengoku. Sengoku, do you want to eat senbei? Sengoku glanced at Garp's little finger resting on the senbei, then looked at Garp's sincere expression and suddenly roared. Get out, don't eat. Aboard the Golden Mary. The moment they saw Luffy's reward order, everyone on the ship gathered around. Sri's country has 60 million belliers. It's 3 times the bounty of Arlong. Nuauchi Gao's face was full of shock and amazement. She has been living in the small place of East Blue, and the most she has ever seen is 20 million from Arlong. 60 million, she simply couldn't imagine it. Indeed, Luffy, as a newbie pirate, 6,000 belly is really very high, it's unheard of. Nami's little mouth was also open, her eyes were shocked, but at the same time full of worry. This is not going to be good. We will definitely be hunted down by various pirate hunters, marines and the like in the future. But what surprised these two people was that they were the only ones on the ship who looked shocked. The others never expressed their opinions and did not look shocked. They were suddenly filled with doubts and curiosity. Nami asked, looking at the Zoro trio across from him in confusion. Why are you so calm? Luffy has a bounty on his head. The bounty is as high as 60 million belies. Aren't you surprised at all? When Nami finished speaking, Zoro and the 3 of them shook their heads. Zoro, this bounty is too small. Sanji, that's right. As for Luffy, I think 600 million Baileys is less. Usopp, the world government probably doesn't know about that. After hearing the three people's remarks, Nami and Nojiko were confused and suddenly became more confused. 60 million Baileys is still less. Arlong only has 20 million. And Sanji, what you said is too exaggerated, isn't it? 600 million belly. That kind of thing can only be achieved by monster level. What is that thing Usopp said? Nami and Nojiko were filled with doubts in their little heads. Yuta couldn't stand it any longer, so she explained to the two of them. Nami, after you left Barate, Luffy had a fight with Hawkeye. You know that Hawkeye, right? That's Hawkeye, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, known as the world's best swordsman. After hearing Yuta's words, Nami and Nojiko's small mouths opened into an O shape again. 7 warlords of the sea. The best swordsman in the world. Sea Gui. Luffy. Has Luffy actually fought against such a powerful person? No wonder you all said that Luffy's bounty is low. If you can fight against that kind of monster, even if you lose, you will definitely be very close to the monster level. Luffy, are you so strong that you are almost turning into a monster? Nami and Nojiko sighed one after another, their eyes full of shock. At this moment, Yuta narrowed his eyes into crescent moons and said with a smile. Luffy, he won. He is already the kind of monster you think he is. After Yuta finished speaking, Nami, Noki and Gao both exclaimed at the same time. What? X2. You. What did you say? Luffy actually defeated a monster like Hawkeye. Is Luffy already a monster? Yuta's crescent-like eyes bloomed again and said. Luffy, he is now as powerful as Marine Admiral. What did you say? X2. The sharp soprano seemed to pierce the sky and resounded throughout the sea. Grand Line, an unknown island. On the coast, a figure slowly approached. Wow, Eagle Eye, what are you doing here? The pirate responsible for guarding the coast looked at the visitor and exclaimed, his body trembling with fear. Hawkeye said with a cold and serious expression. Don't make any noise, I'm not here, to find you. Where is your leader? Deep in the island, there is an open space. Shanks, Beckman and others sat on the floor, each resting, surrounded by the remnants of the banquet. Head, boss. A panicked figure hurried over. Shanks and others opened their eyes when they heard the sound and looked in that direction. Suddenly, I saw an aura-filled man behind that person. It's Hawkeye, a rare visitor. Shanks said hello, then said solemnly with a gloomy face. I'm in a bad mood right now. Do you want to come to me for a duel? Hawkeye snorted coldly and said disdainfully. HMPH, you guys are all drunk here. Who wants to duel with you at this time? Wahahaha. Suddenly, Shanks burst out laughing, his face flushed, and he looked like he had drunk a lot. Hawkeye frowned in disgust, and then took out a reward list. I found a group of interesting pirates. It's about a story in a certain village that I heard you tell before. After Hawkeye finished speaking, Shanks and others were stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted and came together in surprise. Luffy. Is it Luffy? When they saw the person on the reward list, everyone suddenly became happy. It is indeed Luffy. The bounty is 60 million. Is it so high? Hey, isn't 60 million less? You forgot that Luffy was able to master Conqueror's Haki at the age of 7. That's what I say, but it's really rare to see a rookie pirate get such a high bounty for the first time. Luffy, are you finally here? Shanks raised the corners of his mouth, and the figure of the young man appeared in his mind. Then, he turned to look at Hawkeye. Speaking of which, Hawkeye, have you seen Luffy? Yuta stay with him. Is she okay? Shanks had a smile in his eyes, thinking of Yuta, and a happy expression appeared on his face. Hawkeye nodded. She's very energetic. She's still protecting that Straw Hat Boy just like she was when she was little. After hearing what Hawkeye said, Shanks and others burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Yuta is still so considerate. It seems Luffy has taken good care of her. Hawkeye, are you hurt? Suddenly someone asked in shock. Then, everyone stopped laughing and looked at Hawkeye. Hawkeye usually only wears a windbreaker and no clothes underneath. There are several circles of bandages wrapped around his chest at the moment. And when they saw those bandages, everyone was shocked. Who is Hawkeye? Who can let Hawkeye get hurt? Being stared at by everyone, Hawkeye suddenly became a little nervous and embarrassed. He frowned and said reluctantly, "Some time ago, I was competing with others, and I was carelessly injured." After Hawkeye finished speaking, there was an exclamation in the field. "The person who can even hurt you, Hawkeye, is definitely not a simple person, right? Who is it? Kaido or Big Mom? Or the man who claims to be the strongest in the world, Whitebeard?" A series of questions were asked, which made the corners of Hawkeye's eyes twitch. I couldn't say a word for a long time. At this time, Ben Beckman suddenly said, "It can't be Luffy. You just said that Yuta protected Luffy like the boss. At that time, Yuta would only do this when you were dueling with the boss." As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. They all opened their eyes wide and looked at the Eagle Eye in disbelief, as if seeking confirmation. They couldn't believe that Luffy was already so strong. The corner of Hawkeye's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but glance at Beckman, secretly thinking that this man is really not simple. Then he answered seriously, "That Straw Hat Boy has grown to a level beyond your imagination." When Hawkeye finished speaking, the whole audience was in an uproar. "See Gui, Luffy, are you already so strong? Luffy's talent is really terrifying. Can even Hawkeye be injured?" Shanks listened to all this, the corner of his mouth curled up, and there was hope and excitement in his eyes. "Luffy, bring some changes to this world. East Blue, Windmill Village. Hey, Luffy has become a wanted criminal." On the street, someone suddenly shouted loudly. After hearing this, everyone immediately came together. After a while, Shri Gui, there are 60 million Baileys. That boy is really good. Now, maybe a big pirate will come out of our village. Very good. When the villagers were celebrating, the village chief came to the crowd on a crutch and drove the crowd away, and the village chief scolded angrily. "Idiot, there's a pirate in the village, what's there to be happy about?" The village chief drove away the crowd and came to Makino angrily. Makino looked at Luffy on the reward list with a smile on his face. "Great, Luffy looks very energetic. It's just that the expression is a little scary. It would be nice if I could laugh." "Village chief, you should also take a look," Makino said, handing the reward list to the village chief. The village chief snorted coldly and turned his head to one side. "HMPH, pirates are just pirates, what's so interesting about them?" As he said this, the village chief couldn't help but glance at the reward list in Makino's hand. Dayton House. Dayton looked at Luffy's appearance in the reward list and was happy. A tear. This kid is as promising as Ace 3 years ago. The bandits under his command nodded one after another and cried in unison. Aboard the Golden Mary. When I found out that Luffy defeated Shichibukai and his experience was comparable to that of Marine Admiral Nami and Nojiko have not yet recovered from the shock. Gather around Luffy and look at Luffy like a monkey in a zoo. Luffy was shocked by the sight and couldn't help but say, "I said, you've almost got it. Isn't it just a matter of fighting a Shichibukai, who is as good as a Marine Admiral?" The two exclaimed again after hearing these remarks. "That's it, that's Shichibukai. Yeah, that's Marine Admiral." Luffy looked helpless when he heard this. From his current perspective, it is only a matter of time before he surpasses Admiral in the future. But in the eyes of rookies like Nami and Nojiko, Shichibukai and Admiral are existences that are out of reach and can only be looked up to. In order to give these two current rookies a little confidence, Luffy said, "Don't worry, I can help you achieve that kind of strength in the future. Not just you, but everyone on our ship, I will turn you into monsters." When everyone heard Luffy's words, their eyes were full of yearning and expectation. Nami and Nojiko looked in disbelief and full of expectation. "Luffy, are you telling the truth? Can someone like me turn into a monster?" Luffy smiled slightly and believed it. "Our pirate team will all be monsters in the future." At this moment, Zoro suddenly said, "Hey, I think I saw an island." When the others heard this, they immediately turned away. On the small island in the distance, some buildings could be vaguely seen, looking like a large town. That's the legendary Logue town where the last pirate King Roger was executed. The last town on the Grand Line. Nami took out the map and explained to everyone. Luffy sighed with anticipation in his eyes. One Piece. The place where the previous pirate King Roger was executed, he wanted to go and see it. Oops. Nami suddenly frowned, looked up at the sky and said, What happened?" When Usopp heard that Nami's tone was wrong, he immediately started lying. Just listen to Nami explain. I think the weather is about to change. The others looked up at the sky curiously after hearing this, but could not see anything. Nami's expression became a little serious and said, the weather changes this time are so bad that we can't stay on the island for too long, only half an hour at most. If you have anything you want to do, tell me now. I will give you the money, so go and get back quickly. Nami took out the money stolen from the villagers. In the past, she might have hesitated and thought about charging some interest or something. But now, I can't care anymore. After Nami finished speaking, everyone expressed their needs. Sanji, I want to buy ingredients. Zoro, I want to buy 2 knives. Usopp, I want to buy gunpowder. Start researching and making improved buggy bullets. Nojiko, I want to buy some botany books, and Luffy said he would help me learn botany knowledge. Yuta, I don't have to buy anything. Nami, if you still have enough money, I will buy some clothes. Nami looked at Luffy for the last time, her heart bleeding. The money she finally stole was going to be gone again. Seeing Nami's sad look, Luffy smiled and said, I'm just going to see Roger's execution platform, and it won't cost me any money. Quote. Nami looked touched. Luffy was the best. But ask Sanji to buy me more meat. Buy it for 100 people. Luffy added casually. Suddenly, Nami's emotion disappeared. He grinned and cursed angrily. What a shit to buy. After arriving at Logue Town, Luffy and others split up as planned. Yuta and Nami, 3 people together, went to buy botanical books and clothes. Zoro and the 3 of them each purchased what they needed. Luffy went to the square where Roger was executed alone. At the same time, in an office at Logue Town Marine Base. A man with 2 cigars in his mouth, a white slicked back hair, and a frown all the time, was holding a reward list in his hand, looking at it without blinking. This person is Luffy's old enemy in the original work, nicknamed White Hunter, and also known as Smoker, the smoke fruit capable person. The baddest newcomer, Smoker muttered. The baddest newcomer, Smoker muttered. The next second, he smiled disdainfully and snorted coldly. HMPH. Those guys at headquarters are really stupid. Can a boy like this be rewarded with 60 million Baileys? After hearing what Smoker said, a Marine soldier next to him said with a lie. Colonel Smoker, you must not underestimate him. The report says that this monkey D. Luffy killed Arlong with a bounty of 20 million Baileys with 1 punch. He also killed Colonel Mouse of the 16th branch in front of his headquarters. He was a vicious pirate. Seeing the soldier's performance, Smoker's eyes showed shame. He snorted disdainfully again. HMPH. The report said that when the rat reported, he was in a panic, and this Straw Hat Boy also appeared next to him. The Straw Hat Boy must have deliberately forced the mouse to say this in order to become famous. That rat is a waste to begin with. He succumbed to the slightest threat. What an embarrassment to us Marine. The soldier was stunned when he heard this. Is that so? I have to say, it seems to make sense. Smoker once again snorted with disdain. HMPH. This is a common trick used by pirates who want to be famous. I think those guys from our headquarters are too far away from the front line to believe that rat's stupid words. As the weakest sea among the 4 seas, East Blue, how could such unprecedented pirates appear? The soldier was convinced at this time, and suddenly looked like he had a sudden realization. So this is as expected of Colonel Smoker. Smoker's lips raised when he heard this, and there was infinite confidence in his eyes. Since I was transferred to Logue Town, I have never let go of a pirate. Over the years, Logue Town has achieved unprecedented peace under my watch. Look, if that Straw Hat Boy wants to go to the Grand Line, he will definitely come to Logue Town. When the time comes, I will let him know that the fame gained through such clever tricks is vulnerable to absolute strength. The soldier was completely conquered by Smoker's momentum and confidence. The admiration in his eyes was even brighter than the stars, and he sighed from the bottom of his heart again. As expected of Colonel Smoker. Smoker no longer continued to enjoy the Marine soldier's flattery, but suddenly frowned and asked. Where is Tashigi? Has she not come back after being out for so long? If we count the time, the Straw Hat Boys should be here soon. Everyone must be ready for battle at all times. Seeing that Smoker seemed a little angry, the soldier immediately replied with some fear. Tashigicho said he went to the weapons store to get a knife. Smoker frowned upon hearing this. Does it take hours to get a knife? That stupid woman. Colonel Smoker. Colonel Smoker. At this moment, a panicked exclamation suddenly came from outside the door. Smoker frowned, very unhappy with this performance. He looked at the door, and soon, a Marine corporal ran in. The corporal saluted and reported with fear in his eyes. Colonel Smoker, the most evil newcomer, Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy appears. Smoker originally wanted to reprimand the Marine in front of him for his flustered behavior, but when he heard Luffy's name, he immediately slapped the table and asked, "Where is he?" Finally, let him wait. He must expose the hypocritical mask of the Straw Hat Boy and let the world see clearly that he is just a shameless person who can play tricks. The corporal was also deeply surprised to see Smoker's excitement. I have never seen Colonel Smoker so motivated. It seems that Colonel Smoker is bound to win against the Straw Hats. As expected of Colonel Smoker, Corporal Marine replied, feeling flattered in his heart. There are reports that Straw Hat Luffy was seen going to the execution square of former pirate King Gall D. Roger. Upon hearing this, Smoker immediately rushed out the door. At the same time, he left a message to the Marine soldiers behind him. Assemble the troops and blockade the port. I will kill all the Straw Hat crew here. Yes, Colonel Smoker. Execution Square. Because the former Pirate King was executed here, people always come here to visit. So at this moment, the square is also packed with people. Luffy stood in the distance, across the crowd, looking at the simple-looking execution platform from a distance. Is that where Roger was executed? Luffy sighed with emotion, and then the corners of his mouth raised involuntarily. To truly feel Roger's heroic aura before his execution, of course you have to step onto the execution platform in person. I saw Luffy flick his arm. The next second, his body was brought to the execution platform. Seeing the figure that suddenly appeared on the execution platform, the audience immediately started talking. Hey, what happened to that person? Why is he in that place? I thought I saw that man's arms stretched out just now. Is it the legendary demon fruit power? Hey, the guy in the straw hat, come down quickly. It is an execution platform under the special jurisdiction of the world government. You are not allowed to go up there. There was a lot of noise and discussion below the execution platform. Luffy stood on the high platform, looking down at the crowds of people below, as if he had seen with his own eyes what Roger had seen. The next moment, his vision gradually blurred and his eyes became dim. And when his vision became clear again, a completely new scene came into view. There were huge crowds of people on the square. Everyone's eyes were looking at the same place, a towering and isolated execution platform. There is a long staircase leading to the execution platform. At this moment, a tall man with a mustache was walking up step by step. He has shackles on his hands, but he is like a proud king. Everyone in the audience could only hold back and marvel at his aura that looked down upon the world. On the high platform, were two executioners waiting to execute the man. But at this moment, the two executioners were sweating profusely and looking tense. The man walked onto the high platform, sat cross-legged, lowered his head slightly, smiled lightly, and said to the two executioners beside him, "Come on, get it done quickly." Upon hearing this, the two executioners raised their swords and crossed them in front of the man, preparing for the final execution. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. "Hey, Pirate King, where did you hide all the treasure you found? Is it really the Grand Line? You got it, right. That legendary secret treasure. That unique secret treasure. One Piece awe." As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell silent. Everyone held their breath and stared at the only king on the high platform. The man suddenly raised his head slightly and the corners of his mouth began to tremble. The next second, he turned to laughing in the sky. S unknown currency A unknown currency A unknown currency A unknown currency A. Thousands of spectators in the audience saw this scene and were shocked by its momentum. Then, everyone saw the man on the execution platform suddenly stopped laughing and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "Want my treasure? I can give it all to you if you want." Hearing this, the audience in the audience swallowed their saliva secretly, with burning eyes, which contained uncontrollable excitement and ambition. The two executioners were panicked and raised their long knives. Hey, shut up. The man was unmoved by the executioner's warning and shouted. Go find it. I put all the treasures there. As soon as he finished speaking, two long knives crossed and pierced his body. Blood flowed out and gathered into a pool. And under the high platform, after a moment of silence, it boiled and cheered loudly. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Luffy's vision gradually blurred again and slowly fell into darkness. At the same time, in his mind, your understanding is heaven-defying. Through personal visualization and understanding, your spirit is improved. Your spirit is improved, and your Conqueror's Haki is strengthened. In the hazy vision, Luffy felt that his Conqueror's Haki seemed to have broken through some shackles. Then, prompts continued to come from his mind. Your strength has broken through. Sure enough, Luffy said in his heart. Before, he was only a step away from breaking through to the Admiral level, and the most critical thing was that Conqueror's Haki was not strong enough. After this experience, as if he had personally experienced Roger's execution, his Conquerors had made a big step forward as he personally saw Roger's kingly posture. Now, he has already possessed a trace of the true kingly posture, just like Roger who looked down on the world at the beginning. Hey, Straw Hat Boy, come down quickly. Did you hear that? Are you pretending to be deaf? In the haze, Luffy faintly heard the voice of the guard who had called him down before. Although he had experienced an execution in his mind, the reality was only a moment. Luffy slowly opened his eyes, and his vision became clear again. The sky suddenly became dark and cloudy. Whoosh whoosh. Boom. In an instant, the strong wind also raged with thunder. The sky and the earth suddenly changed color, and the scene was like the end of the world. Just as Luffy was about to leave, he suddenly saw a large number of Marines rushing in from both sides of the square. The number was almost staggering. Accompanied by the roar of a motorcycle, Colonel Smoker, a Marine with a cigar in his mouth and a slicked back hair, rushed over. Drifting in the middle of the passage opened by the Marines for evacuation, he stopped steadily in front of the execution platform where Luffy was standing. The onlookers looked at this exaggerated scene with a confused look on their faces, not understanding what had happened to cause so many Marines to come out collectively. Especially when they saw Smoker appear, many people were even more surprised. Even Colonel Smoker, the super strong man who had never lost since he was stationed in Logue Town, the ability user of Logia Smoke Fruit, was alarmed. Who on earth was so proud of himself? At this moment, a Marine who was responsible for evacuating the crowd suddenly shouted to the crowd. Get out of here. We, the Marines, are going to capture the worst newcomer, Monkey D. Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy with a bounty of 60 million berries. This pirate is very dangerous. All of you are irrelevant. Get out of here. As soon as these words came out, the square was in uproar. Everyone looked at the man in the straw hat who was surrounded by the Marines and standing on the execution platform in disbelief. The man lowered his head slightly, his hat brim covered his eyes, and the shadow cast on his face, looking extremely gloomy and terrifying. Is that the most evil newcomer that's been rumored everywhere recently, the Straw Hat Boy? Sure enough, he's just like the rumors say. He looks like a devil who kills without blinking an eye and is extremely vicious. A super rookie pirate with a bounty of 60 million berries, I heard it's unprecedented. It's really too scary, that Straw Hat Boy. Hearing the voices of exaggeration and shock about Luffy's reputation everywhere, Smoker couldn't help but frown. He immediately looked at Luffy with an extremely unhappy look. You're playing tricks, watch me beat you out of your original form. Smoker bit his cigar and whispered to himself, then said to Luffy. Hey, Straw Hat Boy, come down and surrender quickly. In this case, I can spare your life. After Smoker finished speaking, everyone in the audience stared directly at Luffy, the Straw Hat with his head slightly lowered on the execution platform. Just like back then, thousands of viewers were waiting for Roger to answer that question. Luffy slowly raised his head, and the shadow on his face gradually disappeared, revealing his confident and proud face with a faint smile, as if looking down at the world. 0.0. At this scene, the entire audience, including all Marines, were stunned. At that moment, they seemed to see a king standing at the top, arrogant about everything. Even Smoker was shocked. He was present when Roger was executed. And now the scene of Luffy looking up reminded him of Roger. It was as if Luffy and Roger, who were standing on the execution platform at this moment, merged into one body. For a time, everyone's impression of Luffy as a devil began to change, and they became like believers, looking up to God. Under everyone's nervous gaze, the corners of Luffy's mouth began to move slightly. Then, everyone in the audience heard it. "Sorry, I have to conquer the Grand Line, so I don't have time to play house with you here." Luffy's tone was calm and his attitude was easygoing, but the feeling when he said these words made everyone marvel at his unparalleled aura. Like a king, looking down on the world. Suddenly, everyone was shocked by Luffy's momentum and stood there blankly, looking up at him. "What did you say?" Smoker frowned, holding the cigar between his teeth, his eyes filled with anger. He actually said that fighting him was just playing house. How could Smoker endure this? He stared hard at Luffy before he saw the other person speak again. "I said, crack." Luffy was mid-sentence when a bolt of lightning suddenly exploded and fell from the black cloud. Everyone stared blankly at the golden lightning, which was clearly aimed at Luffy, who was standing on the execution platform at the moment. Suddenly, the whole audience screamed in shock. "Hey, that lightning is going to hit Straw Hat. Run away, you will die. Lightning is about to strike you, Straw Hat, do you hear it? Get out of there quickly." Perhaps they were shocked and infected by Luffy's aura just now. At this moment, countless people began to call to remind Luffy and let him escape quickly. Smoker didn't care about the crowd's opinion of Luffy at this time, he just frowned and stared at Luffy closely. I was wondering why Luffy heard the reminder but remained unmoved. Were you frightened, or is he looking for death? Smoker made a guess in his mind. However, the next moment, he suddenly felt shocked. His pupils trembled like an earthquake, and the cigar in his mouth fell to the ground because he opened his mouth wide. His expression was extremely shocked and incredible. All the people in the audience were extremely shocked at this moment, as if they had seen ghosts and gods. Their expressions were shocked, their bodies were trembling, and their eyes contained extremely strong shock and disbelief. At this moment, on the execution platform, Luffy was smiling and looking proud, looking down as if looking down at the world. What shocked everyone in the audience and paid attention was Luffy's right hand raised at this moment. Between his right hands, a golden lightning bolt was held tightly like a spear. The wind was raging and dark clouds were pressing down on the city. Thunder rolled from the sky, and the roar shook the heaven and the earth. And it was in this doomsday-like scene. On the execution platform, the man smiled, looked proud, and held lightning in his hand, like a king. This shocking scene made everyone in the audience stunned. Then, under the extremely shocked gaze of everyone, Luffy looked at Smoker who was stagnant in place, and said in a voice as light as a feather. I said, you are too weak. I say, you are too weak. This bell-like voice echoed in the minds of everyone in the audience, over and over again, and could not be dispelled for a long time. The indifferent tone and proud posture shocked everyone in the audience, as if they were baptized. Then, everyone saw the execution platform. Luffy jumped down from the execution platform with a lightning golden spear in his hand. When he fell in the air, he turned around and threw the lightning at the execution platform. Crack, boom, two sounds rang out in succession, and the execution platform collapsed. The great pirate era will end with him. This execution platform no longer has any need to exist. After doing all this, Luffy walked through the crowd and left the square. And the moment Luffy disappeared in the square, which was originally like time stopped, suddenly seemed to be activated, and the noise was deafening. People were as excited as when they heard the great treasure from Roger's mouth. Hey, did you see that Straw Hat Kid just now? His aura is so strong that it almost suffocated me. I saw it. He held lightning in his hand, just like a god. It was really shocking. That Straw Hat Kid is so strong. Can a person really do something like catching lightning? That guy is just like Roger in the past. An old man with gray hair and beard, leaning on a cane, said in an extremely excited tone with memories and shock in his eyes. Roger, who is that? Someone who has never heard of this name asked. It's the Pirate King who opened the Great Pirate Era, Gol D. Roger. The old man's eyes trembled, his tone was excited, and he exclaimed. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar again. It's actually the Pirate King. That Straw Hat Boy, is he actually like the former Pirate King? It's so shocking, the aura emanates from that Straw Hat Boy. Is that Straw Hat Boy really a pirate? He is completely different from other pirates I have seen. The square was full of people. In the crowd, a man was wearing a green cloak, covering himself tightly, revealing only a strange tattoo on his face. It was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. I only heard the dragon muttering, "Luffy, have you grown up so much?" At the same time, in another part of the square, a man with a nose ring and a green coxcomb with a strange shape had a dull expression, his mouth wide open, and a trembling "ah" in his throat. A companion beside him shook the man's body with doubt and worry, and asked, "Hey, Bartolomeo, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Cheer up." "Ah, ah, ah." Bartolomeo continued to make a trembling "ah." I saw Bartolomeo suddenly clenched his fists and roared to the sky. The momentum was so great that the whole square cast its eyes on him. Under the puzzled gazes of everyone, Bartolomeo's eyes seemed to emit starlight, his expression was excited, and he shouted extremely loudly. Quote exclamation mark quote. As soon as these words came out, his companion hurriedly covered Bartolomeo's mouth in panic. He glanced nervously at the people around him. Marine lowered his voice. "Are you crazy? There are Marines here." Bartolomeo didn't care at all. His eyes were obsessed, and the shadow of the man just now was the only thing in his mind. Right in front of the execution platform, Smoker, who was in a daze, was pulled back to his thoughts by Bartolomeo's shout. "I said, you are too weak." Luffy's words appeared in his mind again. Smoker frowned and gritted his teeth, his eyes were full of fire. "That fool dared to look down on me like this. Unforgivable." With a low roar, Smoker suddenly turned around and rode on the motorcycle, chasing in the direction where Luffy left. Seeing this, the other Marines also quickly organized their formation and followed closely behind. It rained heavily. Luffy was running down a street in Logue Town. Directly in front of him was the Golden Merly docked on the shore, swaying crazily in the rough waves. On the Mary, Yuta waved and shouted to Luffy. "Luffy, hurry up." Nami said the wind is about to change and now is the best time to set sail. "Is everyone else here?" Luffy asked. "We're here, it's up to you now." Yuta responded. When Luffy heard this, he immediately waved his arms and prepared to get on the boat quickly. Boom boom. At this moment, an engine roar suddenly sounded from ahead. Then, Luffy saw a Smoker riding a motorcycle, shuttling out of a side street and drifting in front of him. At the same time, a large number of Marines sprang out from various streets and alleys, quickly organizing their formations and surrounding him with water from all sides. This was arranged by Smoker when he went to the execution square to find Luffy early in the morning, and asked people to block the coast in advance. Smoker held a cigar in his mouth and stood in front of Luffy. The anger in his eyes had not disappeared, and he said in a deep voice, "Straw Hat Boy, on my name, White Hunter, Smoker, Colonel Marine, I will never let you leave here today." As soon as he finished speaking, Smoker stretched out his arms. His arms suddenly turned into a large amount of white smoke, like two billowing smoke pillars, stretching in the direction of Luffy. When all the Marines around saw this, their eyes were filled with shock and envy, and they couldn't help but sigh. Appeared, the strongest Logia among the devil fruit, with the ability to smoke the poisonous fruit. Colonel Smoker's smoke body is invincible, no one can hurt him in the slightest. This time, Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy known as the most evil newcomer, will also be helpless against Colonel Smoker. No one in the entire East Blue can beat Colonel Smoker. The Marines were shocked and sighed, and there was a lot of discussion. Suddenly, everyone saw with confusion that Luffy's figure flashed and seemed to disappear in place. The next second, everyone seemed to have seen a ghost, their mouths suddenly opened wide, and their eyes stared as if they were about to explode. Their eyes were filled with extreme disbelief and shock. For just a moment, no one even saw clearly when Luffy moved his hand. Everyone saw Smoker vomiting blood from his mouth and falling to the ground with a ferocious expression in pain. Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy, was standing next to him, holding on to his straw hat. For a moment, all Marines were stunned in place like sculptures. What happened? When did that Straw Hat Boy approach Colonel Smoker? I didn't see his movements at all. This is impossible. Isn't Colonel Smoker Logia? Isn't Logia invincible? How did he hit Colonel Smoker? Has the invincible Colonel Smoker been seconds? Am I really not dreaming? That guy is so strong. While all the Marines were shocked and sighing, Smoker, who was knocked to the ground by a blow, was also in shock. He didn't even see what happened just now. Just suddenly noticed that Luffy appeared in front of him. Before he could react, he was already lying on the ground unable to move, and bursts of burning pain came from his chest. Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy, is very strong. Stronger than he imagined. This is what Smoker is thinking at the moment. At this time, he heard Luffy standing beside him speak. Sorry, I don't have time to play with you now. Luffy's tone was calm, and he turned to leave after leaving these words. Straw Hat, Smoker gasped, exhausted all his strength, and screamed in extreme pain. Luffy stopped when he heard this. Just listen to Smoker continue. I will definitely catch you, no matter where you escape, bet on my name, White Hunter. Absolute. Smoker gritted his teeth and his eyes were firmer than ever. In response, Luffy did not respond. Although Smoker is a bit of a bad guy and was abused in various ways in the original work, he is actually not a bad person. So Luffy didn't even think about getting rid of this follower. If he wants to chase him, then chase him. Anyway, the strength gap is here and it won't pose any threat. After Smoker finished speaking, Luffy stretched out his arms and grabbed the Mary's ship. As his body was pulled towards the Mary, Luffy's voice echoed through the violent storm. Target, Grand Line, sail. As soon as he finished speaking, the Mary was like a wild horse running wild, boosted by the storm, speeding through the turbulent sea. In the blink of an eye, it was hundreds of meters away from the coast. On the coast, the Marines watched the Mary shrinking rapidly and had no choice but to stare helplessly. Ta-da-da-da. There was a sound of running footsteps, and then stopped somewhere. Colonel Smoker, are you okay? Tashigi gasped and looked worriedly at Smoker, who was lying on his back. Without waiting for Smoker to respond, he continued to explain apologetically. I'm so sorry, Colonel Smoker. I just met Roronoa Zoro from the Straw Hat crew at the weapon shop, so I didn't get over in time. Quote. I'm really sorry that I couldn't catch Roronoa Zoro. Tashigi's tone was full of self-blame, and his eyes were full of anger and determination. Smoker lay on the ground and said without listening to Tashigi's explanation. Quote. Tashigi, go and get ready. We head to the Grand Line to hunt down the Straw Hat crew. Tashigi nodded heavily and said, Yes, Colonel Smoker. Next time we meet, I will definitely catch Roronoa Zoro. After saying that, Tashigi turned around and left to make preparations. But he was stopped by Smoker. Tashigi, give me the phone bug. Although Tashigi was confused, he still took out the phone on his body and gave it to Smoker. Soon, under Smoker's operation, the phone rang with a voice. Moxie, this is the Naval Headquarters. Before the person on the phone finished introducing himself, Smoker said to himself. First, am the Marine Colonel stationed in East Blue Log Town, White Hunter, Smoker. About East Blue's newbie bounty pirate, Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy, I. There are a few additional points below. Straw Hat Luffy, who has the ability to capture Logia, should be able to master Haki. His strength is very high, I can't survive one round in his hands. Please ask the headquarters to re-evaluate the amount of his bounty and distribute the latest information about Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid, to all branches. Above. Clip. Smoker finished talking to himself and hung up the phone, but he didn't know that the people at Naval Headquarters had been fooled. The person who answered his call was the same recorder who had answered Colonel Mouse's call last time. After a long period of silence, the man ran out of the studio with a horrified look on his face. He was still shouting in panic. Enter Branyu. Naval Headquarters, once again in shock. The wind was raging and the rain was pouring. The sea is like crazy, with constant waves and crazy surges. The Melly floated on the sea, rising and falling with the waves one after another. Oh. The waves are too big. It feels like the boat is about to capsize. Usopp stood teetering on the deck, shouting in panic. What a terrible weather. Nokigao couldn't help but sigh. I really don't know when this weather will stop. Sanji's words were filled with helplessness. Hey, look, there is a light ahead. Zoro shouted, looking at a dim beam of light in the storm. Really? Is it the lighthouse on the island? Yuta's tone was filled with surprise. That's the navigation light at the entrance to the Grand Line. The entrance to the Grand Line, right there with that light. Nami held the map in one hand and said excitedly to everyone while comparing it with the map. Everyone was immediately overjoyed when they heard this, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but raise, and there was excitement in their eyes. Passing through that place as the Grand Line. Just when everyone was looking forward to it, Luffy suddenly brought a wooden barrel from the side. Put it in the middle of everyone, he said with joy and excitement on his face. Everyone, before entering the Grand Line, let's perform a ceremony. As he spoke, Luffy raised one foot and stepped on the barrel. I want to become the Pirate King. The rest of the people saw this scene with smiles in their eyes and formed a circle consciously. Yuta, I want to bring joy to people with my singing and start a new era. Zoro, I want to become the world's greatest swordsman. Usopp, I want to be a brave sea warrior. Nami, I want to draw a map of the world. Naki Cow, I drew the world map Nami just to sail. Sanji, I want to find all blue. A wooden barrel, 7 people, 7 feet, carrying 7 dreams. After the 7 people finished the ceremony, they each looked at each other and smiled, and then shouted in unison with great tacit understanding. Let's go. Toward the Grand Line. In the violent storm, the Melee was driving in the direction indicated by the lighthouse. Nami called everyone, spread out a map, and spoke solemnly to everyone. The entrance to the Grand Line is a mountain. After hearing this, everyone in the audience was puzzled except for Luffy and Yuta, who was a follower of Kess. Mountain. Nami pointed to the map and continued to explain. Although I don't know what's going on, the map does show that we need to climb a mountain. By then, there should be an upwelling current at the entrance. We just need to ride this uptide to get over the mountain and into the Grand Line. So, when we arrive at the entrance later, I will be in charge of commanding, and you will all take your positions and control the direction of the Mary. Do you understand everything? Although everyone was confused, they still expressed their support. He nodded. Learn. Hey, I saw the entrance. Luffy stood at the bow of the boat and suddenly shouted. I saw along an almost vertical narrow passage between the towering Yamanaka. An upstream current flows along the channel and into the sky. Hear Luffy's reminder. Nami shouted immediately. Everyone is at your post. With an order, everyone came to the previously assigned positions. Luffy, sail. Usopp, Sanji, steer to starboard. Under Nami's command and everyone's concerted efforts, the Melee successfully rode the rising current. It's like riding a roller coaster, rushing towards the top of the mountain. Wow wow. Various screams continued one after another, getting higher and higher with the Mary. I see it, Grand Line. I see it, Grand Line. Amidst the screams, Luffy suddenly cheered in surprise. Everyone stopped screaming when they heard this and looked at the brand new sea area on the other side of the mountain, with excitement and expectation written on their little faces. Then, the next second, the screams sounded again, and after the Melee rushed to the top, it began to ride the descending current and gallop down. The wind howled, and the waves from the cold sea water slapped on everyone's face, but it could not dissipate their enthusiasm and excitement. Everyone's face was filled with anticipation and excitement. But at this moment, among the howling wind, there seemed to be a strange sound like a train whistle or a whale. Boo! Hearing this unusual sound, Zoro couldn't help but asked curiously. Hey, what is this sound? Did you hear it? Nami didn't take it seriously and guessed. It must be the sound of the wind. Because there are many strange terrains here. Luffy heard the conversation between the two, but shook his head and said. No, that's the sound of a whale. At the starting point of the Grand Line, the Whale Laboon, Luffy, who kept hitting his head against the red line, was certainly impressed. Whale, Nami murmured in confusion. Boo! The strange sound sounded again. Because as the Mary continued to descend, the sound this time was particularly clear. Hey, what's that? What's that? Look! At this time, Usopp suddenly screamed in panic as if he was frightened. When everyone heard the words and looked around, they saw a shadow as huge as a mountain at the end of the descending current. Is that a mountain? Sanji pointed at the shadow and said with some surprise. Mountains. That's impossible. After passing the twin gorges in front, there should be an endless ocean. Nami was also confused at this time, with a puzzled look on his face. That's the whale that made the strange cry just now. Take a closer look, Luffy said, looking at the extremely huge laboon in front of him. Everyone looked carefully after hearing Luffy's words. I saw huge eyes as bright as the moon on both sides of the big mountain. The pupils in the eyes were as black as beans, but they were several times the size of a warship. And at the top of the big mountain, there are dense scars, like ravines, messy and intertwined, which are thrilling. Boo! Laboon let out a mournful cry again. Because they were getting closer and closer, the sound this time sounded like it was exploding near the ears of Luffy and others, and seemed to be able to penetrate everyone's eardrums. Ah, my ears hurt so much. Just when everyone was covering their ears and enduring the pain, they saw Laboon opening his mouth like a black hole. Suddenly, all the surrounding seawater rushed towards this side, as if forming a huge vortex. The Mary also drifted rapidly towards the Super Uzumaki uncontrollably. Ah, I'm going to be eaten. What should I do? Think of a solution quickly. No, it can't turn at all. There were constant exclamations on the ship. Just when he was about to fall into the bottomless black hole, Luffy reminded him loudly. Hold on tight, don't fall out. After hearing this, everyone immediately grabbed the solid things around them and squatted down. The next second, they felt that the world went dark, and then the world began to spin. What's going on? Here, am I dreaming? I remember, weren't we eaten by a whale? Why are we in a place like this? On the melee, everyone on the ship looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. They saw blue sky and white clouds above their heads, and a few seagulls could be seen on the horizon. Below is the calm sea, and a small island can be seen not far away. On the small island is a house and a coconut tree. This is the stomach of the whale, Luffy said calmly. He knew that nothing would happen if he was swallowed, so he didn't take any measures. And now, it's in Laboon's stomach. After hearing Luffy's words, Usopp sighed. Isn't it really a dream? Nami pointed to the small island in front of him and asked doubtfully. Then what's going on with that island? Why is there a house here? At this time, Yuta suddenly said something. That's Crocus's house. After hearing Yuta's words, everyone immediately turned their heads and looked puzzled. Crocus, who is that? Do you know Ta? Yuta, why do you know that? A series of questions were thrown to Yuta at the same time. Luffy also suddenly thought that Yuta should have been brought here by Shanks before. After all, this is the starting point of the Grand Line. No matter where you start from the 4 sea areas, you will come to this place when you enter the Grand Line. Of course, not counting crossing the Calm Belt. Yuta was about to answer when suddenly, a giant squid emerged from Laboon's gastric juice, dozens of times the size of the melee. The giant squid happens to appear on the bow of the melee and is about to attack. Before Luffy and others could respond, there was a pop, and the head of the giant squid was penetrated by 3 huge harpoons. Sky, you can actually kill the giant squid in one go. Usopp couldn't help but sigh. Being able to directly kill such a huge creature in an instant must be quite powerful. As the squid died and fell into the gastric juice, Luffy and others saw an old man standing on the small island. The old man had a flower-like decoration on his head and was dragging the 3 harpoon ropes in his hand. Crocus. Seeing the old man, Yuta suddenly shouted in surprise and waved his hands excitedly to say hello. Crocus was also stunned for a moment when he heard this. He always felt that this voice seemed familiar. And when he saw the girl with half red and half white hair standing on the bow of the boat, a figure in his memory suddenly came to mind. Crocus asked in surprise, "What, is it Yuta?" Yuta nodded happily and replied, "It's me, Crocus. Long time no see." After receiving the confirmation, Crocus's face suddenly showed joy and excitement, and he sighed. "Yes, we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. On the small island of Crocus, Luffy and others landed. Yuta and Crocus reunited after a long absence, and they simply caught up with each other for a while. Suddenly remembering that he had not introduced it to anyone else, Yuta hurriedly introduced it to others. "Crocus, these are my companions. This is Luffy, my captain. This is Nami, Nojiko, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp." Crocus greeted everyone, but his eyes specifically fell on Luffy and he looked at him. He remembered the story Shanks told him about meeting a certain boy the last time he came to his place. Yuta continued to introduce everyone. This is Crocus. He is the lighthouse keeper of this twin gap. Straw Hat crew greeted Crocus calmly and politely. He was also the ship doctor on the ship of the previous pirate King Roger. Yuta added. Suddenly, the originally calm Straw Hat crew was struck by lightning and cried out. What? After the sudden exclamation, except for Luffy, they continued to exclaim in shock. See, Pirate King, the ship doctor on that ship! Exclamation mark quote. No wonder he could easily kill that squid just now. It turned out to be on the ship of the Pirate King. Quote. I didn't expect to meet such a legendary figure just after entering the Grand Line. Seeing the shocked looks of these people, Crocus looked calm. At his age, he was no longer surprised by such things. Luffy also showed the same performance. After all, even if Yuta didn't say it, he would have known it a long time ago. However, this attracted Crocus's attention even more. It's normal for him not to be shocked at his age, but Luffy is so calm at this age. This kid is interesting. Crocus looked at Luffy and muttered in his heart. At this time, Nami couldn't help but ask Yuta in confusion. But it's strange. Why do you know Crocus, Yuta? And it seems that you have a good relationship. Yuta replied. That's because I was brought here by Shanks before, and it was Shanks who introduced us. Hearing that another person appeared, the others fell into confusion again. Shanks, who is this? Is this Shanks familiar with Crocus? Speaking of which, Luffy and Yuta once said that my father seemed to be in this Shanks pirate group. Nami touched her chin and muttered in thought. I always feel like I've heard this name somewhere. Where exactly is it? Yuta smiled, his eyes curved into crescents, and said. Shanks was also a crew member on the Pirate King's ship, and he got along well with Crocus. When I passed by here before, he brought me here to visit Crocus. After Yuta finished speaking, the others except Luffy were shocked again. Another crew member on the One Piece ship. Why does Yuta know the crew members on the One Piece ship? Hearing that Shanks was also a member of the One Piece ship, Nami, who had been thinking, suddenly trembled and looked at Yuta in shock. Wait, the Shanks you are talking about, can't it be one of the legendary four emperors, the red-haired Shanks? Yuta smiled and nodded. Yes, he is my father. What did you say? As soon as Yuta finished speaking, the whole audience burst into incredible exclamations again, resounding throughout the Laboon stomach. After a while, Yuta, you are actually the daughter of that four emperors' red-haired Shanks. That's the four emperors, the strongest pirates in the world. It's unbelievable. Looking at the stunned companions, Yuta said with an apologetic look. I'm sorry for not telling you earlier. Everyone waved their hands and began to gradually recover from the continuous shock. No, it's not your fault. Everyone has things that others don't know. Although it's unexpected, it's because we never mentioned it before. Yeah, just like if we don't ask about Luffy's background, we naturally won't know his background. This is a very simple truth. Everyone comforted Yuta, and her mood had almost returned to calm. Yuta heard their words and blinked her beautiful big eyes cutely, and said. Luffy is the grandson of Grandpa Garp. That marine hero, Iron Fist Garp. The air fell into silence for a moment. What did you say? The sound of shock seemed to penetrate Laboon and resound throughout the sky. In the stomach of Laboon, on the island of Crocus, Luffy and Yuta were treated like monkeys in the zoo by others, staring at them without blinking. After knowing Yuta's identity, the others were shocked for a while and began to calm down. But when they heard that Luffy turned out to be the grandson of the marine hero Garp, these people could no longer control their emotions. Looking at the two of them at this moment was like looking at monsters, and I couldn't calm down for a long time. Luffy was too lazy to pay attention to them. Nami and Nojiko had seen him like this once before, so he was used to it. Instead, he turned to ask Crocus, how are we going to get out of here? As soon as Luffy finished speaking, everyone suddenly felt a violent shaking. At the same time, the mournful sound that was heard outside sounded one after another. Boo! Sensing this sudden change, Crocus suddenly frowned. Oops, Laboon started hitting red line again. As soon as he finished speaking, before anyone else could react, Crocus dived into Laboon's gastric juices and swam away. Except for Luffy and Yuta, everyone in the Straw Hats is still deeply confused. Hey, what happened? Why did that uncle suddenly leave? That's gastric juice. Isn't he afraid of being corroded? He just said Laboon, what is this? At this time, Yuta explained to everyone. Laboon is the whale that ate us. As he spoke, Yuta's mood became a little lower and he explained. I heard from Crocus that Laboon once had an agreement with a pirate group. That pirate group said they would come back here to reunite with Laboon after sailing the Grand Line. But 50 years have passed, and the pirate group has not come back. Crocus once inquired about the news of this pirate group, but found nothing. The life and death of that group of pirates are unknown. So Crocus guessed that this group of pirates were either dead or had escaped from the Grand Line and returned to their hometown through the Calm Belt. In short, no matter what happens, those pirates will never come back to reunite with Laboon. He told Laboon his guess, but Laboon didn't want to believe it, so he started banging his head against the red line, trying to break away from the mountain and find the pirates. So, Crocus created this world inside the belly of the whale, in order to inject a sedative into Laboon to calm down every time it hits the red line. After Yuta finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Everyone's faces showed sadness and emotion. This whale is so pitiful. Is it really possible for that group of pirates to abandon Laboon and escape from the Grand Line? This would be so sorry for Laboon. Laboon has been keeping his promise and is waiting for them to come back. The fate of this whale is really amazing. It is very likely that it has been let down and is still waiting here. There is no point in waiting all the time. When everyone was sighing, Crocus suddenly climbed up from the gastric juice. Knowing that these people were talking about Laboon, he added the last sentence. It is precisely because it has lost its meaning that Laboon refuses to accept my words. Losing the meaning of waiting is more terrifying than anything else. After hearing this, everyone fell into silence. At this moment, Luffy suddenly said, they didn't escape, they're still alive. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and then cast doubtful glances at Luffy. What are you talking about, Luffy? If they didn't escape, why didn't they come back to see Laboon for 50 years? Yes, even if they are still alive, they must have escaped from the Grand Line. Faced with doubts, Luffy just said with a firm expression and hope in his eyes. I believe so. I believe they will not leave Laboon alone. Maybe they encountered some accident and were unable to come back. Luffy made a guess. He couldn't tell these people directly and definitely that there was a skeleton on the sea missing Laboon, so he just used conjecture to explain. After hearing what Luffy said, everyone on the ship was stunned. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that everything Luffy believed and insisted on has been achieved. Suddenly, everyone's heavy expressions gradually relaxed, and the corners of their mouths rose slightly. Then, I believe it too. Me too, TB. Crocus was shocked to see Straw Hat crew changing their pervert degrees one after another just because of Luffy's simple words. He looked at Luffy with shock and excitement in his eyes. A figure of a person could not help but appear in his mind. The only man with a mustache who conquered the Grand Line. Luffy's ability to change the people around him made him feel like Roger back then. Just when Crocus was stunned, Luffy smiled and said to him again. Crocus, take us out. I'll save Laboon. I'll give him a new meaning to waiting for. Looking at the confident man in front of him, Crocus was also deeply affected. He looked at Luffy with excitement and expectation and asked, can you save Laboon? Luffy smiled and nodded and said, give it to me. Hearing this, Crocus's face was immediately filled with excitement and joy, and his eyes were even slightly moist. He persuaded Laboon for decades, but still could not save Laboon. But at this moment, the young man said such confident words that even Crocus could not help but be moved. Because he saw the shadow of Roger in Luffy, Crocus now believes in Luffy just as he believes in Roger. Crocus took off his glasses, rubbed his wet eyes, and said, come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he boarded the Golden Melee with Luffy and others and prepared to pass through a huge iron gate. There is the entrance and exit to Laboon. Just when the melee was halfway through the journey, they suddenly saw a small door above the huge iron door suddenly opened. Then, two figures appeared in everyone's field of vision. There are two figures, a man and a woman. The man has a crown on his head, and the woman has blue hair in a ponytail. I saw both of them showing that sinister and evil smile, bending over like thieves, gathering together and snickering. Hey, infiltration successful. It looks like we have finally entered the body of this whale. Looking at the two people who suddenly appeared, Crocus frowned and said angrily. It's you two scoundrels again. I won't let you hunt Laboon. After hearing what Crocus said, the Straw Hats suddenly showed doubts. Hunting Laboon? How is this going? Who are they? When others were confused and asking questions, Luffy had already recognized the person. The two men were none other than Mr. Nine and Ms. Wednesday, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Baroque studio founded by Sir Crocodile. The true identity of Ms. Wednesday is actually the Princess of Alabasta, Nefertiti. Vivi. It's just that in order to hide her identity, Vivi showed a fake character at this time. Hearing Crocus's angry accusations against the two of them, Vivi both smiled evilly. The next second, they set up the 2 cannon barrels they carried with them and aimed at the wall inside the whale, which was Laboon's body to the west. Said in an extremely exaggerated villain tone. Ho 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 ho, stop the pointless resistance. Then if you want to protect this whale, let you protect it enough. We will use this whale as food for our town. As soon as the words fell, the two of them started to shoot. Crocus was shocked when he saw this, and planned to jump up to block the 2 shells for Laboon. Stop. Before Crocus could take action, he suddenly heard a voice that was not loud but full of Haki coming from beside him. Vivi and the two also heard the voice that made them a little scared. He couldn't help turning his head and looked over, and saw the man wearing a straw hat. Both of them were shocked by Luffy's aura and Haki. However, they now have the task of hunting Laboon, so naturally they will not give in so easily. Although there was fear and nervousness in his eyes, he still pretended to be calm and disdainful. TCH. Who cares about you? We will kill this whale for sure. As soon as the words fell, the two of them started to shoot. But suddenly they felt an unparalleled momentum and pressure coming towards them. In an instant, their minds were filled with fear. Immediately afterwards, he rolled his eyes and lost consciousness. Seeing this scene, Crocus couldn't help but widen his eyes and looked at Luffy in shock. This, Conqueror's Haki backquote. Crocus was shocked in his heart. He never imagined that such a young newcomer would master Haki for the first time when he entered the Grand Line, and it was also the Conqueror's Haki, one of the best in a million. At that time, Shanks just told him that he had met a very interesting kid and was very optimistic about him. But no specific details were given. Now seeing it with his own eyes, Crocus understood. He sighed excitedly in his heart. Roger, is he the one we are waiting for? Under the leadership of Crocus, Luffy and others successfully arrived outside Laboon. For the time being, he used the lighthouse guarded by Crocus as a temporary base and rested next to it. Vivi and Vivi were tied up and thrown aside. Hey, Luffy, what about these 2 guys? Usopp said, pointing at Vivi and the 2. Cut it, it's just time for me to try the new knife. Zoro put his hands on the 2 newly obtained swords, and 3rd generation Kidetsu and Yuki walked up. When Vivi and the 2 heard this, their pupils suddenly turned white, and they looked like they were about to faint from fear. The next second, he knelt down crazily and begged for mercy. Please, don't kill us. We no longer hunt this whale, please let us go. At this time, Nami came over and asked as if he was interrogating. Who are you? Vivi heard this and immediately replied. I am Ms. Wednesday. He is Mr. Nine. Upon hearing this title, Zoro frowned and muttered. I always feel like I've heard this title somewhere. Vivi continued. Actually, we don't want to do such a sneaky thing, but hunting a few whales is the task assigned to us by the company. Nami wondered. Mission, company, what is that? Vivi frowned, lowered her head and said in pain. Our company's rule is secret, so we can't say anything. Actually, our mission time has already passed, but because we don't have a ship, we haven't been able to go back. With that said, Vivi and Mr. Nine kowtowed to Luffy and others again and begged. Please, take us back to our town. When the time comes, we will definitely repay your kindness. Seeing the miserable looks of the 2 people, the Straw Hats and Crocus were completely unmoved. Crocus crossed his arms and said coldly. Ignore them, no matter what they say, it's not a good thing. Nami also looked indifferent and said. What a beautiful idea you have. You wanted to kill that whale just now. Who would believe you? The others nodded in agreement. But at this moment, Luffy stood up and said, "Can." Both Vivi and Vivi had already given up in despair, but when they suddenly heard someone agreeing, they raised their heads excitedly and said, "Thank you very much, Mr. Straw Hat." The others also spoke out one after another at this time, trying to dissuade Luffy. "Luffy, those two guys are not good at first glance, we can't help them." "Yeah, Luffy, they just wanted to kill Laboon." Faced with everyone's dissuasion, Luffy waved his hand. "It doesn't matter, I believe they are not bad people." Luffy kept staring at Vivi, which made her feel guilty and she didn't dare to look into Luffy's eyes again. When the others heard what Luffy said, they stopped blocking him. After all, it was the captain's intention. At this time, Vivi took out something like a glass ball with a pointer inside. "Our town is in Whiskey Hill on Prickly Pear Island. This is the record pointer to Whiskey Mountain." Seeing this novel gadget, Nami and others gathered around it. Nami took the pointer and said doubtfully, "Record pointer, what is this?" When Vivi and the two heard this, their jaws suddenly dropped and their faces were astonished. "Don't you even know what a record pointer is? How are you going to sail the Grand Line without a record pointer? How did a pirate group like you end up on the Grand Line?" Faced with Vivi's grinning questions, Nami shook the record pointer he took from Vivi's hand, pretending to be troubled, and said, "Yeah, how can we sail on the Grand Line without a recording pointer? It's really nerve-wracking." Vivi and the two looked at the record pointer that Nami took from them and were stunned for a moment. Sorry, we were wrong. My noble lords, please don't argue with us." Snort. Nami snorted coldly, with a proud look on his face, and turned to ask Crocus about the record pointer. Crocus then taught Nami the relevant content and knowledge. After a while, Nami looked at the record pointer on his hand and exclaimed, "I see, this is used to record the magnetic field of the next island associated with this island. You can't go to the next island without a pointer. It seems like this is really a very important thing. I have to keep it safe." After the preparations for the voyage were completed, Luffy stood up and said, "Okay, now as long as we solve Laboon's problem, we can set off to the next island." The others looked curious after hearing this. "Speaking of which, what are you going to do?" Luffy did not answer, but smiled slightly and walked towards the shore. When the others saw this, their eyes all fell on Luffy, paying attention to his every move. Seeing these people relax their vigilance, Vivi finally relaxed. Whispering to each other, "Ho ho ho ho, that Straw Hat boy is such a fool. He was deceived so easily. Take them back to Whiskey Mountain and let the bounty hunters in the town capture them in exchange for the bounty. This will offset our failure to catch whales." Quote, "That's right, this way, we won't be chased by the unlucky duo." You are such a genius, Ms. Wednesday. Ho 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 ho. Speaking of which, what did that Straw Hat boy just say about Laboon? It seems to be something about this whale. I don't know what they want to do. After the two chatted here, they also looked in Luffy's direction. By this time, Luffy had arrived at the coast near Laboon. The next second, he suddenly clenched his fist, and a flash of black suddenly appeared on it. Immediately afterwards, an extremely strong momentum burst out, and a translucent light ball appeared on his fist. The moment the ball of light emerged, the terrifying purple-black lightning grew and spread wildly and spread outward with lightning speed. The sky and the earth within a radius of dozens of kilometers suddenly became dark, covered by terrifying energy fluctuations. Seeing this scene, Crocus's pupils suddenly trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Quote. "Impossible," Crocus said to himself, unable to believe it. "This is undoubtedly Conqueror's Haki entanglement, but how could Luffy, a newbie pirate, master this ability?" Crocus couldn't believe it. The other members of the Straw Hats couldn't help but be shocked and sighed. I asked, "Has he become stronger again?" Zoro's mouth twitched. "He trains hard every day, trying to catch up with Luffy. But Luffy's progress doesn't seem to be any slower than him." "It seems so." Sanji sighed feebly. "Then, isn't Luffy already stronger than the Marine Admiral?" Usopp told a surprising fact. Suddenly, the whole place was silent. Everyone couldn't help but sigh at the same time. Monster. And at the same moment, Vivi is here. Vivi and Mr. Nine were frightened to tears when they saw this scene that suddenly seemed like the end of the world. Their pupils were pale, as if they had lost focus. They looked at Luffy with shock and fear in their eyes. His mouth was wide open, and his throat kept making a surprised, "ah" sound. Then, what happened to that Straw Hat boy? Is that kind of attack really possible for humans to do? After the two of them were shocked and sighed, they suddenly thought of something. Vivi's expression was stiff, her face was covered with cold sweat, and she said tremblingly, "Speaking of which, if we take them back to Whiskey Mountain, will it cause everyone else in our studio to be wiped out?" Mr. Nine secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "But now that the record pointer is with them, we can't change it. And if we don't take them with us, we will soon be obliterated by the unlucky duo." After the words fell, the two looked at each other and saw Lily's despair in each other's eyes. Luffy sighed. After Conqueror's entanglement was fully charged, he jumped up and blasted the light ball containing terrifying energy towards Laboon. Of course, Luffy had control and didn't use his full strength. Boo! A pitiful scream was heard from Laboon. The next second, it turned around and hit Luffy. The two of them were going back and forth, fighting hand to hand. After a while, Luffy quit the battle and jumped to the shore. At this moment, Luffy spoke loudly. "Laboon, I'm strong, right?" When Laboon saw Luffy stop, he also stopped and looked at him. "Just listen to Luffy continue. We'll even if we're tied this time. We're still fighting a battle that's not decided yet. So, we must fight again. You wait here until I sail around the Grand Line. I'll see you back here again. When the time comes, let's fight again." Laboon looked at Luffy blankly and listened to him continue. "I promise you, I will help you find your former companions. After I complete one lap of the Grand Line, I will bring their news and come back here to reunite with you again." "Did you hear that, Laboon?" Luffy asked loudly. Laboon's eyes were filled with tears at this time. The next second, it looked up to the sky and roared. "Boo, okay, you're done." Luffy shouted happily. Looking at the huge straw hat skull pattern on Laboon's head in front of him, he was very satisfied. Then, he said to Laboon, "Laboon, this logo is the symbol of our agreement. Before I come back to see you, don't knock it off, got it?" Laboon smiled and nodded. "Boo." Luffy smiled, stretched out his arm, and touched Laboon's head. Crocus and the others also smiled when they saw this scene, enjoying the beautiful scene of anti-harmony. After making an agreement with Laboon, Luffy and others boarded the Mary and prepared to sail. Before leaving, they all waved goodbye to Crocus and Laboon. "Crocus, goodbye. Let's go, Laboon." Laboon looks up to the sky and sings in farewell. "Boo." Crocus looked at the Mary that was gradually going away, with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. What an amazing man. Such a terrifying talent and ability, even you couldn't do it back then. "Right, Roger." After leaving Twin Capes, Luffy and others took the Mary and sailed towards Whiskey Mountain. It was also their first time to experience the Grand Line's changeable weather and environment. The sky was clear when we set off, but not long after we left, there was heavy snowfall in the sky. Luffy and Yuta were building snowmen on the deck, Nami was studying the map, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp and the other three were training in the heavy snow, Nojiko was taking measures to protect the orange trees from the cold, and Vivi and Mr. Nine were rushed by Luffy to snow removal from the boat. While everyone was busy, there was thunder in the sky again. This weird and changeable weather made Nami, a navigator, confused and frowned. "It seems you have underestimated Grand Line." Vivi, who was clearing the snow, was shivering from the cold and looked at Nami's troubled expression and said, "By the way, you haven't had anyone at the helm since just now. Is that okay?" Mr. Nine also curled up and asked worriedly, "I just confirmed the direction." As Nami spoke, he looked at the record pointer on his wrist. Suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, how? How could this happen?" Luffy asked after hearing Nami's panicked voice. "What's wrong, Nami?" Nami frowned and said distressedly, "Our ship turned around at some point and is now heading in the opposite direction." Everyone on the boat was in disbelief when they heard this. "What, doesn't the ship always move in a straight line?" "Yes, I have been looking at the cloud in the sky and always following the direction of the cloud." Seeing this scene, Vivi and Mr. Nine looked at the frowning Nami and immediately assumed an arrogant and teaching attitude. "You were tricked by the waves. Are you really a navigator? The sea here is like this." Whether it's the wind or the sky or the clouds, nothing is trustworthy. The only thing that remains unchanged is the direction the record pointer points to. Do you understand? Hearing the teaching tone of the two men, Nami's face suddenly darkened and her teeth chattered. Shen Sheng said angrily, "You two fools, do you want to get off the boat from here?" Vivi and the two men were shocked when they heard this, and the next second, they bowed their heads and apologized like a rattle. Sorry. At this moment, Usopp suddenly exclaimed. Oh, the waves are getting higher and higher. Not long after, panic reports came one after another. Iceberg found ahead. Nami, you're naked. Oops, there's a hole in the bottom of the boat and it's leaking. The record pointer is off again. What kind of sea is this? Nami looked at the record pointer deflected again in his hand, holding his head in despair, wanting to cry without tears. Watching this scene, Vivi and the two secretly laughed. How did such a half-hearted pirate group come to the Grand Line? Ho. I think it won't be long before they escape the Grand Line. Boom. Luffy punched Vivi and both of them, then looked at the desperate Nami and said, Nami, calm down. With that said, Luffy jumped up to Nami, took off his straw hat, put it on her head, and said, Don't forget, you are the navigator I like. Feeling the familiar touch on her head, Nami couldn't help but be startled. She thought of the time when Luffy saved her, and it seemed that she felt particularly at ease after wearing this straw hat. Sorry, Luffy. As a navigator on this ship, I was too medical just now. Nami apologized to Luffy and adjusted her mood. The next second, his eyes were firm and he began to command the people on the boat. Usopp, you take charge of the jib. Turn the sail to the wind and take the wind from the starboard side. Sanji, you go to the helm and turn the ship 180 degrees to the left. Nami's command sounded one after another, and the others followed the command and got busy. During this period, Luffy also imparted heaven-defying understanding to everyone, allowing them to adapt more quickly and sail the Grand Line with ease. Soon, the chaos and panic on the ship became orderly. It was as if the team had suddenly changed. Vivi and both of them were shocked when they saw it. Especially Vivi, she couldn't help but look at Luffy standing on the second floor, and couldn't help but sigh. What a strong leadership. Although Luffy didn't do any work, just one word seemed to give the navigator reassurance and make the whole ship in order. Soon, with the efforts of everyone, the Melee got back on track again and headed towards Whiskey Mountain. The first difficulty of Grand Line was solved perfectly. The sky is clear and the breeze is blowing. The Melee sailed smoothly on the sea. Hey, I saw the island. As usual, Zoro was the first to discover the island. Others heard the sound and rushed to the bow of the boat to look at each other across the sea. Directly in front of the Melee, an island shaped like several large cactus gradually appeared. As the Melee continued to approach, Luffy and others seemed to be able to see the coast of the island, densely packed with people. Looking at the people gathered on the coast, everyone on the boat suddenly became confused. What are those people doing? Why do they all gather at the coast? Luffy smiled slightly, his eyes fell on Vivi and MR9, and said, Just ask them and you will know. From the moment Vivi and Mr. 9 saw the island, they looked like they had something on their mind. They originally planned to lure Luffy and his gang to the island to capture them and earn a bounty, but after seeing Luffy's ability to scare people to death, they began to worry about the people on the island and how they would die. When Luffy mentioned it, both of them looked nervous. They are welcoming you. People in our town are very hospitable and will warmly welcome and entertain passing guests. Vivi said nervously with sweat on her forehead. Although Luffy knew who those people were, he still acted as if he didn't know. He approached the nervous Vivi and questioned. Welcome to entertain guests. Didn't you say that there is no food in your town? You were sent to hunt Laboon to use as food for the town. A town that doesn't even have enough to eat itself needs to use its surplus food to welcome guests. After Luffy finished speaking, Vivi broke into a cold sweat. That's because. Vivi hesitated for a long time, but couldn't think of a reasonable explanation. Mr. 9 also looked nervous and fearful, and did not dare to express his anger. I remembered. At this moment, Zoro suddenly said something. The others turned their heads and looked around after hearing this. What do you remember? Zoro came to Vivi and the two of them, looked at them and said. At that time, when I heard you calling yourself Mr. and Ms., I thought it sounded familiar. You. Daughter from Baroque Studio, right? Vivi and both were shocked when they heard this and asked subconsciously. Why do you know? As soon as the words fell, the two of them instantly realized that they had spilled the beans, and they immediately became more nervous and kept silent. Others became more confused at this time. Baroque Studio, what is that? Zoro explained with memories in his eyes. Baroque Studio is a large criminal organization engaged in various criminal activities. The members inside all refer to each other by code names, and each other does not know each other's identity. Even higher-ranking cadres even keep their appearance secret. No one who heard about this Baroque Studio even knew who was behind it. As soon as these words came out, the others were shocked. Vivi and the other two looked ashen-faced and said nothing. Just listen to Zoro continue. At that time, when I was a bounty hunter, this organization once invited me to join, but I refused. With that said, Zoro looked at Vivi and Vivi with cold eyes and said, it seems that those people on the coast are all killers of Baroque Studio. CECF, you too, you want to kill us. Zoro pulled out the knife, and the cold light reflected on Vivi's face, making her tremble and her eyes filled with fear. The rest of the people's eyes were filled with worry and hesitation at this moment. Usopp was the first to retreat. Then what should we do? Let's not go to this island. Let's go to other islands instead. As soon as he finished speaking, Hyuga, who was the brave member of the group, refused to answer the question. No, only by recording the magnetic field of this island can we know the direction to the next island. We must land on this island now. Sanji lit a cigarette and said casually. There is no other way, so we have to kill them all. Zoro also agreed with the proposal and drew his knife and pointed it at Vivi and the two. Then, let's start with these two people. Seeing this, Vivi's pupils suddenly trembled and her face showed fear. Seeing the cold light approaching from Zoro's blade, Vivi suddenly shouted loudly. No, Zoro said coldly upon hearing this. Hey, you can't do this just because you say you can't. I'm the one holding the knife now. Seeing Zoro not giving in, Vivi suddenly came to Luffy and begged him. I can't die now. Please, I still have things I have to do now. Everyone is waiting for me. Luffy looked into Vivi's eyes. There was no fear of death in her eyes, but instead they were full of infinite hope and determination. A strong desire to live and a determination to do something. Luffy, don't believe her. This woman has lied to us time and time again, and she must be lying this time. Zoro frowned and looked at Vivi angrily, and advised Luffy. Please. Vivi's voice became choked, and tears welled up in her eyes. She bit her lip tightly, the hope and determination in her eyes were extremely strong. Nami Yuta was moved by this scene. Women's natural intuition made them feel that Vivi was not lying this time. Quote. Several people were murmuring Luffy's name, trying to intercede with Vivi. But before they could speak, Luffy's voice rang out. Zoro, put the knife away. Zoro gritted his teeth and shouted in a persistent and persuasive tone. Luffy. Luffy looked at Vivi's tear-filled eyes, suddenly smiled and said. I've said it before, I believe she is not a bad person. Hearing Luffy's words, Vivi was stunned. She stared at Luffy blankly, with confusion and gratitude in her eyes. She didn't know why Luffy trusted her so much, but this trust made her very moved and grateful. Vivi said with a choked voice. Thank you, Mr. Luffy. At this time, Nami came over and asked in confusion. Who are you? She always felt that this woman must be extraordinary. Vivi wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and apologized. I'm sorry, I can't tell you my identity. This will cause trouble for you. Seeing that Vivi was unwilling to say more, Luffy and others stopped asking. Instead, they turned their attention to the Whiskey Mountain that was getting closer and closer. Zoro put his hand on the knife and asked Luffy. Luffy, what about those guys? Luffy smiled and said, since they are going to host a banquet to welcome us, let's attend the banquet first. After all, they have prepared delicious food and wine, so we'd be wasting our time if we didn't eat them. Whiskey Mountain, on the coast. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to Grand Line. Welcome to our town. Mary slowly approached, and the hospitable townspeople of Whiskey Mountain all smiled warmly and began to welcome Luffy and his group from afar. Luffy and the others all looked very excited and happy, and greeted these townspeople warmly. After Luffy and his group and Vivi landed, a man with 3 strands of curly hair on each side came over and said. The man cleared his throat in the middle of his words with the same pronunciation as Mei-Jo. After clearing his throat, he continued. Welcome, I'm the mayor of this town, Ekalem. Maybe you are all surprised. Whiskey Hill is a town with a strong music and winemaking reputation. Hospitality is a glorious tradition of our town. The fine wine we are proud of is as inexhaustible as the sea water. Tonight, we will hold a banquet to welcome you. I wonder if you, Mama, can you come and enjoy it? Worker. Hearing that they were invited to the banquet, Luffy and others were all very excited and cheered. Great, we are willing. Led by Ekalem, Luffy and others went to the banquet venue. At this time, the townspeople on the coast showed sinister smiles. Ha ha ha, those idiots were fooled so easily. Quote, I really didn't expect it to be so smooth. We have to thank Mr. 9 and Ms. Wednesday. They brought us important guests. Yes, thank them both. Suddenly noticing Vivi and Mr. 9 walking behind Luffy and others, the townspeople on the coast shouted enthusiastically. Mr. 9, Ms. Wednesday, thank you for bringing us important guests. Quote, that's right, Mr. 9, Ms. Wednesday, you are the heroes of our town, thank you. Thank you. Vivi and Mr. 9, who were following Luffy and others, couldn't help sweating on their foreheads when they heard these words, and they stumbled and almost fell flat on their faces. It was a foregone conclusion that Luffy and his gang would fight with the people here, so no matter what they said, it wouldn't change anything. Now they were just thinking about how to get out of this situation. At night, the moon was high. In a room, Usopp's face was flushed, holding a wine glass, posing in a proud manner, and boasting to the townspeople around him. At this time, I said very coolly, Sea Kings, don't allow my companions. Several women around him saw this scene and screamed like crazy. Ah, Captain Usopp, so impressive. Zoro was drinking with others, one glass after another. Luffy's meat and wine in his mouth never stopped. The rest of the people were in a similar situation, happily drinking with the enthusiastic townspeople around them. Whiskey Hill, outside the banquet hall. The cactus rocks dancing in the moonlight. You are still so beautiful tonight. Ikaram stood under the moonlight, looking at the moon and reciting poems. Behind him, nearly 100 bounty hunters armed with weapons were waiting, their eyes showing the excitement of catching their prey. At this time, a muscular woman dressed as a nun pushed out the door from the banquet hall and said angrily through gritted teeth. Really, those guys still can eat and drink, our food will be eaten up by them soon. If you ask me, just kill them when we were at the port. Our town is almost out of food. Hearing the sound, Ikaram looked back. After the nun approached, he took out a reward sheet from his body and said, Ms. Monday, calm down. Look at this. Ms. Monday looked closer. The anger on her face turned into panic in an instant, her forehead was covered with cold sweat, and she said in shock. That Straw Hat Boy actually has such a high bounty. Ikaram nodded and said, I have investigated carefully and found out that the Straw Hat Boy is the pirate known as the worst newcomer. As long as we can capture him and hand him over to the government, we won't have to worry about running out of food. At this time, the bounty hunters behind him were also gearing up. This is the first time for a pirate with a bounty of 60 million Baileys to catch such a big prey. As long as we catch the Straw Hat Kid, our ranking in Baroque Studios should rise a lot. Maybe even I can be promoted to a senior agent with a number. It's really exciting, ha ha ha. After all, we have to thank Mr. 9 and Ms. Wednesday. They brought back a big prey for us this time. That's right, it's all thanks to them this time. After listening to these people's words, Ikaram nodded in agreement and said to everyone present. Mr. 9 and Ms. Wednesday are getting drunk with the other members of the Straw Hat crew inside right now. When they come out, it's time for us to take action. At the same time, in the banquet hall, the lively and cheerful banquet is still going on, but everyone's face is a little more drunk, and they look a little confused. Luffy was still sitting on the ground, stuffing meat into his mouth. Beside him, Vivi and Mr. 9 looked awkward and stiff, and received warm thanks from the villagers from time to time, which made them even more anxious. Phew, I feel so full. Luffy breathed out and touched his round belly. Then he stood up from the ground. Seeing Luffy stand up, the other members of the Straw Hats who were originally mingling with the people around them suddenly changed their faces from their original drunken look to serious ones. Seeing this sudden change, Vivi and Mr. Nine were shocked. They knew that what was supposed to come was coming. The other townspeople, who didn't know what was going on, were stunned for a moment when they saw this scene, and then they all tried to persuade him with a smile. Hey, brother swordsman, keep drinking. Just don't go, Usopp, everyone still wants to hear your adventure stories. Sanji-kun, why don't you come and have a drink with me again? Normally, these people might not be able to hold back when faced with such temptation, but now, they already know who these people are, and can eliminate them all with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Luffy picked up the straw hat next to him, put it on his head, then faced the main door and said, "Let's go. They have been waiting for us outside for a long time." The door of the banquet hall was slowly pushed open, and the yellow light spread from the cracks in the door and fell on the faces of nearly 100 bounty hunters including Ikaram. Everyone's face was filled with excitement and joy. As the Straw Hat crew finally drunk, "We're about to get that 60 million belly bounty. Awesome, that's 60 million Baileys. It's really exciting." The longing and excitement of these people turned into nothing the moment they saw a few figures emerging from the banquet hall, and they were full of doubts. At the entrance of the banquet hall, 7 figures stood side by side, with half smiles on their faces. Suddenly, all the bounty hunters were stunned. After being stunned for a moment, Ikaram suddenly changed his smile and said, "Dear guests, why are you out? Let's go in and continue the party." Luffy smiled and stared at Ikam and the nearly 100 bounty hunters behind him. "Thank you for your hospitality, we had a great time. You entertain us so warmly, we can't keep you waiting too long, right?" The killers of the Baroque studio. When Luffy's last words came out of his mouth, everyone in the room suddenly changed their expressions. "What? Why do you know our identities?" "Impossible. Our studio is a secret organization, and our identities are hidden from the outside world. It is impossible for outsiders to recognize us." Could it be Mr. Nine and Ms. Wednesday? They brought these people back. They must have betrayed us and told these people our identities. Those 2 people dared to betray our Baroque studio. We will not let them go. Speculations continued one after another in the field, and in the end everyone put the blame on Vivi and the 2. In fact, both Vivi and Vivi had expected this. When their identities are exposed, if they cannot get rid of the people who know their identities, there will only be one result, and that is to be hunted down by Baroque Studio. Because the secrets of Baroque Studio are not allowed to be leaked. At this moment, Ikaram, who heard these speculations, was stunned, with a worried look in his eyes, and murmured in his mouth, "AAA." At this moment, the anger of the bounty hunters behind them was completely ignited, and everyone was furious. "The 2 traitors are inside, let's rush in and kill them. Erase them all, along with the Straw Hat crew. So what if the bounty is 60 million Baileys? Don't underestimate the strength of our Baroque studio. So far, we have killed countless pirates. This cactus-shaped whiskey peak is already covered with tombstone thorns. It seems that there will be a few more tombstones tonight." After the bounty hunters finished speaking, they roared crazily, raised their knives and drew their guns, and rushed towards Luffy and others. However, at this moment, Ikaram, who was leading these people, suddenly turned around and stood in front of everyone. His face was gloomy and his expression was stern, and he said in a deep voice, "I won't let you pass." This sudden scene made all the bounty hunters in the audience stunned again. Even Ikaram's partner, Ms. Monday, looked at him with a confused look on her face. "Mr. 8, what are you driving? Don't block our way. That's it. Come with us to eliminate the Straw Hat crew and the traitors." Could it be that, "Mr. 8, you are going to betray us too?" Faced with the anger and doubts of all the bounty hunters and the doubts of Ms. Monday, Ikaram did not answer them, but suddenly shouted loudly into the banquet hall behind him, "Princess Vivi, run away quickly. I'll stop these people." In the banquet hall, Vivi was sitting inside blankly at the moment, her mind in confusion. Suddenly hearing the shouting outside the door, Vivi suddenly trembled, her eyes showed worry, and she quickly ran to the door. When she saw Ikaram standing alone in front of hundreds of bounty hunters, Vivi suddenly shouted worriedly, "Ikaram." At the same time, everyone in the audience was thinking about the name Ikaram just called Vivi. The Straw Hats are here. Princess Vivi, is that Ms. Wednesday actually a princess? Why would a princess join such a killer organization? What the hell does this happen? Bounty Hunter here. Hey, Mr. -8, what was your name just now? Princess, who are you? Is the princess calling Ms. Wednesday? Princess, the princess around here, hello. Could it be that she is the princess of Alabasta whose whereabouts are unknown now? Are you actually Alabasta's undercover agent? Mr. 8, Ms. Wednesday. Catch them and hand them over to the boss, we will definitely make a great contribution. The Princess of Alabasta, this is more valuable than the 60 million Baileys of the Straw Hat Boy. Ha 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 ha. Brothers, charge. With the sound of discussion and shouting, the bounty hunters completely lost their minds after judging the value of Vivi. One by one, they turned into hungry wolves, picked up their weapons and rushed forward. Princess Vivi, run away. Ikaram shouted, and then opened the weapon hidden in his hair. Spiky ball horn, Ikaram shouted, and the shotgun hidden in his hair kept shooting, and quickly fought with the bounty hunters. Vivi saw this scene and shouted Ikaram's name worriedly. Ikaram. Ikaram was certainly no match for 100 people, and he was beaten all over his body in the blink of an eye, covered in blood. He looked back at Vivi and said, Princess Vivi, don't worry about me, run away quickly. Don't forget, millions of people in Alabasta are waiting for you to save them. Vivi looked at Ikaram who was being beaten, tears welled up like a spring, but she gritted her teeth and wiped away her tears as she recalled Ikaram's words in her mind, and was about to flee towards the coast. At this moment, she suddenly heard a voice in her ear. If you need help, just ask. Vivi turned her head and looked at Luffy who had been standing there. Vivi was moved and forced a smile, but rejected him. Thank you, Mr. Luffy. You are very good pirates. But I don't want to implicate you because of my affairs, it will bring you danger. Quote. Leaving a word, Vivi turned and ran towards the coast. A few tears fell in the air. Luffy stood there quietly without changing his expression, but there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. He knew Vivi's character. He knew she was too kind and didn't want anyone to be hurt, especially because she was hurt. That's why she refused to accept help from others. But he secretly cursed Vivi for being naive. How could she escape the pursuit of Baroque Studio by herself? Especially because he had sensed that two auras were approaching the coast at this moment. Luffy couldn't tell who the person was just by the aura. But he remembered that in the original book, the fact that Vivi was Princess Alabasta had been exposed at this time. And Crocodile sent 2 assassins here to hunt Vivi. So Luffy guessed at this moment that the 2 people should be here specifically to get rid of Vivi. I'll leave this to you. Luffy left a word and followed. They walked in the direction where Vivi had just fled. Ikaram had already been unable to hold on and finally fell down. The bounty hunters only had Vivi in their eyes at this moment, and even completely ignored the Straw Hat crew, intending to chase after her. But at this moment, 3 figures blocked their way. If you are so energetic, let us play with you. It just so happens that my new knife is now in need of a test subject. Quote. Zoro smiled, holding the 3rd generation Kitetsu in his hand, his eyes obsessed. I will never forgive you guys who make the lady cry. Sanji put his hands in his pockets, cigarette in his mouth, standing sideways. Let me try my newly developed exploding star on you. Usopp adjusted his glasses and took out a slingshot and a small black ball from his backpack. Exploding star is a simplified version of the mini buggy bullet he developed. The power is only about 1/10, but it is enough to deal with these small fish. Whiskey Mountain, a road leading to the coast. Vivi rode a large land duck and rushed towards the coast. There were tears in the corners of her eyes, and her mind was full of the scene where Ikaram was bruised and asked her to leave quickly. Gah! The duck under him, Karu, suddenly quacked and then stopped suddenly. Vivi was stunned and suddenly asked in confusion. What's the matter, Karu? Quack! Karu yelled, staring straight ahead. Vivi looked forward and her pupils suddenly trembled. Opposite her, she saw a man with an afro and sunglasses, and a woman holding an umbrella walking slowly. Vivi screamed with fear in her eyes. MR5 and Ms. Valentine. Why are they here? Vivi panicked. Then, she looked at Ms. Valentine opposite and said with a playful expression. What a coincidence. We were just coming to find you. Vivi was confused. Find me, Mr. 5 and Ms. Valentine said in harmony. The boss told us that his secret was discovered. Of course, we don't know what kind of secret it is. After all, the motto of our Baroque studio is mystery, and we cannot investigate anyone in the studio. Of course, we can't investigate the boss's identity. But, you seem to have violated the purpose of our studio. Her Royal Highness Princess Nefet D. Vivi. After the two of them finished talking, Vivi's face turned pale for an instant, her pupils trembled and turned white, the fear and tension in her heart reached the extreme in an instant, and she was covered in cold sweat. After a moment of shock and fear, Vivi suddenly shouted, "Run away, Karu!" Ga! Kulu yelled when he heard this, immediately turned around and ran away. Don't even think about escaping. But at this moment, Ms. Valentine's voice came from behind. Vivi looked back in horror. I saw Ms. Valentine jumping up with an umbrella, reaching a height of 100 meters. The next second, her body was like a comet, falling rapidly towards her with a flying kick. Boom! There was a loud noise and smoke billowing. Ms. Valentine landed firmly on the ground, with a large cracked pit beneath her feet. In front of her, Karu and Vivi fell to the ground, lying on the ground struggling. Ms. Valentine smiled, walked slowly toward Vivi, and looked at her with amusement. You are so naive. We are senior agents of the studio. How could you escape from our grasp? Mr. 5 also came over at this time and picked out a piece of booger in his nose with his fingers. My explosive fruit can turn any part of my body into a bomb. With this ability, all the missions we have carried out have never failed. Farewell, Princess Vivi. Vivi was lying on the ground with a painful look on her face, her eyes full of despair and unwillingness. She bit her lip so hard that blood flowed from between her teeth. She can't die yet, but right now, nothing can be done. If you need help, just ask. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.